The days with beauties on the deserted island. On the lawless deserted island, men survive through the survival of the fittest, while women sacrifice their beauty for survival. But this is far from enough. In their struggle for self-preservation, they fight against nature, against the earth, and against fierce enemies, as the island becomes a scene of blood and chaos. Chapter 1: Hijacking. "Zhongyu, do you miss me?" A beautiful girl in pajamas posed a question to me. I was in a daze, holding her delicate waist, and naively asked, "Who are you?" Her lace pajamas were gently lifted, revealing a red birthmark on her shoulder. "Do you remember who I am?" I was eager to try. "Whoever you are." Just then, a few kicks sounded at the door, and I jumped up, shouting, "Who is it?" "Don't rush, don't rush. If you don't open the door, I'll start shooting." Someone yelled that I was being swept away. Yarjing was frustrated but could do nothing against the gun. Bang! Bang! A few bullets shot towards me. I trembled all over and suddenly woke up from the dream, realizing I was on a plane returning home. In front of the cockpit, a bald man waved a gun, shouting hysterically at the cockpit. I knew we were being hijacked. Bang! The bald man fired another shot at the cockpit, and the plane suddenly dropped like an elevator. I panicked and fainted. I don't know how long it took, but I gradually woke up, struggling to unbuckle my seatbelt. I wanted to stand but found myself lying on my back. The moonlight outside was like water. I could see the plane's nose resting on a big tree, tilted upward. I held onto the back of the seat and stood up, trying to endure the overwhelming smell of blood, and loudly asked if anyone was there. No one responded. I turned on my phone's flashlight and searched carefully, finding many people huddled together in a corner of the cabin. I walked over and touched them. They had no heartbeat. Suddenly, a weak voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw a girl lying on several people, covered in blood. In the dim light, she stirred my heart. Isn't this my goddess, the new generation actress Meng Li? Why is she on the plane too? Meng Li, Miss Meng. I cautiously patted her face, hoping she would wake up. She lay motionless, tightly closing her eyes. I was extremely anxious, leaned down, and gave her artificial respiration. Her lips were soft, my type, but I couldn't care about such mundane thoughts at that moment. I blew into her mouth a few times, and seeing she was unresponsive, I had to unbutton her shirt to prepare for chest compressions. With the buttons open, my heart raced wildly. After admiring the view for a moment, I quickly cleared my mind and began to administer aid. After a short while, Meng Li finally let out a faint moan and slowly opened her eyes. She seemed not fully conscious and, seeing a man touching her, screamed and slapped me. I was stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" She quickly got up, realized her body was exposed and covered in blood, and panicked, screaming, "Help! Help!" I held her shoulders and said, "Stop screaming. I saved you. Who are you?" She looked at me with her beautiful big eyes. "My name is Zhongyu." She looked around, coming to her senses, and asked if anyone else was alive. "I don't know, I saved you first." Meng Li seemed touched, thanking me, then added, "Look for others." I checked around and found a girl still breathing in first class. I shouted to Meng Li, "Quick! There's another survivor here." Meng Li struggled over, awkwardly pressed on the girl's chest a few times. "Wake up, wake up." After a while, the girl woke up but seemed dazed from a head injury. "Can you hear me?" The girl nodded slightly. I held up a finger and asked, "How many is this?" I glanced at Meng Li, who asked the girl her name. The girl looked dazed for a long time, shook her head, likely concussed and a bit amnesiac. "What should we do?" "It shouldn't be serious, she'll be fine in a few days." "How are you so sure? Are you a doctor?" "I'm not, but my dad is a village doctor." As I spoke, I reached out to the girl. Meng Li grabbed my arm, asking, "What are you doing?" "I need to check for fractures before she can move." Meng Li looked into my eyes for a moment before reluctantly letting go. "All right." I carefully examined the girl, confirming she had no fractures, then repeatedly instructed her, "You walk by yourself, we'll slide down from here, okay?" The girl dazedly nodded, indicating she understood. The floor was covered in blood, like a slide in a park. Instead of sliding down, I grabbed the chair and led the way, ensuring our escape route was safe. As I passed each row of seats, I touched the bodies but didn't find anyone alive and exited the cabin. The stars were shining brightly. I saw the wreckage on a beach near the sea, broken from the front of the wing, and the rear section had disappeared. The nose of the plane hit the beach, creating a deep groove, where many people lay scattered under the moonlight, unsure if they were alive or dead. I shouted, "Let's slide down." The two of them responded and fell one after the other. Meng Li, seeing the horrifying scene before her, couldn't help but burst into tears. "Stop crying, save the others first," I shouted as I ran over. The scene in the pit was gruesome, some people were even missing limbs. I checked a few and found no signs of life. Suddenly, someone yelled that there was a survivor here. I looked in the direction of their voice and saw the silly girl performing chest compressions on someone about 10 meters away. I ran over and discovered it was the bald hijacker lying on the ground. Meng Li rushed over too and, upon realizing who it was, immediately stopped her, saying he was the hijacker and not to save him. But the silly girl ignored her and continued to press on. In a moment of panic, Meng Li pushed the girl away. "Is the reason so many people died?" The silly girl stubbornly refused to listen and moved forward again to help. Meng Li, now desperate, pushed the girl down onto the beach. "Are you crazy?" Seeing the girl's dazed expression, I couldn't bear it and urged, "Let's all stay calm." Meng Li's face flushed with anger. "This isn't just excitement. Have you thought about what a hijacker is capable of doing in a place like this?" Her words came out quickly, her chest heaving, her collar stained with dried blood. I glanced over and silently agreed, he was dangerous, we absolutely couldn't save him. Just as I finished speaking, I saw the bald man's body move slightly. I looked sideways and was shocked to see him staring up at us, his gaze icy. I felt a chill run down my back, he had heard everything. Meng Li, gaining confidence from my agreement, insisted, "Don't save him, let him die." I quickly nudged Meng Li. She looked at me in confusion, and I gave her a significant glance. Meng Li followed my gaze and trembled in fear. The bald man slowly sat up, his dead fish-like eyes fixed on Meng Li. She clutched me in terror, frozen in place. His gaze shifted to me, and in his eyes, I saw a murderous intent. At that moment, a faint sound came from afar, a weak cry for help. I was startled, straining to listen for the source. Another cry came, "Help." I confirmed that the sound was coming from the cabin. I hurried to the wreckage and peered inside. The cabin was dark, and I couldn't see anything. "Can you hear me?" I shouted. "Yes," a girl's voice replied. I felt relieved and began to climb toward the sound. "Are you okay?" I asked in the dark. "I'm trapped under someone, I can't move." "Don't worry, I'll be there soon." As I spoke, I reached her side, and in the dim moonlight, I saw a beautiful face peeking out from under a corpse, pale and without any blood. I pulled at the body a few times but found my footing was unsteady and couldn't move it. The girl, feeling anxious, helped support me with her hands. I thought for a moment and said, "Please don't mind, but I need to get under her to lift her." The girl nodded shyly, understanding what that meant. I slipped my arm under the corpse's chest and, using my weight, flipped it off her like a wrestling throw, freeing the girl. She breathed a sigh of relief. I asked, "Where are you hurt?" "I'm not hurt, I just fainted." "That's good. Let's get out of here." "Are there others alive?" "Yes, they are all outside." As we spoke, we slid down together. When the girl saw Meng Li and the silly girl standing by the wreckage, she was overjoyed and confidently introduced herself, "My name is Dingxin." Meng Li gently shook her hand and said, "I'm Meng Li." To the struggle for survival. Meng Li and Dingxin looked at each other, seemingly recognizing one another but without excessive excitement, just polite smiles. "I know you," Dingxin said. "Thanks," Meng Li replied, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. "And you?" Dingxin asked the silly girl. The silly girl shook her head, "I don't know." I helped explain, she bumped her head and is a bit disoriented, let's call her silly girl for now. Dingxin smiled softly, revealing two big dimples. "Silly girl? That's interesting. I'm Zhang Yu," I introduced myself. "What about him?" Dingxin pointed at the bald man nearby. The bald man walked over, expressionless, and said, "I'm Gao Qiang." Dingxin immediately recognized him and stepped back in shock, as if electrocuted. Gao Qiang seemed to revel in her fear, casually squeezing her chin and grinning menacingly. "You're cute, very pretty." Dingxin instinctively hid behind me. Gao Qiang's gaze was sharp as he warned me, you better know your place, kid. Get lost before I kill you. I smirked. Physically, he was smaller than me, and while he had an intimidating presence, I wasn't afraid of him. He couldn't kill me with his bare hands. He looked down on me as well, clearly dismissive. We exchanged glances for a moment before he sneered and turned away, grabbing Meng Li's hair and mocking, "So you wanted me dead, huh?" Meng Li gasped in fear, unable to scream. Seeing my goddess being humiliated, I grabbed Gao Qiang's wrist and demanded, "What are you doing?" Gao Qiang narrowed his eyes, menace flashing. "You asking for death, kid?" I wanted to avoid conflict and changed my tone. "We're all in trouble here, can't we just get along?" Suddenly, Gao Qiang threw a punch. "Fuck you." I didn't expect him to attack so quickly, and his fist connected with my face, causing my nose to sting and tears to flow. I couldn't even keep my eyes open. Gao Qiang landed a few more punches before he half threw me down onto the sand and tightened his grip around my throat. "I'll kill you right now." I felt my eyes rolling back, my consciousness fading. At that moment, I saw Meng Li timidly kick Gao Qiang in the ribs. He recoiled in pain, and I seized the opportunity to roll him over. Breathing heavily, I furiously swung my fists at his face. He was exhausted from his earlier attack and could only weakly defend himself while I tightened my grip around his neck. "Die!" Meng Li shouted fiercely. "Yes, choke him! Choke him!" Seeing Gao Qiang's body go limp, I suddenly realized I couldn't kill him. If I did, I'd never get out of here. I slowly released my grip. "You'd better behave, or you'll regret it." Gao Qiang gasped, wiped the blood from his face, and laughed ominously. "You won't kill me, you'll regret it. I'll give you another chance to strangle me, come on." He spread his limbs and raised his chin, exposing his throat, looking at me arrogantly. I didn't want to play his game. I stood up and said to the three girls, "We need to focus on survival now." There were many scattered suitcases on the beach, let's see if there's any food inside. As I spoke, I walked toward the shore, and the three girls followed, picking up the bags and dragging them to a clear area on the beach. While doing this, I took a closer look at my goddess Meng Li. She seemed to be about 1.68 meters tall, wearing a purple-red shirt and a light blue pleated skirt. Despite being blooded and a bit disheveled, she still radiated elegance and grace. Her long collar highlighted her fiery figure. Meng Li's beauty was exactly my type: seductive eyes, a straight nose, and sensual lips. She really resembled the movie star Marilyn Monroe. Seeing her struggling with a heavy suitcase, I approached and asked, "Need help?" She smiled sweetly, "No, thank you. I'm almost out of breath." "Oh my god, you're so handsome." After a while, she walked over to me and quietly asked, "Do you want money?" I looked at her, confused. She glanced at Gao Qiang's position and whispered, "If you can protect me from harm, I'll give you 1 million when we get back." I understood she was seeking protection, and my hormones spiked. "Okay, I'll protect you." She smiled lightly, "Thank you." I felt elated, my goddess finally needed me. We gathered the suitcases marked for check-in, using our feet to kick apart some plastic ones to see what was inside. "Look what I found!" Dingshan exclaimed excitedly, holding up a big box of chocolates with a delighted expression. "Hurry up and give me some to eat. I'm starving." Meng Li reached out to grab it. Dingshan quickly pulled the box behind her back, smiling as she refused. "No way, this is mine." Meng Li asked, somewhat domineering, "Why is it yours when we all searched together?" "Because I found it, and I don't want anything you find." Dingshan's tone turned serious. "Fine." Meng Li felt a bit embarrassed. I quickly intervened, "Let's not fight, we'll need to support each other in the days to come." Meng Li looked at me and asked, "How long will those days be?" I grinned, "I really don't know, but I estimate it won't be short." "You think so?" "I'm just guessing." Dingshan interjected, "Zhang Yu, what do you do for a living?" I sighed deeply, "The most miserable job, I'm a programmer, a keyboard warrior." Dingshan laughed, "Oh, so you're a keyboard hero. Well, that's one way to put it. What about you?" "Secret." Dingshan smiled mischievously, showing her dimples. Feeling bored, I turned to the silly girl, "What do you do?" Silly girl stared blankly for a moment, then said she forgot. I was at a loss for words. It seemed silly girl really had lost her memory. After a moment of silence, I asked Meng Li, "What were you doing abroad this time?" "I was filling in for the department manager at a meeting." Dingshan chuckled, looks like your luck really is terrible. Yeah, I ended up in a hijacking situation. I nodded, feeling exasperated. As I spoke, I glanced at Gao Qiang, who was watching us intently, his gaze icy and unsettling. He's really scary, I remarked. Meng Li noticed his gaze as well, and I reassured her, it's okay, he won't dare to make a move with me here. While we chatted, we kept busy. I opened a suitcase and suddenly found a multifunctional Swiss Army knife inside, feeling ecstatic. I quickly tucked it into my pocket when no one was watching. As the sky gradually brightened, we managed to open all the suitcases. We counted, we had a total of 12 bottles of water, a box of chocolates, 4 packets of instant noodles, and some fruit. The unluckiest one was Meng Li, she only found 2 bottles of water and nothing else. She lay on the beach, rubbing her stomach and lamenting, I'm starving. If this were before, I'd have an assistant bringing me food by now. At that moment, Silly Girl approached with an orange in her hand and offered it to Meng Li. Meng Li was so hungry that she devoured the orange in a few bites. Oh my god, I'm really starving. I watched her savor the fruit with great delight. Aren't you women always talking about dieting? I'm a foodie, I don't diet. Besides, I can't gain weight no matter how much I eat. I praised her figure, you look great. Meng Li beamed with pride. Of course. I caught a glance at Dingshan, who seemed a bit sour. I'm not like some people who treat chocolate like a treasure and just keep getting fatter. I smiled without responding. Dingshan wasn't entirely wrong, in this remote place, we needed to fend for ourselves to survive. Dingshan caught the tone and shot back, who are you talking about? Do you think just because you're a star everyone should pamper you? Meng Li retorted angrily, I don't need your pampering. I'll tell you, if this were normal times, I wouldn't even bother with you. Dingshan shot back, you think I want to bother with you? Don't think everyone in the world is your fan. So what if they are? My fans like me, do you have any? Dingshan laughed coldly, Meng Li, don't you know what you really are? Don't think I'm unaware of your little secrets, I have many clients in your circle. Meng Li was taken aback, what do you mean? Dingshan teased, do you really want me to spell it out? Meng Li stammered, trying to diffuse the tension, okay, let's not go too far. Meng Li fell silent, and Dingshan stopped talking as well. After a few hours together, I noticed that Meng Li was quite different from her on-screen persona. On screen, she was all about the fresh, delicate image, while in real life, she had a bit of a feisty attitude. 3. Forcing out the thought of murder. A hint of dawn broke, brightening the sky. I stood up and stretched, suddenly noticing a small black object lying a few meters away on the beach. I squinted and vaguely realized it was a handgun. Before I could react, Gao Qiang had already leaped up. Not good. I shouted and sprinted toward him. But it was too late, he was quicker, grabbing the gun and racking the slide, pointing it at me. My scalp tingled, and my eyes widened. I knew he had far fewer reservations about killing me than I did about killing him. With a cold smile, he stood over me, pressing the gun to my head and boasting, Old Master Yao says a true hero doesn't suffer immediate losses. I felt helpless and quickly thought of a way to escape. He laughed loudly, tugging at my hair and dragging me to the 3 girls, stroking their faces lewdly, saying, ladies, you're all mine now. I promise to make you very comfortable. The girls shivered in fear, none daring to resist. Gao Qiang was satisfied, moving the gun along my face and inserting it into my mouth, chuckling, you can die now. No, don't be foolish. Silly Girl spoke up, terrified. Gao Qiang looked at her mockingly, give me a reason. He saved my life, she stammered, it's not my life for his, but I saved yours. Are you suggesting a life for a life? Silly Girl nodded vigorously. Gao Qiang laughed, a light and mocking sound. Sure, how about this, you take off your outer clothing, and I'll make a deal with you. Even Silly Girl, though foolish, was still a woman. In this sweltering summer, removing her outer clothing would mean revealing her underwear. Gao Qiang seemed to relish this cat-and-mouse game, twisting the gun in my mouth. I'll count to 3, if you don't comply, I'll shoot. Silly Girl panicked, and before she could speak, she suddenly lifted her shirt. Her dark skin and defined lines had a certain appeal. Gao Qiang laughed uncontrollably, how amusing. Silly Girl crossed her arms over her chest, staring blankly at Gao Qiang. Gao Qiang took advantage of the situation, if you don't do it, I'll kill him. Silly girl looked at me, hesitating for a moment before putting her hands behind her back. I felt furious. I absolutely could not watch a girl suffer because of me. In a desperate bid, I turned my head and pushed Gao Qiang's wrist away, dodging his gun. But Gao Qiang reacted quickly, aiming the gun at me again and pulling the trigger. With a click, my whole body shook. Meng Li screamed, his gun jammed. Grab the gun. Though I was frightened, I lunged at him with all my strength. The three terrified girls joined in to help. Kill him. Kill him now. Meng Li shouted. I was blinded by rage. Even if he hadn't spoken, I would have wanted to kill him. I snatched the gun away, pulled back the slide, chambered a new round, and shouted at him, die. I pulled the trigger, click, nothing happened. In a fit of anger, I racked the slide again, the bullet ejected. Gao Qiang was terrified, his eyes wide, shouting for mercy. I mimicked his earlier gesture, shoving the gun into his mouth, screaming, die. Click, still, it didn't fire. I lost it, slamming the gun hard against his face. Gao Qiang shielded his head with his arms, struggling desperately. I screamed in rage, hold his arms apart. The three girls, fighting for survival, transformed into devils, forcefully prying his arms away. I pressed the gun against him, pounding relentlessly. Gao Qiang's face was blooded, and he cried out for mercy. I give in. I give in. My eyes reddened, perhaps from the excitement, my heart racing. After a moment, I stopped, clutching my chest and gasping for breath. What's wrong? I couldn't speak, my body felt weak. They laid me down on the beach to rest for a moment. It was then I remembered the Swiss Army knife in my pocket. But the fury had dissipated, and I no longer had the courage to kill, looking at the unconscious Gao Qiang. Meng Li, help. What do we do now? I patted the knife in my pocket, saying, I'll make him behave from now on. Really, truly. I spoke firmly. Dingshan, covered in blood, rubbed her hands in the sand and hinted, there's no other way, you're raising a tiger to bring trouble. I knew she was suggesting I kill him, but I really didn't have the courage to do it. However, if he provoked me again, I would definitely kill him. After a while, Gao Qiang slowly came to, and I pointed the useless gun at his forehead, threatening, I'll let you go today, but stay away from us in the future, or I'll kill you. Gao Qiang just felt my killing intent and was filled with fear, hurriedly agreeing. Okay. As he scrambled away, I sighed in relief, hoping he wouldn't come back. Meng Li leaned against a box, wiping the sweat from her face, still shaken. This guy can really take a beating. I flexed my wrists. Yeah. Meng Li rubbed her stomach and turned to Silly Girl, asking, can you get me something to eat? Silly Girl obediently handed her an apple, which Dingshan snatched away, scolding, how can you eat that silly girl's stuff? Meng Li rolled her eyes at him dismissively. What's it to you? At least she's willing to share. I'm not embarrassed. I have money, can't I pay her? Save your lousy money. Here, it's worthless, it's worth less than a piece of paper. I thought Meng Li was going too far but disliked their pointless bickering. I tossed a pear from my box to Meng Li. All right, let's calm down. Meng Li shut her mouth and started eating. I pulled out my phone, shaking it in the air hopefully. Meng Li glanced over, scoffing, don't get your hopes up, there's no signal here. I smiled and aimed my phone at her, how about a picture? Meng Li blocked it with her hand, turning her head away to refuse. I look terrible right now, I can't let my fans see me like this. Dingshan burst out laughing, you're dreaming, there are no fans here. Meng Li looked seriously at me. Zhang Yu, are you my fan? I nodded, admitting, actually, I am. Meng Li turned to Silly Girl, are you my fan? Silly Girl thought for a moment, confused, huh? What's a fan? Oh. Dingshan laughed loudly, shaking his shirt, mimicking Silly Girl, what's a fan? Meng Li blushed, turning to Dingshan, what do you mean? Why are you always targeting me? Dingshan retorted, it means I disapprove of you bullying Silly Girl. Seeing their argument escalating, I quickly tried to mediate. Alright, let's just move on, everyone's in a bad mood. I kept glancing at Dingshan, signaling him to tone it down. Dingshan, understanding, quieted down and reached for my phone, let me take a picture for you. He took my phone, grinning widely, say peace. Cheese. I feigned a peace sign, posing for the photo, reminding him, no filters, please. Dingshan rolled his eyes at me. With your current look, no filter could save you. I chuckled, confident in my looks. Dingshan turned the phone to show me the picture, and I was shocked at how I looked. My face was so dry, like a monkey that fell into the mud. Let's wash up by the sea. Dingshan said she was worried Gao Qiang might return, suggesting the three girls come with us. Silly girl stood up, but Meng Li didn't move. Zhang Yu, show me the gun. What do you need it for? Just give it to me. He spoke dominantly. I handed over the gun, and he skillfully racked the slide, peering into the chamber, then pressed a button on the grip to eject the magazine. Do you know guns? Meng Li replied nonchalantly, learned it for acting. Aren't props used in acting? Sometimes, real ones are used. Meng Li disassembled the handgun, cleaned the chamber with her clothes, and wiped it down. The firing pin? You should thank the sand, it saved you. I laughed, finding her words amusing. Did the sand get stuck? No, the sand jammed the hammer, reducing the firing pin's impact. Meng Li quickly reassembled the gun and tossed it back to me. It should fire now, want to try? I carefully tucked the handgun into my waistband. Don't waste bullets, let's wash up first. The four of us circled around the debris on the beach to wash our faces. Afterward, Meng Li still looked stunning, like a beauty that could make fish and birds weep. Dingshan's bare face was also quite pretty, the sweet kind of beauty. The only regret was her average skin, with some small red pimples on her face. Meng Li, your skin is really good. I said sincerely. Thanks. Meng Li accepted the compliment without reservation. Dingshan looked at her and asked, Meng Li, you must be younger than me. Meng Li replied unfriendly, what do you mean? Is good skin an indication of being younger? For bow to the beach. Dingshan smiled faintly, Meng Li, you are too sensitive. There are no reporters here, nor your fans. Isn't it better for us to live more realistically? Then I'll say it first, I'm 24. Meng Li still didn't say anything. Dingshan looked at me, I'm 26. Dingshan looked at the silly girl standing next to her. The silly girl said, I don't know. Dingshan smiled, I'm not asking your age, I'm asking why you haven't washed yet. The silly girl walked to the beach blankly and started washing her face, I'm 25. Meng Li thought about it, and still said carefully, I really envy you, you look so young. Meng Li was very pleased with Tongshan's praise, and smiled and thanked her. Just then, Dingshan suddenly pointed at the luggage pile and said, look, he is stealing our things. We followed his gesture and found that Gao Qiang was squatting in front of our luggage pile, searching quickly. I pulled out my pistol and ran while shouting, put it down, or I'll shoot. Gao Qiang got up and ran with 2 bottles of water. I really wanted to kill him at this time. You know, in a situation where we are isolated and helpless, what does this food mean to us? I chased him, Gao Qiang ran like a rabbit, and the 3 girls ran back one after another. Meng Li asked him breathlessly what he had lost. I don't know, I only saw 2 bottles of water, and he took them away. Now everyone counted their own things. Several people squatted down and looked through their suitcases. Sha Jiyu stood next to me and took out an orange from the suitcase and handed it to me. Eat oranges. I felt warm in my heart. It was not easy to share my food at this time. Thank you, I won't eat it. I pushed his hand away and smiled at him. Suddenly, my heart was as turbulent as the sea. I didn't expect that Sha Jiyu, who had washed away their blood, could be so beautiful. Sha Jiyu has a pair of watery almond eyes, a straight nose, and a pair of rosy lips that are slightly twisted, with a hint of smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. If Meng Li looks like Marilyn Monroe, Sha Jiyu looks like Audrey Hepburn, absolutely a stunning beauty. Suddenly, I heard a few sobs, and I turned my head and saw that it was Meng Li wiping her tears. What's wrong? I asked with concern. Meng Li was sobbing, that bastard took my water, but I only have those 2 bottles of water. It's okay, I will find a way to help you. Really? Meng Li's eyes flashed with the desire to survive, and there was no pride in her tone. I said firmly. Really, thank you. Shogwa kindly wiped his tears and handed the orange to him to eat. Meng Li was not polite, she took it and ate it. Dingshan rolled her eyes at her, with contempt in her eyes. After counting, the 4 of us lost only 2 bottles of water, so the loss was not too big. Dingshan was tossing back and forth in the luggage pile, trying to open those leather suitcases. What are you doing? There should be things we need here. I didn't say anything, I had selfish motives. Leather suitcases can't be kicked open with feet. At night, I can cut them open with a knife and find something to eat for Mingli. Dingshan fiddled with them for a long time but couldn't open them, and completely gave up on those combination locks. I looked at the scattered clothes on the ground and asked them, "Don't you want to change new clothes?" Dingshan muttered, "You are next to us, how can we change?" I asked with a smile. "Humph, I just walk away, what if you dare to change?" Dingshan curled his lips, "What's there to be afraid of changing? Alas, aren't you afraid that Gao Qiang will come back and do something to you?" His face turned sour. "Get lost, as far as you can get, as far as you can get." I looked at his angry look and couldn't help laughing, as if I had taken advantage of him. Meng Li stood up, picked up a long skirt, and compared it to her body. "Zhang Yu, I need your help. Tell me, you help me watch that pervert. I want to take a bath in the sea. Aren't you afraid of me watching you if I tease you?" Meng Li glanced at him. "What the hell are you looking at? I'm in the sea, and you still have X-ray vision." Silly girl pouted, "I want to take a bath too." Meng Li touched her head. "You also find a piece of clothing, I'll take you to take a bath." Dingshan also had an idea, "So I'll go too. Zhang Yu, you help us keep an eye on us, don't be careless, I'll collect coupons, I want to write too. Get lost, get lost, get lost." The three of them walked towards the sea with their clothes. Perhaps they were afraid that their high wall would suddenly appear, so they chose to take a bath not too far from me. Before going into the sea, they took off their clothes at the beach. Although only their backs were shown to me, their fair skin under the sunlight still dazzled me. I took advantage of this opportunity to find a set of clothes to change into, and stood up to look around. We are now on an open beach, and not far away is a forest with tall and lush tree trunks. Looking to the right, there is a lonely and thick tree, growing upward like an octopus, and the broken passenger plane is riding on its branch tip, with its nose raised high. I suddenly thought that I should go to the cockpit to see, maybe I will find something we need. I came to the big tree, circled around the big tree a few times, and I had a tree in my mind. This big tree is at least hundreds of years old and can be 10 meters thick. I grew up in the mountains, and climbing mountains and trees is a piece of cake for me. I looked at the beach, and they hadn't finished washing yet, and I couldn't help shouting at the top of my voice to get up quickly and come back quickly. They were in the sea, and perhaps they couldn't hear my shouting at all, and there was no response at all. After waiting for a while, I saw that they were still playing, and I couldn't help but run to the beach. When the three of them saw me, they subconsciously squatted in the water and shouted, "What are you doing? Come up quickly." Lao Mao came later. I scared them. Dingshan laughed. "Ahar, you are scaring the children. Get out of here. Hurry up, I really have something to do," I urged. "Then you go back first, we need to put on clothes. You are so troublesome, otherwise we can become sisters, and then we can wash together," I complained. "Get out of here quickly." After a while, they came back, their wet bodies sticking clothes to their bodies, which was indescribably beautiful and poetic. I was a little stunned. "What are you looking at? You are so stupid." Dingshan scolded Zhang Yu. "Your actions make us feel insecure," Meng Li said. I scratched my head. Really? Stop talking nonsense, tell me what you want to say," Ding Xingji asked. I pointed at the tree. "I want to climb up from here." Meng Li understood the fastest. "You want to enter the cockpit?" "Yes, but if you go up, what should we do?" Meng Li was worried that Gao Qiang would come back. I took out the pistol and handed it to Meng Li. "You take this." Meng Li didn't take it, and said bluntly that I didn't dare to kill anyone. I looked at Dingshan. Dingshan also waved his hand. "Don't ask me for this, I don't know how to use it." I was a little discouraged. "I can't take you to the tree together, right?" But I didn't know that Sha Jiyu slowly stretched out her hand to me. I asked you in confusion, "Do you want to use it?" Sha Jiyu nodded. "Do you know how to use it?" Sha Jiyu took the gun and loaded it, which scared us all. What does Sha Jiyu do?" I was worried that Sha Jiyu might fire the gun accidentally, so I told Wangua Banjin. Shagua nodded without saying a word. "Okay, you hurry up." I looked at him. Meng Li told me, but I was still a little worried. Look at the gun, then look at Chagu, look at Shogwa, then look at the gun again. I was really afraid that he would not distinguish friend from foe and do something stupid. Go, it's okay, I'm here. Dingshan comforted me and I came to the big tree. Following the path I just found, I stepped on the raised tree knots, scratched the mottled bark, climbed up the trunk, and climbed the branches to the chicken head. The glass of the cockpit was broken, and I could see through the window that the two pilots were dead. I jumped in carefully from the window, holding the back of the chair and looking around. Before I found anything, I heard a gunshot from outside. I shuddered. Oh my God! What happened? Why did you shoot? I couldn't see outside, so I shouted at the top of my throat. Bang! Another shot. What happened? I asked loudly. No one paid attention to me. I didn't bother to look for anything. I took 2 steps to open the door of the cockpit, but the door was deformed and I couldn't open it after several attempts. I looked around and suddenly found a life-saving axe hanging on the left floor. I was overjoyed. I didn't expect there was such a good thing in the cabin. I stepped on the door, picked up the life-saving axe, and banged at the lock of the door. Suddenly, the lock broke and the door opened instantly. I didn't have time to react. I slashed out of the passage along the open door and fell out of the broken cabin. I stood up and looked under the big tree. The 3 girls were still facing each other, all with a look of horror. I ran over with an axe and asked why. Did the shooting hurt you? Mengli was a little flustered. Gao Qiang was about to pass, and Shigu fired 2 shots. Did it hit? There shouldn't be any, where did they run to? Mengli pointed with her hand, and I looked in the direction of her finger, but I didn't see Gao Qiang. Reassure her that it's okay, don't be nervous. Mengli covered her chest and said in shock. Oh my God, I'm scared to death. I took the gun from Shaojiu. Why don't you guys follow me into the cabin and throw out all the bodies inside? Mengli obviously resisted. Why throw them out? I explained patiently. I guess this place will be very hot at noon, and the bodies placed in the cabin will be like steamers. It won't take long for them to rot, and it is easy to get infectious diseases. Okay, the 4 of us looked around like thieves, and walked towards the cabin with our own suitcases filled with food. 5 Radio intercom. The cabin was pitch black last night, and it didn't look particularly scary, but in broad daylight, it seemed too shocking. Dingshan vomited first, Mengli became thinner, and vomited too. But Shaojiu climbed up with me heartlessly, cooperating with me to throw the bodies out along the aisle. Fortunately, the first and business class cabins were not big, and there was not much trouble except for the people who were thrown on the beach and in the sea. After throwing the bodies, I told you 2 to stop vomiting and come in, open the suitcases above and see if there is anything we need in the carry-on items of these passengers. Mengli got excited when he heard it, and climbed up first. For him, nothing is more attractive than food. Everyone worked together, and I climbed into the cockpit. After rummaging through the boxes inside, I actually found a walkie-talkie, a compass and some medicines. I put these things in my pocket and prepared to go out. I accidentally glanced at the cockpit and remembered that there were still 2 pilots' bodies that had not been thrown out. I pulled the back of the chair to the co-pilot. I wanted to pull him up, and suddenly I heard an indescribable scream. I was so scared that I trembled all over, and my hair stood up. Just as I was about to take out my gun, I heard the voice continue to shout, "Come on, come on, come on." I heard the shouting came from the next door, and I took out my gun and asked vigilantly what happened. I found food while eating, and Mengli's excited and inexplicable voice came from next door. I put my gun in my pocket and slid out of the cockpit. I looked to the left and found that there was a storage room hidden here. The storage room was in a mess, with rice and vegetables all over the floor and walls, as well as broken glass and debris, which should have been thrown when the plane rolled. Meng Liki was in front of a cabinet, holding a cream cake in her hand and stuffing it into her mouth greedily. My hunger was aroused, and I squeezed in sideways. A closer look revealed that this was actually a kitchen, storing a lot of fruits and food. Dingshan and Shaojiyu were also attracted. The 4 of us moved around in a big group, eating without any image, and getting cream all over our faces. Stop eating, let me be rational and stop it first. There are not many foods here, we have to find a way to preserve them, because no one knows how long we will stay here. Dingshan agreed. Yes, let's save some. I looked at Dingshan and said seriously. Dingshan, I propose that from now on, all the food will be managed by me. Dingshan understood what I meant, but still resisted. Why should you manage it? Because I am the only man here. If you don't agree, you will be responsible for your safety. Dingshan lost his temper. Okay, then bring your box and put everything in your box. Who knew that the problem would be solved and another one would come up? Meng Li immediately objected and I disagreed. My eyes turned to him. Meng Li said that I found this first, and I need priority to use it. I don't agree. Dingshan said it very firmly. Why do you need your consent? In the face of interests, all harmony is an illusion. Meng Li's demeanor was arrogant and she was completely embarrassed because there were a lot of things in my box, which was equivalent to us doing business together. Dingshan didn't believe that I didn't need your business. Okay, I'll see how long you can keep these foods, and then don't cry and ask me for chocolate. The two people argued until their faces were red. Okay, it's been a long time since I interrupted violently, and I'll give you what's yours. Haven't you heard of huddling together for warmth? Besides, Dingshan was right. How long can these cakes be stored? Will you really not eat other people's chocolates when the time comes? Meng Li didn't say anything. I paused, changed my tone and said to Dingshan, go get the box, and bring Shogwa's box up as well. Sha Jiyu turned around and walked out, muttering, well, I'll get it myself. While they were taking the suitcases, I quietly blamed Meng Li. You too, it's time, you still act like a big shot. Meng Li suddenly sobbed on my shoulder. You bully me like them. I was a little confused. What kind of script is this? Meng Li won't act with me again, right? I gently pushed it away. Don't cry, I didn't bully you, I'm just protecting the interests that everyone deserves. Meng Li looked at me Jingyu with tears in her eyes. You promised me. I was confused. What do you want to take you with you? Promise me that no matter what the circumstances, you will let me live. I promise to repay you. I was very embarrassed and didn't know how to answer him. Who knows what will happen in the future? How can I easily promise him to live? Meng Li and I didn't say anything, grabbed my hand, begging to promise me that everything is yours. I was immediately filled with passion, my blood was boiling, my head was hot, and I blurted out, good. Meng Li smiled. She smiled beautifully, just like the way she looked in my dream. I licked my lips subconsciously. I was very sensible in my dream, and my face leaned forward. Suddenly, there was a bang, and someone shouted, come and pick me up. I was refreshed and looked out of the kitchen. It turned out that Dingshan slipped and the box fell on the chair. I went out to pull him up, and then pulled up the silly girl behind him. The three women were full and their hands and feet were much more stable. They sorted the different foods step by step and put them in different boxes. I looked down and saw a fire extinguisher under the kitchen. I dug it out with my hand and threw it along the passage. The fire extinguisher rolled down. Dingshan was puzzled. What are you doing with this thing? I shook my head and I didn't know. What if it was useful? After taking the food, we returned to the luggage pile and counted it. There were 10 raw steaks, 21 cream cakes, 5 breads, 7 large bottles of various beverages, 5 or 6 kilograms of fruit, and some instant coffee, cane sugar, milk powder, and tea. The accessories include several plates, stainless steel spoons, and disposable utensils. Meng Li sighed and said it would be nice if there was red wine. I smacked my lips. We have to find a cool place, otherwise it will be exposed in a while. A careful suggestion reminded me. I told Meng Li that you and I should go to the cockpit and throw the pilot out. Meng Li vomited reflexively. I won't go. Let Sha Jiyu go with you. Do you dare to kill someone? I asked. No, this is too serious. As I spoke, I handed the pistol to Sha Jiyu and begged him to take care of it. There were only 2 bullets here. It was nothing serious. Don't use them all. Sha Jiyu nodded vigorously, and his eyes looking into the distance became very clear. I took Meng Li to the cabin. When we reached the broken wall of the cabin, I asked Meng Li to crawl in front first, not for anything else, just to see how his body twisted. I climbed to the cab with him and struggled to pull the pilot up from the seat. Just as I was about to throw them down, I heard Meng Li say, wait a minute. I stopped and looked at him in confusion. He touched the driver's trouser pocket and smiled. What is it? I asked. Meng Li reached in and took out a pack of cigarettes. My eyes lit up. If there is cigarette, there must be fire. If there is fire, we can eat cooked food. But we searched the driver's body and found no fire. We searched the co-pilot unwillingly, but the result was the same. I cursed in frustration. After a lot of effort, we finally threw the two drivers down. Meng Li panted and leaned on the back of the chair, sweating. I remembered what she said in the kitchen just now, and I was a little eager to move. Meng Li saw my hungry wolf eyes and grabbed my arm vigilantly. Not now. Why? It's not time to give it to you yet. When? When is it? When you are at the end of your rope. Such an answer made me laugh and cry. Since he won't give it to me, I can't force him. I just looked at his beautiful face and felt a little unwilling. Can I lick the screen? What? Just kiss you? Yes. He agreed very happily. I was overjoyed and leaned forward. He blocked me with his hand and said, I have a condition. What condition? Go and slap Dingshan in the face. Why? I want you to break up with him so that he won't miss you. I want you to obey me completely. I looked at him and didn't say anything. Seeing that I didn't say anything, he raised his voice, okay? I looked at him and smiled slightly, turned around and slid out of the passage. He slid down with me, and whispered to me side by side that I must hit him hard to relieve my anger. I nodded. Walking to the pile of luggage, I suddenly stretched out my hand and waved it at Dingshan's head. Dingshan was stunned and couldn't dodge. My palm quickly passed over his head, and I said with a smile, there is a fly in your hair. Dingshan smiled gratefully and thanked him. I touched Dingshan's hair again and said softly, look, your hair is all messed up. Dingshan looked at me blankly, not understanding why I was so attentive all of a sudden. After a moment's pause, he cursed, are you sick? I laughed and looked at Meng Li. Meng Li's face was very ugly. She turned her head away and sat on the ground without saying anything. I ignored him. The reason I did this was to tell him that I have a principle for women. I can pamper you, but I absolutely cannot lick you. I leaned over and picked out those leather suitcases, smashed the locks of the suitcases with a life-saving axe, and found some edible things. After collecting them, I said to Dingshan, let's go under the big tree. When the sun comes up, it will be cooler there. What about food? We used a spoon to dig a hole under the sand under the tree, and the temperature should be lower. Okay, that's it. After the discussion, everyone started moving. Meng Li hesitated and didn't move. I went over to pull him up and he got up and left. He glared at me, gnashing his teeth and saying, you dare to play tricks on me? You wait for me. I shuddered for no reason. I felt that he didn't seem to be joking. Could he take revenge on me here? 6. Everything is back to zero. It's cool under the big tree. I stood under a big tree and said we would dig here. Ding first asked me why we were here. Because this is the north, I guess the temperature in the sand would be lower. Dingshan was puzzled. How did you know it was the north? Have you forgotten where the sun rises from? Besides, I still have a compass. I smiled. While talking, I took out all the things I found in the cockpit. Meng Li saw a walkie-talkie among the things I took out, grabbed it, and asked with a happy face, do you know what this is? We shook our heads and said it should be a radio receiver. I had seen it when I was filming. I asked excitedly if it was the kind that could call for help from a satellite. He answered affirmatively. We were extremely happy and finally saw their hope of being rescued. Dingshan asked anxiously, how to use this thing? Meng Li did not answer, but pressed the power button on the side hard, but after pressing for a long time, the screen did not respond at all. I got anxious and snatched it over. I fiddled with it for a while, but it still didn't work. I asked, are you sure you want to use it this way? Of course, it's exactly the same as a cell phone. Dingshan thought I was clumsy, and he made him press it randomly. Finally, he leaned against a tree in frustration. It's over. It can't be turned on. It must be broken. We were all very disappointed. Only Sha Jiyu was digging sand with a stainless steel spoon. Zhang Yu, what do you think we should do? I spread my hands. I don't know how to repair a cell phone. Meng Li's face was sour for no reason. Zhang Yu, I found that I couldn't point to anything at the critical moment. Are you still a man? I didn't want to hear it immediately. I'm not a man. You can find whoever you want. Meng Li was furious. You don't care about me, right? Well, you will regret it. Dingshan couldn't help it and shouted loudly. Meng Li, do you think everyone has to revolve around you? I tell you, don't play big here, the environment has changed, do you understand? Everything is back to zero, everything is back to zero. Meng Li screamed like a shrew. What does it have to do with you if I talk to her? Do I need you to care? Dingshan refused to give in. To tell you the truth, I don't like your domineering and condescending look. I didn't like it before, and I don't like it even more now. I don't need you to like it. The two of us have lost the reserve of women, like crazy women. I can understand that in such an environment, anyone's mentality will change, especially the fire of hope that I just saw was ruthlessly extinguished in an instant, and even my heart fell to darkness. Don't quarrel, my voice is not loud, but very firm. If you don't like each other, please leave. The two shut up, with dark faces, and no one cares about each other. I got up and picked up the life axe, walked in front of the silly girl and said, "Get out of the way. You are digging too slowly." Silly girl used her fingers to lift the broken hair on her forehead, and the crystal sweat made the sand on her hands stick to her forehead. I smiled and thought she was very beautiful and cute. Silly girl stepped aside, and I swung the life-saving axe as a dog head and dug on the beach. I dug some silly mushrooms and got some of me out. I was unhappy and shouted to the two ants, "Can't you help me?" The two people stood up reluctantly, stood on each side, and no one touched each other, and took out the sand in the sand pit. After working for half an hour, I finally dug a sand pit more than 1 meter deep. I tried the temperature at the bottom and felt it was okay. I shouted, "It's okay, let's put the food down there." In the dream, the steak was handed to me, and I said regretfully, "It's a pity that there is no fire, and the steak can't be eaten raw." I suddenly thought of a way, and looked at them and asked them if they found anything like a magnifying glass when they were rummaging through the boxes. The three shook their heads together. "Didn't you see it in the luggage on the luggage rack in the cabin?" Dingshan slapped his thigh with a cry. Shigu and I had only turned over half of the food when we heard that you had a lot of food, so I was shocked. "What are we waiting for? Let's turn over again." The three of us stood up as if we were injected with chicken blood. I took out the pistol and gave it to Shigu Ding Ning. "You take this. If anyone comes to steal our food, you shoot." Shigu nodded. I took the life axe and left. We went to the cabin to have a look. Most of the luggage racks in the cabin had been broken. Only 3 or 4 were intact, so many suitcases had been thrown out long ago. We looked through the remaining suitcases and didn't find what we needed. Meng Li found her suitcase under a seat in the business class. She couldn't help laughing and said excitedly, "It's so strange that my luggage was thrown here." Dingshan and I watched him open his luggage and found that in addition to some cosmetics and personal belongings, there was actually a box of Durex. Dingshan was a wild fish. "Oh, the private life of the big movie star Meng is very rich." Meng Li did not hide it and said sarcastically that I am a normal woman, not like you. Dingshan was retorted and was very embarrassed, because he could not continue this topic. It was not right to say yes or no. Meng Li won the argument, took out the lipstick and applied it on her lips a few times, pursed her lips, and asked me if it looked good. My heart skipped a beat, and the sexy red lips looked good. Meng Li asked Dingshan hypothetically if she needed to apply some on you. Dingshan said unhappily that you should keep it for yourself, thank you. I was afraid that they would quarrel again, so I told them to go. As I was talking, I slid down first, followed by Dingshan, and Meng Li walked down carefully with the box. "I told you to slide the box down, and I would help you catch it." Meng Li refused me. "This box is very expensive, don't scratch it." Dingshan muttered indignantly, "What a broken thing." As soon as I finished speaking, I heard Meng Li groan, and I didn't know where she tripped, and her head slid down. I was shocked, and hurriedly threw away the axe and stood up to catch it. As soon as I caught him, his box rolled and fell on his waist. I screamed in my dream, "Oh my God, what happened?" I was a little nervous. At this time, if I got injured, it would be bad for all of us. My waist can't move. Meng Li lay on the side of Duanbai, in great pain. "Don't move first, I'll help you take a look." Since she was wearing a dress when she took a shower in the morning, if I want to see her waist now, I have to lift up her dress. I hesitated for a moment, and Dingshan came over with a smirk on his face, and lifted up Meng Li's skirt, saying that it was time to care about these things. Meng Li's face was as red as a tomato, and she cursed Dingshan, "You bastard." Dingshan laughed and slapped Meng Li, "You are the bastard." I wanted to laugh secretly. Dingshan was very funny when he was naughty. I looked at Meng Li's injury and felt that it was not serious. I looked at Mengli a few times and covered her with a skirt. After a rest, Mengli held her waist and asked what to do now. You only know how to ask what to do. Are you a repeater? Dingshan insulted him that you are a repeater. Your whole family is a repeater. Mengli's face was sour and she didn't look like a movie star at all. Dingshan looked at Mengli's angry look and covered her mouth and laughed. I knew Dingshan was deliberately angering him, but I had no choice but to stop him. Okay, stop bickering. Let's think of a way. After thinking for a while, Mengli suggested that we make fire by drilling wood. Ding Jin asked him if he could do it. I can't. Dingshan curled his lips and said, that's terrible. Mengli was so choked up that she couldn't say a word for a long time. I was trying to smooth things over. Should I try it? We will go to the woods to see if there is anything that can start a fire. For example. Dingshan looked at me. Well, you have heard of breaking limbs to make fire, right? You know. I smiled softly. What's the big deal? There are plenty of them in the mountains near my home. When we were young, we played with them and almost set the mountain on fire. When several people heard that I had a way to make fire, they immediately became excited and urged me to go find it quickly. I said to Dingshan, come with me and help me. Dingshan agreed happily. Okay. I went back to the big tree, carrying an axe, 2 bottles of mineral water, and walked into the woods with Dingshan. The sunlight shined through the leaves, making the woods speckled, brighter than expected. The woods were very humid, the air was not very good, and the ground was covered with withered yellow leaves, with a rotten and moldy smell. The dead leaves were thick and soft to step on. I looked at the ground carefully, but did not find any footprints of wild animals. In order to avoid getting lost, I would cut an obvious mark on the trunk of every 3 trees, and would stop and walk, carefully observing the surrounding situation. Zhang Yun, I was a little afraid of Dingshan grabbing my arm. No, just now I was laughing and joking, but I was actually afraid too, pulling Yingxiong to say that he was fine, I was there. But I wanted to go back. Don't be afraid, we have to find gravel, otherwise we can't make a fire. But there are only trees here, and there are no mountains. Hold on, keep going forward, and there will be something when you go over there. I comforted. Dingshan listened to me and followed me forward. After walking for half an hour, Dingshan panted and leaned against the tree. I can't do it, I can't walk anymore. Then you sit down and rest for a while. I have to admit that walking on such soft ground is really too exhausting. Dingshan sat on the ground, wiped the sweat with his arm, looked up and said you passed. I walked over without knowing what he meant. Dingshan put her face on my pants, shook her head quickly, rubbed all the sweat on her face on my pants, and then playfully said that you have used up all the functions, you can get out of the way. I think his personality is very interesting, and asked what job you do in telecom. Can you guess? Forget it. I laughed awkwardly, this girl is very sharp-tongued, maybe she is from a training institution. I sat down half a meter away from her to rest, and she asked me what I should do now. I teased him, are you a repeater? He laughed out loud. 7. Find the spark. Why do you always have a problem with Mengli? I don't like her, she's so good at pretending. Who doesn't know who? Do you know her? A friend of mine knew her before, and said she was a prostitute, but that was all hype and rumors, and it can't be taken seriously. If you don't believe it, forget it, I'm too lazy to say anything about him. Dingshan seemed tired, leaning against the tree trunk and closing his eyes. Suddenly, I found that there was a bulge under the dead leaves beside Dingshan's legs for no reason. My scalp was numb, I dared not move, and whispered, calm down, calm down. Dingshan didn't open his eyes. I'll close my eyes for a while, don't move, don't move. I tried to keep a calm tone. Dingshan felt the danger in my mouth, relaxed, and opened his eyes. I was afraid that he would move, so I shouted, don't move. He looked at me motionlessly as if he was stuck with a spell, asking with a terrified look. There's a snake. I said softly. Dingshan couldn't help but shudder. The frightened snake rolled up and coiled around his thigh. I saw that the snake was brightly colored and had distinct patterns, which was completely in line with the characteristics of a venomous snake. If we let it bite us, we would be finished. We were both very nervous and didn't know what to do. Just then, the snake began to move slowly, crawling along the outside of Dingshan's shirt and toward Dingshan's armpit. The star was terrified and looked at me in a panic. I estimated that I should be able to catch him at the 7 inches of his half-meter distance, but if there was a mistake, we would both die here. While I was hesitating, the snake had already crawled to the right side of Dingshin's chest, raised its head, and stuck out its tongue at Dingshin. Dingshin was so scared that his face turned pale and he couldn't help but scream. Oh my god! The snake was frightened and it opened its mouth and bit. I didn't have time to think, I suddenly grabbed his neck and slammed his head against the tree trunk. With a thud, the tongue softened and seemed to faint. To be on the safe side, I jumped up and stepped on the snake's neck, smashing the snake's head with an axe. How do you feel? I dropped the axe and squatted to ask Dingshin. Dingshin covered his armpits and kept shaking. Can you speak? While asking him, I pried his hands apart and saw 2 small holes under the right armpit of his t-shirt, which were stained with not much blood. I was very anxious and lifted her t-shirt up without hesitation. Her t-shirt was very tight and I couldn't lift it up at all. I took out the Swiss Army knife, cut a hole in her t-shirt, and tore it hard to take off her t-shirt completely. The swelling was very obvious. Fortunately, judging from my experience of living in a mountain village since childhood, this snake is not fatal, but a slightly venomous snake with very little toxicity. I comforted him. It should be nothing serious, you lie down first. Dingshin was very obedient. I lowered my head and put my mouth to the wound. He resisted a little and pushed my head with his hand. Don't move. I said it without question, sucked hard on the wound with my mouth, and spit out the poisonous blood on the ground mouthful by mouthful. How do you feel now? My shoulder is a little numb. Where else? He hesitated for a moment and pointed to his chest. And here. I pressed a few times around it and asked if you felt anything. No, don't be afraid. While talking, I took advantage of his numbness and cut a cross on the wound with a knife, and cleaned the wound with the remaining mineral water. Will I die? Dingshin asked timidly. Probably not, if you went to study, you would have died long ago. Tianxin breathed a sigh of relief. Can I sit up? Okay, I'll give up my seat. Jinshin sat up, his expression suddenly became very unnatural. I asked what happened to you with concern. Do you feel bad again? He twisted his body slightly, hesitating. Stop looking at me, okay? I smiled. I understand, didn't I look at it just now? I teased him. I was treating a disease just now. Now his right arm can't move, he can only hold his left arm in front of his chest. I smiled, took off my shirt, and carefully helped him put it on. It's okay now, my upper body is naked, you can look at it as you like. Get out of here. He smiled foolishly, 2 big dimples, indescribably beautiful. After sitting for a while, he felt much better, propped himself up and said, let's go back, I'm so scared here. I picked up the axe, pinned the dead snake to the belt behind my back, and supported him. Stay close to me, it's so strange. He laughed. What's strange? I didn't understand what he meant. You said we have only known each other for more than 10 hours, how come it seems like we have known each other for a long time? Hearing him say this, I nodded. It was very strange. Maybe this is called living and dying together. Dingshin snorted, forget it, I don't want to live and die with you, at most we are called the same fate. After walking for an hour, we finally walked back to the big tree. Meng Li looked at me, then at Dingshin, her face was gloomy. I didn't want to have unnecessary misunderstandings, and wanted to say that Dingshin was bitten by a snake. Meng Li curled her lips and said sarcastically, oh, you are wearing the wrong clothes, how can you go to get fire? Dingshin retorted without giving in. Yes, Meng Li is so weird. Let me see. Dingshin brushed from behind me, pulled out the dead snake and threw it in front of Meng Li. Meng Li screamed and ran away. Dingshin took advantage of it, and laughed to tears. Stop it, I'm He Ji. At this time, Sha Jiyu came over from the side, picked up the snake, found a position at the wound of the snake's head, spread her hands left and right, and tore off the snake's skin. We were all shocked. Sha Gu's technique was too skillful. In order to test him, I handed him the Swiss Army knife. He held the snake in one hand and the army knife in the other. He put it to his mouth and bit it gently, and the blade popped out. Then he cut the snake's internal organs from top to bottom. The 3 of us looked at each other, a little stupid. Meng Li carefully asked Sha Jiyu, have you learned to kill snakes? Sha Jiyu thought about it confusedly, shook her head, well, I don't know. Meng Li turned around and asked me what I should do now. I just thought of a way to get fire on the road, I don't know if it will work. What way? Meng Li asked anxiously. You come into the cabin with me first. I won't go, my waist hurts. Dingshan retorted, do you have a backache? Humph, I saw you running faster than a rabbit just now. Tianxian was bitten by a snake, and now his arm is not working well, so he can't climb into the cabin. Bitten by a snake? Meng Li was surprised. I explained it briefly, and Meng Li said in a caring tone, let me see. Dingshan didn't refuse, and let her lift up her clothes. I walked under the big tree, found a piece of amoxicillin from the box, handed it to Sha Jiyu, and said, smash it into powder and apply it on it. Sha Jiyu nodded. I said to Meng Li, let's go. Meng Li's waist is not healed yet, and it is difficult to climb. I tried to pull him up, and after trying several times, he grimaced, oh, don't pull me, just push me up. Then how can I push? My hand was still holding the back of the chair, holding the axe, and said, I don't care, you have to push me, otherwise I won't go up. I remembered Dingshan's evaluation of him, and I was very dissatisfied. I said angrily, do you still think of yourself as a star? Miss, please be nice. If we want to survive, don't act like a big shot. But I really can't get up. I have no choice but to call the city girl. If the city girl comes, the food and people will be in danger. I thought about it and said, how about this, you climb in front, and I will push you up with my back to the back, okay? Okay, let's try it. Meng Li agreed happily and climbed into the cabin first. I first grabbed the back of the chair, then turned around and pushed him up like a maggot. He was very satisfied and laughed that this was good. I was so tired that my waist was sore, what's the point of complaining? He laughed. When I was about to reach the first-class cabin, I was so tired. Please forgive me, take a break. He laughed at me. With your physique? I was indignant, what's the matter? He suddenly turned against me. I asked you to slap Dingshan in the face. You are playing tricks on me. I think you don't want to be with me anymore. I was disgusted by his tone and decided to give him some warnings. Meng Li, I hope you understand that the current situation is that you choose to follow me. If you are not satisfied, you can go to Gao Qiang. Meng Li was furious. You humph, you will regret what you said. I don't try to guess whether his words are true or not, but I am more alert to him because I know that if a woman goes crazy, it will be very scary. After a rest, I finally entered the cockpit. I was so tired that my whole body was sore. What are you doing here? I took a breath. You leaned against the bulkhead and pushed my back with both hands. What are you going to do? I want to chop the control panel with an axe. I am so tired, can't you chop it against the back of the chair? I am impatient. I can't swing the axe against the back of the chair, otherwise why did I ask you to come up? Okay, hurry up. He leaned against the bulkhead and grabbed my back with both hands. With his support, I stood firm and swung the axe to the console. After a few hits, the dashboard was split into pieces. I held the back of the chair, opened the dashboard, exposed the wires inside, cut 2 wires with a military knife, put them in my pocket, stood up and said to Meng Li, let's go out. Meng Li didn't understand. Is it over? It's over? Before I finished speaking, I had already slid down the passage, and then Meng Li slid down with me. We went to the edge of the woods not far away to pick up some dry branches and carried them back to the big tree. Dingxian asked, we're going to light the fire now, go get some dry clothes. I smiled. Okay. Jianshan jumped up and twisted the wound, making him gasp. I told you to be careful. It's okay. Dingxian answered happily. It can be seen that Dingshan is an optimistic girl. 8 worked before ignition. I found a small pebble under the tree, took it out of my pocket, swept it with the 3 bullets that didn't fire, picked out one, hit the bullet head a few times with an axe, and pulled the bullet head off. At this time, Dingshan came back with a pile of clothes. Is it enough? Yes, it's enough. I took a piece of clothing, crumpled it into a ball, and said to Dingshan that it was not good. Then I poured the gun key on the clothes. No one spoke, everyone looked at me. I took out an ownerless mobile phone, smashed the battery, pressed the 2 wires to the positive and negative poles respectively, and said to Meng Li that they were pressed. Meng Li asked anxiously, do you want to use it to start a fire? Yes, I don't know if it can start a fire. We all became nervous. Dingshan brought the clothes closer, hoping that the gunpowder and the sparks could be closer. I took the other two wire ends, crossed them and touched them, and the wires flashed. If I didn't light it, I tried a few more times, but it still didn't work. We were a little disappointed, staring at each other for a while. Dingshan patted his head, got up and ran. "Where are you going?" I asked loudly. Dingshan didn't answer, ran to the luggage cone and ran back, holding a scarf in his hand, excitedly saying that it was easy to light. My mind lit up, and I was smart, and I carefully poured the gunpowder on the clothes into the scarf. "Now let's try it." I gently put the two thread ends together, and with a hiss, "I'm going to light it." The smoke made my eyebrows burn, but I didn't care about it. Meng Li was quick and picked up the clothes on the ground and covered them with the scarf. Dingshan shouted, "Hey, don't push hard." Meng Li said happily, "No, look, isn't this good?" As she spoke, the clothes Meng Li was holding were set on fire. "Quick, quick, put the clothes on." The three people hurriedly piled the clothes on the flames, and soon the flames shot up into the sky. We quickly put branches on the flames. "I told you loudly to light the fire." I went to chop some firewood, and we must not let the fire go out. After 10 minutes, I chopped back a small tree and finally stabilized the situation. Bingshan looked up at me and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Meng Li also looked at me and wiped her tears with a smile. I was confused. What happened? Meng Li took out a small mirror from the suitcase and said, "Look for yourself." I took it and almost cried. This is fucking disfigured. The eyebrows are gone, the hair on the forehead is gone, and the whole face is black. "Handsome man, you are finished. You can't find a wife." Meng Li teased. "It's because of you that I am like this." "I don't care. I will let you two be my wives." "I am cheating." Dingshan smiled with pursed lips. "You are so conceited. You are disfigured. Who wants you?" I deliberately misinterpreted his words and smiled frivolously. "So you wanted me when I wasn't disfigured?" Dingshan laughed out loud. "Shameless, go to hell." I ran to the beach to wash my face. Seeing that my skin was fine, I felt relieved. Then I found some large pebbles on the beach and walked back to the big tree. "What are you doing with the stones?" Meng Li asked me, "Aren't you going to eat steak?" "How do you eat it?" I didn't answer, but threw the pebbles into the fire and went to the woods to chop trees with an axe. When the sun was about to set, I had already chopped back more than 10 calf-thick trees. The fool took the axe without saying a word and chopped the trees into sections. The three of us looked at his skilled appearance and whispered, "Do you think he has received wilderness survival training? He looks like a soldier, right?" "No way, a soldier so beautiful." "Of course, an art soldier. Come on, the art soldiers know all these things just like you actors." After talking nonsense for a while, I went to the sand pit behind the chef and took out for steaks. After thinking about it, I broke off some branches and put them on the sand pit. Meng Li brought me some clothes. Meng Li brought 2 clothes and asked what you were doing. I unfolded the clothes, and the grape branches sprinkled sand all over the clothes, explaining that the ground would be very cold at night, so covering it would reduce the heat evaporation. Meng Li praised it, "Very smart." I walked to the campfire with the steak and joked with Meng Li about how well the steak should be cooked. 7 points. I used a branch to dig a pebble out of the fire, threw the steak on it, and with a sizzling sound, a puff of white smoke came out, and the steak was burnt. I picked it up with disposable chopsticks and gave it to him, shouting that your medium rare is here. I almost cried in my dream, "What you call medium rare?" Dingshan replied that as long as there is artistic conception in the heart, Xianzi can be abalone. Meng Li rolled her eyes at him and stopped talking. Dingshan took out the plate from the box and whispered to me not to be too heavy, "Okay? According to your standard, I want it medium rare." "Okay," I shook my wrist, added a piece of steak, and put it on the cobblestone. With a sizzle, the steak was burnt. Dingshan pouted and said, "Go to hell." Meng Li was shaking and laughing beside her. Shigu came over, took a few pieces of steak, looked at the cobblestone for a while, and gently put it on it. White smoke came out of the steak, and the doneness was just right. Meng Li was happy that this was 3 rare. "Shigu, let's switch." Shigu didn't say anything, took the steak and put it on Meng Li's plate. Dingshan quit. "Meng Li, do you have any shame?" "Shigu, are you lying too?" "You are shameless." "Did I lie to him?" "He was willing." "Do you believe what you said?" "He is a big star." "What about his quality?" What about his personality? Did you get to the top by unspoken rules? Dingshan was eloquent and asked a series of questions, which made Meng Li stunned. Stop arguing. I stopped him with a headache. It's just a meal. Forget it. Dingshan was indignant. He was too selfish. I comforted everyone to adjust their mentality and stay calm. We still need to keep each other warm. At this time, the two finally stopped talking. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Perhaps because of nervousness, no one wanted to sleep. There were waves and strange chirping in the woods. Meng Li sat beside me nervously, hugged her shoulders and said it was terrible. I glanced at Dingshan and found that he was also looking at me. Come over. Dingshan moved his body and sat on the other side of me. He asked if it was so dark. Would anything happen? I didn't answer. He looked at Silly Girl, bent down to put wood into the fire, and called Silly Girl to come and sit. The Silly Girl didn't say anything, but took out the burnt wood again, put it not far from us, and lit a new fire. Don't waste wood. Meng Li poked me. He was right. He wanted to light more bonfires to surround us to prevent wild animals from attacking. I suddenly understood. Why do you think Silly Girl knows all this? Who knows? But if that's the case, there won't be enough wood for the night. How about this, Dingshan, you take the torch and follow me, I'll go and chop some wood. Dingshan shook his head. I won't go. It's scary. Then Jasmine, will you go with me? I won't go. I'm scared. I don't want to. What are you afraid of? Just watch outside the woods, don't go in. I am also afraid, I can't do anything. Am I not afraid? Who did I tell? I threatened them, if you two don't go, I will take Sha Jiyu with me. If Sha Jiyu leaves, no one will dare to shoot, you choose. The two looked at each other and reached a rare agreement. You take Sha Jiyu with you, anyway, you won't go far. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but I had no choice. I called Sha Jiyu to help me take the torch to the woods to chop trees. I chopped trees with a bang, and I was very nervous, afraid that some terrible animals would jump out of the woods. Sha Jiyu seemed to have guessed my heart, and stood by the woods with a torch in his hand. I felt a little ashamed of Jiaogua. You stand outside me, I will protect you. Sha Jiyu was very stubborn and didn't move. Just then, two shrill screams came, unusually clear in the silent night. I shivered and distinguished the direction of the sound. Jiaogua reacted quickly and pointed in the direction of our camp. I secretly said that it was not good, and pulled Sha Jiyu to run towards the big tree, shouting what happened while running. The other side answered Zhang Yu, come quickly. I threw the axe to Sha Jiyu and took out the pistol and loaded it. It was very bright over there. I could see Meng Li and Dingshan hugging each other, staring at the back of the big tree. I ran over and looked behind the tree carefully. I saw a black head sticking out of the pit where food was placed behind. Who? I was nervous, and the man kept moaning, oh, help me. I was stabbed by a branch. I looked closely and it turned out to be Gao Qiang. I guess he wanted to come over to attack, but accidentally fell into the sand pit covered with clothes. I was afraid that he would cheat, so I didn't dare to get close. I took the axe from Xiaoguo's hand, walked to the front of the pit, put the axe on his neck, and asked what you want to do. Gao Qiang was terrified. I just wanted to come here to steal some fire, no other ideas. Zhang Yu, don't see him, kill him. Meng Li hid behind the tree and clamored. I was also thinking about this problem. Keeping him is a big problem after all. But I really don't dare to kill someone directly in such an atmosphere. Zheng Yu, kill him. Dingshan cried, it seems that he was really scared. Sha Jiyu came over and stabbed the torch in her hand into the beach fiercely. She discussed with me in a slow tone that he wanted to kill you last time, I pleaded for you, and you want to kill him today, I plead for him, okay? I really want to agree, but I am in a dilemma. Releasing a tiger is raising a tiger. This tiger will eat people sooner or later. I beg you, please let him go. Sha Jiyu pleaded in a slow voice. I turned my head to look at Meng Li and Dingshan, shook my head slightly, and hinted to me. Silly Girl suddenly lifted up her t-shirt and took it off, leaving only the white shirt. Do you want me to do this? 9 Hope of survival. I was so ashamed that I took the clothes and put them on him. Don't do that. I am different from this beast. Shigu was very stubborn and refused to wear them. She stared at me straight. Her textured skin glowed charmingly in the light of the fire. In front of him, I had no obscene thoughts and could not bear to look directly at him. I turned to Gao Qiang and said, "Did you see it? He saved you with kindness, hoping that you would be kind too." Gao Qiang nodded constantly. I know. Shigu saw that I had let Gao Qiang go, but she reached out and pulled her up. I stepped back cautiously and held the pistol in my hand again. Gao Qiang climbed out of the sand pit with 2 branches stuck in his thighs and blood flowing out. Shagwa tore off a few pieces of clothes to tie it up tightly. Without the consent of any of us, he took the initiative to take out a piece of amoxicillin from the box and applied it to the wound. Gao Qiang was moved, his facial muscles softened, and he asked Sha Jiyu if he could give me something to eat. I was starving. I said firmly. No, this is our food. Sha Jiyu jumped into the sand pit, took out a piece of bread, and said I would not eat breakfast tomorrow. I asked bitterly if you were stupid. I just reacted slowly, I am not stupid. I was shocked, this was the first time Sha Jiyu had such a complete conversation with me. Could it be that his concussion was healed? Meng Li also noticed this phenomenon, and immediately asked, "Then what is your name?" Sha Jiyu rolled his eyes, thought for a long time, and answered that I really didn't know. I secretly sighed for Sha Jiyu, what a pity. Sha Jiyu handed the bread to Gao Qiang, who stuffed the bread into his mouth without swallowing it, picked up the torch by the pit, and bowed to Sha Jiyu to thank him. "Oh, thank you." She waved to the 3 of us perfunctorily and turned away. Meng Li sat down on the ground suddenly, crying and complaining that he was let go again. When will this day end? My grandpa Yu, don't you want to be with him? Meng Li stiffened her neck and said to Zhang Yu, "Don't be so tough with me, I was not scared, with your cowardly look, it's too insecure to be with you." Bingshan doesn't like to hear it, then get out of here quickly. What are you saying, who are you asking to get out? Meng Li was so upset that she came up again. What did you do? When he came over just now, why did you push me over? I haven't settled the score with you yet. Meng Li was angry and I didn't mean it, I scolded. Okay, be quiet, you all come with me to cut trees, I'm busy tonight. What about 15? I gave the gun to Sha Jiyu, if she comes again, you shoot, understand? Sha Jiyu nodded, you two come with me. I took Meng Li and Dingshan to cut trees, and cut until the second half of the night, and the wood was almost enough. I stretched my limbs and lay on the ground, taking a long breath. I am so tired. Meng Li pushed me coquettishly. Zhang Yu, what should we do? What should we do? I am afraid that he will come back again, so I dare not sleep. You guys sleep, I will keep watch. Can you do it alone? Okay, dogs also have time to take naps. Dingshan quit. Who do you say is a dog? Didn't I just give an example? Dingshan sat up and looked at Meng Li and said, Meng Li, there are only 4 of us today. Tell me the truth. I heard that you were a nightclub lady. Is it true? You are a nightclub lady. Then why do you speak so uncultured? But I was really curious about you. You are not a professional actor in movies, so I wonder how you became a first-line star? Is it your business? I heard that Meng Li's answer was not confident, and I was thinking in my heart. Roommates said that Meng Li was born a prostitute and was supported by a rich man to act in movies. Could it be true? The two were still arguing. Dingshan said, Meng Li, I hope you can respect us and put away your frivolous attitude. How am I frivolous? How is frivolous? Meng Li's mouth was full of white fungus. I found that Meng Li was not the kind of person who obviously couldn't keep up with Dingshan in thinking and would use the tricks of a shrew when she couldn't argue. Okay, I'm going to have a headache. You are not tired, right? If you are not tired, go chop trees. The two were silent. After a while, I saw Shagwa fell asleep and whispered that you should sleep too. I looked at Dingshan and said to me that it was too unsafe to sleep like this. I was really scared. It's okay. You can sleep. I'll think of a way. After a sleepless night, the sky was bright. Sha Jiyu got up and extinguished several useless bonfires, and jumped into the sea to wash herself. I envied her and worried about her. I hoped Gao Qiang would not hurt him again. I jumped into the sand pit and wanted to get something for everyone as breakfast. I couldn't help but cursed, what's wrong? Dingshan woke up and came over to take a look. The packaging was covered with blood. Dingshan took a look and retched. I persuaded myself, I'll deal with it. Eat it. What's wrong? Meng Li also came over and saw the dirty blood on the packaging. She covered her nose and said it was too disgusting. Dingshin suggested that since the packaging was sealed, we should take it to the sea to wash it. Well, that's the only way. I nodded. We put the things in the box and walked together to the beach to wash everything. When I looked up, I found that the silly girl who was swimming in the sea was gone. Where are the people? We all got nervous and stood up to look around. Is that the black spot? Meng Li pointed to the depths of the sea. I couldn't see the black spot, he said, at all. I asked Dingshin, did you see it? Dingshin shook his head. I couldn't see it. I took off my clothes and went to see it. As soon as their voice fell, Xiaojiu emerged from the sea a few meters away from us, paddling with one hand and swimming towards us with something in the other hand. I felt relieved. I was scared to death. Meng Li was jealous for no reason. Zhongyu, I found that you care about him very much. My uncle, I care if you lose him. Really? Of course it's true. While talking, Shogwa came ashore, holding something in his hand and smiling at us foolishly. Dingshin went over to meet him. What is it? Geoduck. I don't have breakfast. Jargwa explained. Meng Li whispered to me. Why do I feel that Xiaojiu is getting better? I nodded yes, that's good. Meng Li smiled with relief. After breakfast, we looked at the vast sea and began to be dazed. Zhongyu, do you know Malaysia Airlines Flight 370? Dingshin asked casually. I know, where did you say they went? How do I know? Do you think we will be like them? I thought about it and thought it probably won't happen, but we have to be prepared to live here for a short period of time. How long is a short period of time? I don't know that either. After a moment of silence, I remembered the radio receiver, took it out of the box, pressed the screen a few times, but there was no response. I threw it on the beach in frustration. Damn. Dingshin picked it up unwillingly, pressed a button, and suddenly shouted. Meng Li followed and shouted, turn it on. The receiver screen flashed blue and entered the boot interface. I was extremely excited, and Xiaojiu also squeezed over. Is there a signal? Meng Li asked anxiously. No, go higher. Dingshin stood up and held the receiver high, but there was still no signal. Zhongyu, why don't you try climbing a tree? I put the receiver in my trouser pocket and quickly climbed up the tree. I tried several positions, but it still didn't work. There was no signal. I got down from the tree and turned off the receiver. We should try to find a high mountain. Where is the mountain here? I looked around. Shu, why don't we go through this forest and see? Do you know how deep this forest is? I don't know either. No one blamed me for not knowing anything, they just stared at me blankly, waiting for me to make the final decision. I knew that I had a heavy responsibility, so I thought for a moment and arranged that Xiaojiu, you take the gun and guard here. Dingshin, Meng Li, you two come with me, bring more food and water. The two were a little scared. I said don't be afraid, we will bring torches today to ensure that we will not be attacked by wild animals. My family is in the mountains, I still have this experience. The two were still a little hesitant, especially Dingshin, who scared his roommate yesterday. I said that we have no way out, and the food is enough for a few days. You choose between taking a risk and waiting to die. Dingjin and Meng Li looked at each other and began to pack their bags. I told the fool that if we didn't come back tomorrow night, you should choose to save yourself. Silly girl nodded, her eyes dull, the aura in the morning seemed to be gone again. I took the two girls into the woods, not following yesterday's route, but changing direction, hoping to bet on good luck and find the high mountain we were looking forward to. The woods were very close, and Meng Li was particularly scared when she came in. She didn't have to look at my heart, and tightly wrapped her arm around my arm. To be honest, this warmth made me impulsive and had an idea, but the hardships were in the book, and I could only restrain my impulse 5 people 6 people, I was really afraid of holding myself back and hurting myself. I took the opportunity to cut a mark on the tree to get rid of Meng Li's intrusion. Meng Li had no one to rely on, so she could only hold Dingshin's arm. Dingshin looked at him angrily for a few times, and Jifei said, what do you mean? You need me now. Meng Li was pitiful. Dingshin, I'm scared. Dingjin stopped talking, letting him hold his arm, and the two walked forward together. Along the way, Meng Li was no longer aggressive, and her face was full of flattery. Dingshan was coaxed by him and was also talking and laughing. I enjoyed it. As long as they didn't quarrel, I would be happy. We walked for more than half an hour and we were a little tired. Dingshan was scared yesterday and would never dare to sit on the ground again. We drank a sip of water and discussed which way to go. Suddenly, Dingshan's face was happy and said, "Look, mushrooms." I looked in the direction of his finger and saw a large bunch of mushrooms under a big tree. I was very happy because we could have vegetables to eat. 10 killing prey. Dingshan ran over quickly, and just as he squatted, he saw a living creature suddenly jumped out of the bushes beside him. Dingshan, my God! With a scream, he sat down on the ground. Meng Li was so scared that her face turned pale, and she hugged me, unable to speak. I slowly pushed her away, stood up with the axe, and looked around vigilantly. Don't be afraid, it's a hare. Is it a rabbit? Dingshan said in a trembling voice. Yes, I saw it. I answered affirmatively. Dingshan covered his chest with his fingers. My God, I was scared to death. I saw that the situation around should be safe, so I reached out and pulled Dingshan up. I found that you are very popular with small animals. Dingshan rolled his eyes at me in shock. Get out, you are almost scared to death, and you are still insulting me. I handed the axe to him, squatted down and cut the mushrooms with a military knife, accidentally glanced at the grass, and smiled in my heart. I handed the mushrooms to Dingshan, leaned down and cut a few grasses, rubbed them in my hands, and basically confirmed that this grass is very similar to a kind of grass in my hometown. I don't know the scientific name of this grass. My hometown calls this grass knotting grass. As the name suggests, this grass can be made into ropes, and its toughness and wear resistance are very high. What are you looking at? Dingshan asked curiously. I explained to him, but he didn't quite understand why we made ropes. I mean in the future, not now. What if we can't be rescued? After hearing what I said, the expressions of the two girls became bad again. I encouraged them that it's okay, we will get out, as long as we find Gao Qiang, there will be a signal. The two people were encouraged and happy. Let's go, don't rest, find Gao Qiang early and go home early. We continued on our way and saw many unfamiliar wild fruits. Meng Li wanted to eat them several times but I stopped her. I didn't want any unnecessary accidents to happen at this time. After walking for another hour, we really couldn't walk anymore. The woods were getting hotter and hotter, and even my crotch was wet. Meng Li lazily leaned against the tree, unbuttoned the 2 buttons on her shirt, and kept fanning herself. Dingshan couldn't stand anymore, and sat on the ground with us in a heptagon, panting heavily. Meng Li, don't delete it, Zhang Yu's eyes are almost falling into it. Dingshan mocked me with indirect sarcasm. Look, I'm so hot. Meng Li still fanned herself without minding. Meng Li, you are filming on the set, do you fan yourself like this when you are hot? On the set, Meng Li's eyes were shining and she was in high spirits. On the set, there were already 2 assistants standing beside me fanning, not to mention that I had a nanny car with air conditioning. Alas, the lives of rich people are really different. Dingshan didn't know whether to mock or envy. That was Meng Li's face full of pride again. I leaned against the tree, looking at Dingshan's eyes, and found that this girl was full of meanness. She must be bored again and teasing Meng Li. Meng Li, Dingshan asked seriously. Now there are only 3 of us, tell me about the unspoken rules in your circle. Meng Li didn't think it was allowed, and curled her lips. What's there to say, it's just a willing exchange. How many times have you exchanged? Not many times. Meng Li said casually, and suddenly realized that she had fallen into Dingshan's trap. She widened her eyes and asked Dingshan, what do you mean, why are you leading me into the ditch? Dingshan smiled faintly and asked, anyway, it was boring, dare to do it but not dare to take responsibility. I saw that the war was about to start again, and I immediately calmed down. 2 ladies, if you have the energy to quarrel, let's take a few steps and save some saliva. Meng Li was angry. You can go if you want, I won't go, it's too annoying. Dingshan teased my big star, why are you still cursing, it will affect your image if your fans hear it. I'm He Zhixing, don't tease him. Dingshan stuck out his tongue and stopped talking, let's go. I stood up and reached out to pull Meng Li. Meng Li waved her hand, I really don't want to go, how about we go back, when will we lose our heads, won't we lose all our previous efforts if we go back? But there is no future if we keep going like this. Do you know how deep this forest is? How big is this island? Jianshin interrupted Zhang Yu, I don't want to go either, let's go back to the beach and wait for rescue. I was a little annoyed. We brought 2 days worth of food with us this time. You said you didn't want to leave, so you didn't leave. Mengli was playing tricks on me, but I really couldn't walk anymore. I hated the two of you so much that I gritted my teeth. So you stay here, I'll go by myself. Mengli jumped up in fear. Don't go. I thought he was a little funny, so I couldn't help but laugh and coax him. HMPH, keep going, there will be hope soon, hold on a little longer. Okay, Mengli became very obedient, but I want to go to the bathroom. I want to too. Dingshan also said. Then you go over there. I pointed to the woods. I didn't dare. Mengli looked at me pleadingly and protested. Mengli, if you let him accompany you, I won't go. I don't think it's appropriate. Besides, I'm worried that if I accompany Mengli and leave Dingshan alone here, I'm worried. I pulled out the torch and handed it to Dingshan. It should be okay for the two of you to hold the torch, right? What about you? I'm fine for now, and I still have an axe. 2 people walked into the woods with torches. Just 1 minute later, 2 people screamed in the woods. My scalp tightened, and I ran over there desperately, shouting, What happened? What happened? Come and see. The 2 people's screams became very excited. The woods were dense, and I couldn't see their figures. I could only find them by sound. After going around a few big trees, I saw the 2 of them. They were already standing outside the woods. Outside the woods, the sun was shining, the mountains and waters were green, and there was a different world. We actually came out of the woods. Great. The 2 girls rushed over, hugged me, and cried with joy. I hugged them tightly in my arms, stroked their backs, and my heart was surging. We finally had hope. We walked on the grass for more than 10 minutes and came to a stream. The stream was not deep, clear to the bottom, and about 2 or 3 meters wide. I have experience in mountainous areas, so I know there will be no problem with such water. I took a sip with my hands, and it was comfortable. It was so sweet. The 2 girls watched me drink, so they didn't worry too much and drank the water in big gulps. Dingshan drank enough water and said, Jing Yu, turn around, I want to take a bath. I protested, Why? Why? I still want to take a bath. I'll go over there and take a bath. I don't want to see Mengli yelling, Don't go, I'm scared. Then let's write together, we can always face each other, right? I suggested that Dingshan compromise. Okay, gentleman's agreement, don't look back. I swear, I won't even look at it. We turned our backs to each other, took off our clothes, and squatted in the water. The water was very refreshing and much more comfortable than sea water. After washing for a while, I felt it was enough, so I stepped out of the stream. But I didn't know that a stone under the stream made me step over, and I fell out of thin air. I screamed subconsciously, and my back suddenly hit the water. The 2 girls heard my scream and rushed to my side. What happened? Is it broken? I looked up and saw that the 2 girls were so anxious that they forgot that they were not wearing clothes. Dingshan was the first to react and dodged with a cry. I endured the pain and grinned. The 2 girls quickly put on their clothes and asked, Where did you fall? Is it broken? I said embarrassedly that I can't move now, can you help me put on my clothes? Is it too indecent to ask questions like this? Tianxin blushed and didn't respond. Meng Li pretended to be generous. I treated it as a movie and served you once. He avoided his eyes and helped me put on my underwear. I lay in the water for a while and felt that the pain in my back was relieved a little. And was glad that he fell on the water. If I fell on the stone, my second half of life would be basically ruined. I sat up and gently moved my waist. Suddenly, I found a black spot on the green grass. I became alert, carefully identified it, and involuntarily touched the axe at hand. The 2 girls were frightened by my emotions and asked tremblingly, What are you looking at? I pointed with my hand, Can you see the black spot? Mengli is not nearsighted. After reading the horror book for a while, it seems that an animal is walking towards us. When I heard it, my scalp exploded. Hurry up and go. Mengli cried, The road is flat, where to go? I pointed to the mountain not far away and said, Go over there. Up the mountain, up the mountain. The 3 of us were busy holding things, and I didn't have time to put on my clothes, so I ran forward. Just then, the black spot suddenly accelerated and ran towards us. Dingshan could see it clearly and shouted, Zhao Yu, what should I do? I regretted not bringing a gun, and I didn't know if the axe in my hand could withstand the attack of the beast. I shouted, you run first, I'll cover you. The two girls ran blindly, even throwing away their backpacks and torches. I picked up the torch and stood majestically. Suddenly, I felt that I looked like Superman in my shorts. The shadow was getting closer and closer, and stopped only 5 meters away from me. I looked carefully and laughed. It turned out to be a man in a robe. This scared me. Roe deer, also called silly roe deer in our place, is timid by nature and curious. It is probably the first time he saw an animal like us, and he was a little curious about us, so he rushed over at lightning speed. Roe deer blinked and looked at me for a while, and seemed to want to leave. I knew I couldn't catch up with it, but it was a good opportunity to use it to show my heroism. So I deliberately opened my throat and shouted, I'll fight you. After that, he threw away the torch in his hand and swung the axe. Several heroic images flashed through my mind, such as Li Kuei and Cheng Yaojin. The stupid roe deer frightened me so much that I trembled all over and turned and ran away. I chased him a few steps and threw the axe in my hand into the air. Where to run? 11. Encountering a strong enemy. With this swing, I wanted to let Meng Li and Dingshan see my courage to never surrender even in death, but I didn't expect that the axe accidentally hit the man's head. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground. I was overjoyed and looked back, only to see two girls looking at me with confused expressions. Come on, it's all right. I shouted loudly. Two girls ran over, their faces full of admiration. Zhang Yu, you are so awesome. I got carried away. Anyone who scares my woman will be punished no matter how far away he is. Dingshan laughed out loud. Go away, who is your woman? But you were quite manly just now. I moved my face closer. So should we give you some reward? Meng Li next to me patted my face lightly. Humph, I'll give you a slap in the face for openly provoking a woman. Are you a bitch? I was smiling and enjoying myself. Seeing my former goddess flirting with me, I felt indescribably comfortable. What animal is this? Dingshan asked. I was embarrassed to say it was a roe deer, for fear that they would think I was not brave enough and point at the antlers on the roe deer's head to deceive them. Look at this weapon, it's definitely a beast. Meng Li laughed heartily. Come on, this is clearly deer antler. Yeah? I was speechless, so I had to play dumb, took out the saber from my pocket, cut the robe's trachea, and blood spurted out. Both girls were terrified. I drank a few mouthfuls of the robe's blood, would you like some? It's a waste if you don't drink it. Dingshan grinned and shook his head. Meng Li moved her lips and asked if the shoes needed to be repaired. I don't know either, but I felt that when materials were scarce, we should eat as much as we could, so I lied to him and said it would replenish our body. Meng Li leaned over the wound and took a sip. She frowned, but still gritted her teeth and held it in her mouth, letting the blood from the scraping flow into her mouth. After the wild chant, Meng Li's mouth and chin were full of blood. He pinched his eyes with both hands, bared his teeth, and made a face at Dingshan. Dingshan was so scared that she sat on the ground with a scream. Meng Li's prank succeeded and she smiled just like my chow phone. I also laughed so hard and thought the relationship between these two friends and enemies was so interesting. Dingshan had a bitter face and stared at Meng Li angrily, but did not dare to speak. It seems he is quite frightened. I asked Meng Li to help me hold the roe deer while I gutted it. Dingshan couldn't bear to watch it, it was too cruel, you'd better not eat it at that moment. Dingshan is being stubborn. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. What is there to eat? Meng Li was full of daydreaming on the side. Zhang Yu, do you think if this is sprinkled with cumin salt, chili powder, etc., will it be the same as a roasted whole lamb? About that. Then he glanced at Dingshan. Dingshan smacked his lips reflexively, turned his head away and pretended not to hear. That should smell good. Meng Li swallowed her saliva, as if she was greedy. I can understand, I am greedy too. In such an extreme environment, without other entertainment, desire for time becomes the first desire. I pulled the insides of the robe out, and the air was immediately filled with the smell of blood. Dingshan asked Zhang Yu in confusion, why did he suddenly run away after seeing you? I said shamelessly that he should be scared away by my fearless revolutionary spirit. Bar, you shameless bastard, you can only scare him, would you try it if a lion came? I am arrogant. Okay, then call a lion. As soon as I finished speaking, Mingli, who was holding my robe, started to tremble and said in a trembling voice, "Oh my god, Lion, I can't even lift my head, stop it. Zhang Yu, the people from Lion Rock are here." Mingli's voice was extremely terrifying. I looked up and my pores stood up. 10 meters away from us, there was a lion lying there. Its yellow fur stood out particularly clearly against the green grass. My head buzzed and everything went blank. Mengli and Dingshin hid behind me, making me push forward with all my might. "I'll ask you to kill him, kill your grandmother's leg." I wanted to scold them, but I couldn't open my mouth. Not only was my legs weak, but even my mouth was weak now. When the lion saw that we had discovered him, he no longer hid himself. Instead, he swayed his body and walked towards us leisurely, looking proud and confident. Oh my god, all they could do was shout. I was the same. I had never faced a lion in my life. "Zhang Yu, you're going to die. Where are you from? I'll give you an extra 10 million when I get back." Mengli pushed me hard from behind, and I was caught off guard, so I rushed towards the lion with the saber in hand. R. The lion shrank its head in fear, probably thinking, "Oh my god, this idiot is crazy." I staggered a few steps, my legs went weak, and I sat down on the ground. I saw the torch 3 steps away, and my heart suddenly moved. While the lion was daydreaming, I rolled over, picked up the torch and held it in front of me, and shouted in a timid voice, "Don't come over here." The lion just blinked and didn't seem to want to talk to me. "Look at me, look at the roe deer," he bared his teeth at me, showing his fighting power. I understand now, it was the smell of the roe deer that attracted him. "You two come sit behind me," I yelled. The 2 girls ran behind me in fear, each holding one of my shoulders, and we backed away together. The lion walked up to the roe deer and looked at us motionlessly until we retreated more than 10 meters away. Then he picked up the robe and walked away without recognizing any relatives. The 3 of us lay on the ground, feeling sore all over. I looked up and cursed Mingli, "You bastard, you actually pushed me. Didn't you say you could kill a lion? I'll kill your grandma." I suddenly turned over, pressed Mingli under me, and kissed her lips hard. She whimpered and struggled desperately. Bingshin looked at me sideways with interest, as if it was none of her business. I vented enough. Turning over from Mengli's body, Mengli wiped the saliva off her face and cursed Xingyu, "You bastard." Dingshin was also muttering to himself, "2 bastards." No one spoke. Everyone looked up at the sky, feeling lucky to be alive. After a moment's silence, Mengli said slowly, "Xingyu, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I don't blame you. You bit my lips and made them bleed. Yeah? Then I apologize." After fighting for a while, we regained our strength, packed our belongings, washed our faces in the stream, and prepared to climb the mountain. The mountain is not high, but very steep. We supported each other as we walked up. After climbing for an hour, we finally reached the top of the mountain. Looking around, we had a broad view and our mood suddenly became brighter. I couldn't help but stretch my neck and let out a hearty shout. The valley echoes, and the lingering sound remains. I heard the sound coming from very far away, but after a short while the echo was pushed back. I was stunned and felt that the echo was a bit sharp and it was not my own voice. Mengli was ecstatic and Zhang Yu said, "There was someone over there, a woman's voice." I was so excited that my whole body was numb. "Where was that person?" "I don't know, but someone does. Mengli is very sure that if you call me again, I will make a trumpet shape with my hands and say, 'I'm here, is there anyone there?'" The valley echoes, and the lingering sound remains. I pricked up my ears and listened, and soon a voice came saying that I was there too. The 3 of us were surprised and delighted, and hugged each other excitedly. "Mengli is crying and there is someone here, we must find him." I looked around and saw endless mountains and hills. I couldn't hear in which direction the person was shouting. "I'm asking loudly how many of you are there." After waiting for a long time, there was no response, as if the sound just now was all illusion. After struggling for a while, there was no sound from the other party and I didn't have the energy to shout anymore. Dingshin took out a radio receiver from his backpack and handed it to me. I pressed the power button several times, but there was no response. Mengli impatiently grabbed it and pressed it a few times, but it didn't open. She was so angry that she kept cursing, why did he let her down at the critical moment? Dingshin took it and fiddled with it for a long time. He blamed me and you for the same thing. Why are you in such a hurry to turn it off? I argued. If you don't shut down the phone, there will be no power now. Dingshin knew that I was right and remained silent. The three of us sat down on the ground dejectedly. We had come all this way, but all our efforts were wasted. We felt really unwilling to accept that. After a while, I said that the switch might have poor contact, so we tried again. Dingshin held the receiver in his hand and tapped it. Meng Li snatched it away and said carefully, otherwise it would break. But when it got into his hands, he still couldn't open it. We struggled for an hour and completely lost confidence. I looked at the sunset over Jinshi and said, forget it, let's go back before it gets dark. Dingshin is in a bad mood and is living here instead of going back. I am in a bad mood too, so why are you arguing with me? Meng Li was comforting him from the side. Forget it, let's stop talking and go back. I breathed a sigh of relief. Let's eat something and drink some water first, and travel light to save energy. After dinner, we walked back. When passing by the stream, Dingshin used a beverage bottle to get a bottle of water and said that this was for Shigu. We didn't say anything, but we understood the meaning of sharing weal and woe. Following the marks on the grass, we walked into the woods and retraced our steps. However, because we had no experience in surviving in the wild, we made a fatal mistake. As the sun sets, the sky is red, but it quickly gets dark in the woods covered by leaves. By the time we realize the mistake, we are already deeply involved in it and cannot change it. What should I do? Meng Li was a little panicked because we couldn't find the mark on the tree. The woods were extremely dark, and the torches could only illuminate a few meters. I suppressed my inner anxiety. Don't be afraid, are there any lions? Meng Li's question made me realize something, but I still pulled Xiong and said, don't worry, there is a lion, don't let him eat first, I'll let you two run away. An arm was around mine, and I thought it was Meng Li, but it turned out to be Dingshin. Zhang Yu, you are such a man, we all depend on you. Yes, we all depend on you. Meng Li also came up. 12 made a fatal mistake. I think this sentence is very interesting. It deliberately changes the concept and says that since I am a man, you are my women. If it were any other time, Dingshin would have scolded him, but now he said firmly, yes, our lives are now in your hands. I want to laugh, but something is stuck in my throat. What kind of logic is this? Oh, so I am a man just because I die before them. Then I didn't gain any advantage, so wouldn't my death be unfair? I can bargain shamelessly, I can die for you, but you have to let me die willingly. Meng Li was very direct. She gave me a light kiss on the face. I turned my head away without any hesitation. Meng Li understood what I meant, kissed me on the lips, and turned her head to Dingshin. Dingshin hesitated for a moment, arched her soft lips, and touched my lips lightly. I felt like I was injected with chicken blood, my whole body trembled, and I shouted to the sky, give me an atomic bomb. We didn't dare walk around randomly, for fear that we would take the wrong path and get lost. I chopped down a small tree. Each of us held a torch, and the three of us kept a distance of 2 steps and looked for the marks on the tree. Although this was slow, it was safe. I don't know how long we walked, but we couldn't walk anymore, and Meng Li came over to us. Zhang Yu, what should I do? Let's rest here. I probably won't be able to leave today, but I'm so scared here. Be strong. I know what I said is bullshit, but this is the only way to comfort him. As we were in the woods, we didn't dare to light a bonfire. We could only put a torch in front of our feet to give ourselves courage. They were both very well behaved. They lay down one by one, holding one of my shoulders and letting me hug them. At this moment, I had no frivolous thoughts at all. I was only thinking about how to live safely. There was a gentle breeze in the woods. I don't know if it was because of the cold or fear, but they all kept shivering. Especially the occasional strange cries made me feel scared. Are we going to die here? Dingshin asked. It's okay, I'll die first. This is the only way I can comfort them. So is there anyone you care about? I still have parents. Meng Li, what about you? Are you married? I'm single. A strange cry came from the woods, which frightened them so much that they trembled and pressed against my body again. Meng Li said, talk to me, it's too close, it's scary. Meng Li, please tell us about your circle. I'm curious. There's not much to say in our circle, let me talk about you, I don't have much to say either. I'm a simple person, a single financial planner who sells insurance. Meng Li laughed. Humph, no wonder he is so eloquent, turns out he sells insurance. What happened to the insurance salesman? I didn't say anything else, but I heard that your tone is not right. What's wrong? The two of them sat at the same table for half a day, and started arguing again over a disagreement. This time I didn't stop them, as such a night really needed noise. I guess they both thought the same and used quarreling to hide their inattention. Amid their noise, I fell asleep in a daze. When I opened my eyes, it was bright outside. They were both sitting on the ground, looking at me with aggrieved expressions, as if they were looking at a dead body. What happened if I got up so quickly? Dingshan glared at you and said you would die first, but your relatives fell asleep first. We were so scared that we didn't dare to sleep all night, which was equivalent to protecting you all night. I felt so ashamed that I reached out to hug both of them, but then I quickly dodged. Dingshan warned you, but I didn't tell you. Be honest and don't always think about taking advantage of us. I slept a little too fast and wondered, didn't you say she was my woman? Mengli mocked you and said, are you still dreaming? That happened last night. Is it still relevant? What do you think? I shook my head and sorted out my thoughts. That's right. Last night they were afraid of death, so of course they accepted whatever I said. But now that it's dawn, of course they are ruthless and cruel. Let's go. I stood up, leaning on the axe. For you. Dingshan handed over a piece of bread. No, I'm not hungry yet, save some. After last night's experience, the two of them seemed to be a lot braver. They no longer stayed by my side, but spread out to look for the marks on the tree. With the joint efforts of 3 people, we quickly walked out of the woods. When I returned to the big tree, I found that Shigu was not there. Dingshan looked around and called out, silly pot. No one answered. Mengli seemed to have thought of something and ran towards the sand pit at great speed. The corruption is gone. The bunker was covered with sand. I lifted the cover and breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the food was still there. Looking towards the sea, I saw Shigu's figure. Oh my god, look at this! Dingshan exclaimed. I looked over there and saw 2 figures huddled together in the sea. Under the sunlight, the agile figure looked very much like Shajiyu, struggling with someone in the sea. I cried out inwardly that something was wrong, picked up my axe and ran quickly into the sea. As I got closer, I could clearly see a bald Gao Qiang. I was shocked. How did Shigu and Gao Qiang end up fighting in the sea? Where is the pistol? At this time, Shigu also saw me and shouted, come and help me. Without giving too much thought to the danger, I dropped my axe, drew out my saber, and fought in the water. The saber is much more flexible than the axe. I swam over with all my might and suddenly found that the fighting postures of the two of them were very strange. Although their bodies kept twisting, each of them had his hands still in the water, as if pulling something. Gao Qiang looked at me and rushed over with a saber in his hand, shouting in horror, don't get me wrong, we are catching fish. Sha Jiyu also shouted, kill the fish quickly. I looked closer and saw a big fish swaying in the water, and both of them had their fingers dug into the fish's gills, struggling with the fish in the water. The fish is very big, probably weighing more than 10 kilograms. I dived into the water and paddled hard at the fish's belly. Blood gushed out and the big fish lost its strength. Gao Qiang shouted at Chagua, let go. Silly pot, let go. Gao Qiang held the big fish's cheeks, lifted it above his head, and slowly walked to the shore. I was very surprised. How could Chagua and Gao Qiang coexist peacefully? The key is the gun. When the case came to light, Gao Qiang asked me if he could use the knife. Cannot. Gao Qian threw the fish away, so you take care of it. Don't forget to leave some for me. Half of it is enough for me. In the dream, Dingshan and I saw Gao Qiang as if he had seen a ghost, and they obediently hid behind me. Gao Qiang smiled coldly and walked towards the side of the cabin. It was only then that I noticed that there was a new fire next to the cabin. It seemed that Takahashi had stayed here last night. What's going on? I asked Shigu. The fool spoke for a long time incoherently, and I didn't quite understand what he said. However, from his words, we can guess that Gao Qiang came yesterday afternoon and did not harm him or steal our things. That's not what I care about. What I care about most is the gun. Shugwa walked under the tree, dug the pistol out of the sand, wrapped it in his clothes, and handed it to me. I let out a long sigh. Faced with Shagu's kindness, I was secretly worried and a little uneasy about handing such an important responsibility to Sha Jiyu. I went to the beach to clean the fish. Shigu had already built a simple stove with pebbles and prepared 2 branches as thick as thumbs. I didn't understand what he meant, so I gave the fish to him. He sharpened the branch into a point, ran it through both sides of the fish's body, and handed one end to me. The 2 of us were carrying it over the flame, and I smiled knowingly. It seemed that Shigu really had experience in the wild. After we tossed it around for a while, the fish was roasted until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the aroma of the meat filling the air. Mengli was licking her lips. It smells so good. When will it be cooked? You are really a foodie. Alas, there is nothing I can do. I just love to eat it in this life. After a while, Shaojiyu poked the fish with chopsticks and turned out a piece of snow-white meat. Shagua handed the wooden stick on his end to Meng Li, took out the plate and started to divide it. We each got a portion. The silly son-in-law sent a copy to Gao Qiang. Meng Li looked at me worriedly and asked him why he came back again. What should I do? I shook my head helplessly. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just walk over and kill him now. Seeing Gao Qiang eating with gusto, I was also worried. If this kid had the strength, he might not do anything. So I whispered to Meng Li, Moli, now I don't dare to give the gun to Shigu. You can shoot, you have to take responsibility. But I really don't dare to kill anyone. Meng Li said timidly that given the current situation, you have to do it even if you can't. What about you? I will go find Gao Qiang later and gather all the dead bodies on the beach together and burn them. You see, last night's tide has made the matter a mess again. If it gets too hot at noon today, there will be a plague. Meng Li gritted her teeth and took the gun. I suddenly remembered what he said to me in the cabin the day before yesterday. I was startled and wondered if he would suddenly take refuge behind the high wall. However, no matter how worried you are, you still have to gamble. After dinner, I found an opportunity and secretly told Dingshan to keep an eye on Meng Li. If you find she is a danger to us, take away her gun immediately. Dingshan was stunned and looked at me in confusion. I don't want to say much, just quickly tell you to listen to me. Xingxing nodded slightly to show that she understood. Everything was arranged and I walked towards the high wall. Gao Qiang looked at me warily, and I could tell that he was starting to get nervous around me. Gao Qiang, come here and help me carry the body over there. I didn't discuss it with him, but instead used a commanding tone. I wanted to tell him in this way that I was the boss of this place. Gao Qiang obeyed, stood up and followed me to the beach. I nervously gripped the hilt of the knife in my pocket and looked at his shadow elongated by the morning light. If the shadow behind me suddenly ran towards me, I would definitely fight back immediately. On the beach, the corpses were scattered by the tide. Some of them had already decayed and emitted a foul stench. I could not stand the stench any longer, so I ran back to the big tree, found a piece of clothing, and covered my mouth and nose. Shigu pulled me and said, "Wait a moment." I didn't understand what he meant. I watched him walk to the edge of the woods, throw 2 handfuls of grass back, and put them into the clothes covering my eyes and nose. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance came, refreshing the heart. I looked at him gratefully to express my thanks. Shigu put the remaining grass into another piece of clothing and made a mask for herself. I'll help you too. No, 2 people are enough. Shigu said nothing and walked towards the beach first. 13 Late Night Horror. When he walked to the body, he did not move the body, but took off the life jacket on the body. I didn't ask him why he did that, because I wouldn't be able to figure it out even if I asked, but based on my understanding of him now, he must have had his purpose for doing that. After an hour of hard work, Gao Qiang and I carried all the bodies to a place more than 30 meters away from us. I helped Shaojiyu wash the life jacket she had taken off in the sea water and carried it back to the big tree. What does he do with these? Dingshan asked in confusion. How would I know? Everyone, please help dry and organize them. Also, please pick out the good ones from the suitcases and collect them. They may be useful to us in the future. After explaining the situation, I handed the saber to Shaojiyu and asked her directly, if Gao Qiang attacked me while I was cutting trees, could you help me subdue him? Shigu looked at me confusedly and seemed a little hesitant. I felt empty inside, but I had no choice. If Mengli or Dingshan had half the courage to be stupid, I would not choose Shigu at this time. I looked into her eyes and said in a low voice and in a reasonable manner, "Silly girl, you must not act on impulse now. The good people must live, and the bad people must die." The fool looked at me and nodded. I smiled and patted him on the shoulder. That was quite encouraging. In fact, I was just cheering myself up, I had no confidence at all. With a nervous mood, I walked to the pile of corpses with an axe and chopped down the nearby small trees. I chopped for about half an hour and had already chopped down more than 10 trees. Gao Qiang, are you tired? Do you need my help? How dare I give him the axe? It's not tiring to show off. He chuckled and pretended to be cool. I was too lazy to pay attention to him, so I gritted my teeth and cut down a few more trees. I glanced out of the corner of my eye and suddenly found Gao Qiang tiptoeing towards me. I was shocked. In my exhausted state, I was definitely no match for him. Gao Qiang was not far in front of me. He stopped and looked at me grimly. I'm pretending to be tough and strong, what do you want to do? Gao Qiang smiled coldly and snorted, what's the matter? Are you scared? I raised the axe across my chest and laughed exaggeratedly. Am I afraid of you? But Gao Qiang took a step forward very quickly and grabbed the axe. I struggled with him and shouted, stupid cry. No one knew where Shigu had gone and there was no response at all. Gao Qiang and I continued to fight for the axe. At this time, I saw Shigu running towards me and put the saber to his throat. The arquebusier relaxed and surrendered. Don't get me wrong, I just wanted to help him cut down trees. I had no other intentions. I took 2 steps back with the axe in my hand. Gao Qiang, don't push me. If you push me again, I will definitely kill you. With the knife at his throat, Gao Qiang didn't dare to shake his head and could only wave his hands to deny it. I just want to help you, I really don't have any other ideas. Sha Jiyu pulled his shoulders, turned him 180 degrees, quickly brought him back, and stood beside me nimbly. I looked at Gao Qiang sharply and ordered him to get out. If you mess with me again, I will really kill you. Gao Qiang didn't dare look back and walked quickly towards the plane. Looking from afar, he returned to sit under the machine. I took a breath and calmed down my frightened emotions. I chopped the small tree into pieces and placed them around the corpse. I threw the torch stuck in the ground on top of it. Thick smoke billowed out immediately. After they were done, the fools left. With their axes and life jackets. None of us 3 went over to help. We all wanted to see what Shigu was going to do. I saw Sha Jiyu walk to the control area in front of the luggage pile and started digging the ground with an axe. Every time she dug a shallow hole, she would put a life jacket in it. The sun was very strong at noon and I couldn't bear it, so I ran over and asked you what you wanted to see. I'll help you. Without saying anything, he dug a hole and motioned for me to put in a life jacket. I sat for a while according to his instructions, and was shocked to find that the final arrangement was a square S. It suddenly dawned on me and I was deeply impressed. Who says Shigu is stupid? He is the smartest one among us. If the arrangement continues in this way, the completed letters must be the international distress signal SOS. The life jackets are orange and very conspicuous. Once there is an aerial search, the sign here will be easily seen. I had an urge to hug Shigu to express my joy and admiration. Let me do it. I don't want to make Shigu too tired. Grabbing the axe, Shigu straightened her back, stood still, watched me dig out a square gull, smiled happily, and put a life jacket inside. I found that Sha Jiyu was particularly beautiful when she smiled, so beautiful that it was otherworldly. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at Mengli, who was sitting under the tree. If Mengli was my goddess, then Shigu was the fairy in my dreams. After laying out the life jackets, I pressed sand around them to prevent them from being blown away by the wind. Mengli and Dingshan also came over and pulled Shigu to ask her all kinds of questions. Shigu, how come you know all these things? Silly girl, what do you do? What is your name? Shigu looked at them stupidly, unable to react for a moment. Dingshan felt so sorry. Such a good girl, how could she become so stupid? Mengli looked at me and said, didn't you say she had a concussion? Yeah, I think she has a concussion. Mengli gave me a blank look and said, forget it. If it was a concussion, it would have been cured long ago, as if you really understand medicine. I was speechless, but his current condition might as well be a concussion. We took turns sleeping for a while in the afternoon, but it was hard for me to sleep well with the high wall beside me. What should I do? I said in my dream with a sad face. I can't do anything about it. It's easy to invite gods but difficult to send them away. It was Shigu who let him live here. I can't just go over and kill him, can I? I guess Takahashi was certain that I would not kill him, so he hid in the shadow under the cabin, lying on his back, snoring loudly. I don't know when, but Shigu disappeared again. I'm used to it too. Shajiyu is elusive, and among us, he is the least dangerous now. When the sun was setting, Shajiyu came back, dripping wet and carrying a pair of pants full of stuff on her back. The so-called one pair of pants means that she tied the legs of a pair of pants and used the legs as a sack to hold things. I walked over to help him unload it, and when I poured it out, I saw that it was all isolation. Mengli ran over with a smile on her face, licked her lips and said, "Oh my god, I love grilled food the most. I'm sure this thing contains salt. What we lack now is salt." Mengli lamented, "What a pity, it would be great if we only had barbecue tools." Dingshin glanced at him and asked, "Do you need another dining table?" When I heard that this was going to be another verbal battle, I immediately resolved it. It's okay to be heartless, it's okay to be fantasizing, it's not a crime. Mengli snorted and looked at us in isolation, staring at each other. The idea of grilling steak on pebbles would definitely not work, so we were all waiting for Shigu to make a decision. Shajiyu looked at us motionlessly, and I saw that Shajiyu was out of ideas either. At this time, Mengli suddenly jumped up, took out a stainless steel spoon from the box, and walked back with a proud look on her face. He placed an isolation blanket in the hot spring and slowly moved it to the fire. Inspired by this, Dingshin also took a few spoons and followed suit. After a short while, his mouth was full of juice. I was so greedy that I kept growling. Go get the spoon too." Dingshin shouted. "Give them all to me. You eat too slowly." I grabbed a handful, handed some to Shajiyu, and joined the barbecue team with her. "It's so delicious and fresh." Mengli ate while shouting and screaming. Dingshin wild fish. "Mengli, I noticed that when you see food, your eyes become as big as bells." Mengli said without hiding anything. "Yes, I have two major hobbies in my life, one is to be blinded by money, and the other is to be blinded by foolishness." Dingshin teased him. "Humph, seeing a man's eyes open." "No, that's you." Dingshin was caught off guard and choked, and retorted, "It's you." Mengli giggled. "Humph, Dingshin, you can't be 24 anymore? Still scared? Why do you feel shy when talking about this topic?" Dingshin blushed and asked, "Do I have anything to do with you? I care about you. What if we die here? You don't know what that would feel like. Do you want to let Zhongyu help you? Dingshin should die of shame." Mengli laughed out loud, feeling extremely proud. After so many verbal battles between the two, this time Dingshin was finally speechless. After eating for a while, the fool picked up some isolation with his clothes. Mengli held down Shajiyu and asked, "What are you doing?" Shajiyu stubbornly pushed Mengli's hand away, stood up and walked towards the high wall. Mengli was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "Zhongyu, what do you think we should do? He slept all afternoon and had a full meal. Will he bother us at night?" I tested him. "Didn't you say you could choose to be with Gao Qiang?" "Mengli doesn't want to, I was just saying that in anger. Can you please stop bullying me all the time?" I feel a little relieved. "It's okay. You can sleep at night and I will be on duty for you. You have to be careful too." After hearing Mengli's words, I felt warm in my heart. Sometimes, harmonious relationships between people, all it takes is an extra word of concern. Gradually, as the night deepened, I added some firewood and lit the bonfire. I looked up at Gao Qiang. Gao Qiang had his eyes wide open, looking up at the sky. I don't know what he was thinking. I was extremely cautious with him, always feeling that he was up to something bad. We persisted until late at night, and Gao Qiang fell asleep. Looking at the bonfire flickering beside him, I also felt a little sleepy. Before I knew it, I tilted my head and fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept when I was suddenly awakened by a loud shout. I reflexively took out my pistol, loaded it with bullets, and looked in the direction of the shout. Under the cabin, Gao Qiang was holding a torch and shouting into the cabin while sticking to the cabin wall. The shouting was hoarse, with unspeakable fear. "Who is coming out?" The three girls were also awakened and hid behind me. I motioned for them to hide behind a big tree, and I hunched over and walked carefully towards the cabin. Gao Qiang waved to me to go over to him, but I didn't believe him. I was afraid it was a trap, so I deliberately kept a distance from him. Gao Qiang looked at me anxiously and shouted into the cabin, "There's a noise here." My scalp was tingling. Even the corpses had been cleared out, so how could there still be noises? Move! There was a noise in the cabin, and I shuddered all over. I couldn't help but raise my gun and said in a trembling voice, "Who?" 14. Prepare to make the bed. There was no response from the cabin, so I plucked up the courage to go over to Gao Qiang. When Gao Qiang saw me coming towards him with a gun in hand, he quickly took 2 steps towards the broken wall of the cabin. I understood his thoughts immediately and followed him. He clung to his broken arm and shouted into the cabin, "Who's coming out?" Still no response. Gao Qiang quickly threw the torch in his hand into the cabin. Suddenly, a roar came from the cabin, and a huge black shadow rushed out with a group of small black shadows. I was horrified and subconsciously fired a shot at the shadow. A small black shadow rolled on the ground, and the rest of the black shadows rushed into the woods at a very fast speed. I was sweating all over and sat down on the ground as if I had fainted. Gao Qiang walked under the shadow, took a look in the moonlight, and said excitedly, "It's a wild catch." The girls all came over, each holding a torch. I also stood up and took a closer look. It turned out to be a wild boar. Although the cub was not big, it was big enough for us to chew. There was a bullet hole in the piglet's head, and blood mixed with brain matter was gushing out. Gao Qiang put his mouth close to it and sucked it without any hesitation. After drinking enough, he raised his head and laughed at us. When I looked at him, my face covered in blood looked even more eerie and terrifying. I told him vigilantly that he could hide away and that we would give him some food after we finished cleaning up. Gao Qiang stopped talking, turned around and walked back to his seat. I took out my saber and stabbed a hole in Zhu Cai's body. Who else was drunk and came over to drink a few sips? Meng Li took the knife from my hand, pierced another hole, and drank it. I looked at Dingshan, and Dingshan waved his hand. I waited for Meng Li to finish drinking, then I also made a hole and drank up all the remaining blood in the piglet. After I finished cleaning up the piglets, it was already daybreak. Maybe it was because of drinking the pig's blood, I felt full of energy. Meng Li came over, sat next to me and said, "Zhang Yu, let's leave here. There are wild beasts here and I'm really scared." Dingshan, who had been helping me to deal with the wild boars, also agreed that we should leave here. "Any good ideas?" I asked Meng Li. "I wanted to go to the hill beside the stream, but the terrain there is high and I can't climb up." I shook my head in denial. Based on my understanding of the mountains, it definitely wouldn't be that simple. It was daytime when we went there, maybe it would be more dangerous at night. When Meng Li heard this, she was dumbfounded. What should she do? I looked at the big tree and I thought of a solution, but I need your help. If we hurry, we should be able to reach the tree post by tomorrow night. Really, 2 people came, and the spirit was certainly real. The piglets are not big, and the net meat after cleaning is only about 10 pounds. I shaved the pig's face, cut it into 3 pieces for them to roast, and then threw the brain directly into the fire. The pig brain was instantly roasted into a tofu-like shape. I smashed it with an axe and ate it with a spoon. He looked at me with a grimace. This thing was so disgusting. I deliberately held the pig brain to my lips and ate it while picking my lips. Chunhyang is so delicious. Dingshan was so disgusted by me that he felt sick to his stomach. He knew that I was deliberately making trouble and cursing him to death. Meng Li took a spoon and scooped a bite, chewed it twice, and deliberately sneezed, spraying pig brain all over the floor. Dingshan couldn't bear it anymore, he retched twice, stood up and dodged, with a look of grievance on his face. "You guys wouldn't do this." I felt sorry for him when I saw him pouting his lips, so I quickly tried to coax him, saying, "Don't be angry, we are just teasing you. Talk less to me and ignore you." I used a knife to cut a piece of the roasted pork leg for it, and said with a playful smile, "Oh, Wajandan, I was wrong. You are a big man and you don't tolerate the mistakes of a small man. You can't hold a boat in your stomach." Dingding's dimples showed and he burst into laughter. Meng Li was startled and said, "Oh my god, you are really good at pleasing girls, but I can't take it anymore." I was also angry and pouted as I spoke. I immediately cut another piece of pork leg for him and said the same thing. "Auntie, I was wrong. You are a magnanimous person who does not bear grudges and has a broad mind." Meng Li giggled and said, "I like the way you can bend and stretch." I said shamelessly that a real man must be like this. "I still have to live with you in the future, right?" Diishan, go away, don't take advantage of me. Who would want to live with you? Dingshan sneered. I laughed out loud. I discovered a weakness of Dingshan. If anything happened to him, he would immediately feel embarrassed to have eaten wild boar meat. We all have strength. I said to Minli and Dingshan, come with me to the woods. Minli asked if there was anything wrong. Want to live in a tree? Of course, then follow me. The two men were puzzled, but followed me into the woods. I followed the marks in the woods, walked for a while in the woods, and found the lush patch of thrift grass. While harvesting the grass, Dingshan asked, what are you going to do with the rope? Build a house. Building a house out of rope. Yes. Dingshan shook his head, it was simply unbelievable. The grass for midwifery was very lush and was quickly tied into 3 bundles. I asked Dingshan, you have an injured arm, can you carry so much? Dingshan is carefree and nothing happens. Mengli said coquettishly, my waist hurts, I can't carry so much. To put it bluntly, why didn't you say your waist hurt when you were running away? The straw bag looks big, but it is not heavy. I helped them put it on their shoulders and carried some more. After walking for an hour, we returned to the big tree. In the dream, I threw the knotted grass to the ground and lay on the ground crying in pain. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Dingshan was also sweating profusely, her clothes were sticking tightly to her body, revealing her enchanting figure. I put the 3 bundles of knotty grass together, leaned on the pile of grass, gasping for breath, and looked at Dingshan's red face. Are you tired? Dingshan nodded. His chest heaved violently. I couldn't help but stare at Dingshan and mutter, what are you doing? As he spoke he turned around. I smiled and suggested taking a bath in the sea. Dingshan looked around. Where was Shigu? I also came to my senses. Yes, the silly girl was very anxious, but Gao Qiang was nowhere to be seen. You think nothing will happen to Shajiyu? This is also my concern, but there is no way now because human resources are really limited. Mengli rolled on the ground, rolled to my side, leaned against the haystack and said, let's take Shigu with us when we go out next time. I have no choice but to think about it, but if he leaves, no one will watch over the food. With their strong human nature, they will definitely steal the food from us. Speaking of food, Mengli crawled a few steps and looked through the sand pit. It was okay, not missing anything, but where could Shigu go? I stood up and shouted Diegua aimlessly, but Diegua didn't respond. I was very worried. I thought Gao Qiang wouldn't even ruin Shajiyu. What should I do? Mengli stood up and looked around at me helplessly. After searching for a long time, she said helplessly, fools have good fortune. Let's hang the grass on the beach first. The 3 men began to dry the grass and open the haystack. Mengli asked John Yu, stop playing secret with us and tell us how to use this thing. My answer was of course to build a house and wait for the grass to dry. Why don't we use the grass to weave ropes, then I can cut down some small trees and tie the trunks to the branches of the big trees. Mengli looked at Zhang Yu with disdain and said, you think we are monkeys? Do you think we can sleep on a tree trunk? I said with a smile. Humph, don't worry, there is still the bed board. Where did the bed board come from? I'm being mysterious. Humph, you'll know when the time comes. Cut. We quickly finished laying the grass. Looking at the green grass on the ground, I picked out a few yellow grass leaves and taught them how to make grass ropes. Dingshan looked at me and magically weaved some dry grass into a rope in the blink of an eye. Jingqi said to Zhang Yu, you are so awesome, is this possible? I said indifferently, it's no big deal, it's almost the same as braiding your hair. No, I think it's much more magical than braiding your hair. Otherwise, I'll braid your hair. I teased him and he subconsciously dodged. That won't work. Mengli wondered if this was the right way to answer the call. Don't worry, this is the method passed down by our ancestors. It's just a little damp now, but it will be fine by evening. As the sun rose higher, the sand became hot and the grass began to wither. Zhang Yu, it's already noon, why hasn't Shigu come back yet? Dingshan was a little anxious. I can't sit still anymore, I'll go look for it. You don't have any direction, so where can I look? Look, they are back. Mengli was sharp-eyed and suddenly exclaimed. Where? I looked around, but didn't see it. Mengli pointed in a direction. I looked closely and saw what seemed to be 2 black spots in the distance, but I couldn't be sure they were human figures. Dingshin's eyesight wasn't good either, and he asked anxiously, "Where is that?" Meng Li glanced at Dingshin and said, "Alas, you are blind." This time, Dingshin did not talk back. He stared at that direction until the two black dots began to sway in my eyes. I shouted excitedly, "Yes, it's true." Soon, Sha Jiyu and Gao Qiang walked back along the coastline. I took a special look at their hands and saw that they were not holding anything. I asked Shigu worriedly, "Where have you been?" Gao Qiang helped explain, and we walked along the beach, hoping to find a campsite that was more suitable for our survival. Any findings? None found. Walking along the coastline and bypassing the woods, you can see a bay. I'm not interested in what he said, as long as Shigu is safe. Dingshin was concerned that silly Jiyu might be hungry and asked him to eat something. Can I eat with you guys later? Can't. I flatly refused. Gao Qiang smiled and walked back to the cabin. Next, Dingshin took out a few bags of bread and some fruits and distributed them to everyone, and whispered to me that the food was running out. I didn't say anything. After dinner, I went to the pit to take inventory. There were still 2 loaves of bread, 5 cakes, about 3,000 yuan worth of pork, a large bucket of drinks, 3 buckets of chocolate, a bag of instant noodles, 2 boxes of fruit and some other items. There is nothing else to eat. If there are no other external resources, this amount of food can only last for 3 days at most, and we have to eat it sparingly. 15 receiver powered on. Meng Li realized the seriousness of the matter and pulled my arm and asked, "What should we do?" I was silent and was also thinking about this question. After dinner, I took my axe and went to the woods, looking for a small tree as thick as my arm to cut down, and cut down a tree. Suddenly I heard footsteps behind me, and I realized that Gao Qiang had made me a little nervous these days. I looked back and saw that it was Meng Li who came in with a bottle of water. She said tenderly, "Take a break and drink some water." I think his attitude is a bit ambiguous. What does he mean by teasing you? Meng Li smiled charmingly and said, "Guess what I mean. Do you want to express your feelings to me? It's just a token of my appreciation." Meng Li came over to me, and I unceremoniously put my arm around her waist and stared into her eyes. She put her index finger on my lips and said it lovingly, and I was a little interested. "Then say what you mean." I really like the feeling of being close yet distant from her. Her soft waist rests comfortably in my arms. "Do you want to?" he asked very bluntly, and of course, I was also very direct. "Sure, but if you want to kill someone, I'll let you do it right away." "Kill Gao Qiang?" Meng Li curled her lips and shook her head gently. "No, Sardin heart." My arms shook and I almost made her fall. "Can't bear to leave?" Meng Li smiled and asked, "Are you kidding me?" "No, why kill her?" Meng Li put away her smile and said to Zhang seriously, "Is killing him also for you?" "For me?" "Yes, we are running low on food, and if one less person is left, we can survive better." "Aren't you afraid of Gao Qiang?" "Gao Qiang has a fool, so he should not pose a threat to us." Then we took all our stuff and left, here, just the 2 of us. I looked at him with suspicion, wondering what made him so cruel and selfish. Meng Li pressed her body against mine and put her arms around my neck in a charming manner. My heart was beating fast, but I was very rational now. Among these 3 women, I am the only one who can speak now. He bent his right arm into his arms, and my heart beat fast. This is what I had been thinking about day and night. Does it look good? In this environment far away from modern civilization, without the constraints of law and morality, it is like returning to life in primitive society. Meng Li took my hand and said to Zhang Yu in a very seductive voice, "As long as you promise me, I will be yours." I was dazed and my thoughts were out of control. He held my face, gently opened his red lips, and captivated my soul. I was lost and hugged him tightly. After a few seconds, he suddenly turned his lips and said in a low and majestic voice that he would kill him now. I looked at him hungrily, like a child suddenly weaned. "Go kill him." His tone couldn't cast a spell. I bent down and picked up the axe on the ground. There was only one voice in my heart: "Kill him. Go kill him." In a trance, I walked out of the woods with an axe in my hand as if my soul had left my body, and happened to meet Dingxing, who was coming towards me. He asked Zhang Yu in a panic, "Have you seen Meng Li? He is gone." I ignored him and swung the axe to chop him on the head. Dingxin screamed in fright and dodged backwards. I was startled by the scream and suddenly woke up. "Zhang Yu, what are you doing?" Jingjing shouted in shock. I stood there. Yeah, what am I doing? What's wrong with me? Dingshan saw that my eyes were dull, so he waved his palm carefully in front of my eyes and asked, "Are you sleepwalking?" I found a reason and continued to walk forward step by step. When I reached the tree, I collapsed to the ground and really fell asleep because I was really too tired. When I opened my eyes again, it was already dark. Jingjing was looking at me from the side. "Are you awake for dinner? What do I often eat?" I roasted the pork because it would have gone bad if I had kept it any longer. I sat up and looked for Mengli's figure. After a nap, I suddenly understood her. In such an environment, everyone is selfish, just to different degrees. In his previous living environment, he might have been accustomed to the law of the jungle, or to a life and death struggle, but I can't do what he wants, at least I can't eat it now. After the barbecue, I am full of energy. For everyone's safety, I don't plan to sleep tonight. The dried knotweed had been gathered together by them, and the fool was leaning against the haystack, weaving it skillfully. I walked over. "Can you weave straw ropes?" Fools don't talk. I took a look and found that his editing method was different from mine. I squatted down and looked carefully at his edge method, and felt that his lock at the joint was more reasonable and stronger than mine. I understand now. The way he weaves is for use in the wild, and mine is for tying things. I called Dingshan and Mengli over and taught them again according to Xiaogu's method. Everyone, get to work. Go to sleep when you are tired. I am on duty tonight. After last night's lesson, I dared not be careless and added a few more fires around me to prevent attacks by wild beasts. It was late at night, the wind was strong and the moon was dark. A strong sense of homesickness came over me. I missed my home, my parents, and my brothers and sisters. It was already the 5th night I had been trapped on the deserted island. There was no rescue, only hope. Maybe in a few days, even hope will be slim. If we were really in despair and had no food, would I kill Gao Qiang? Will he kill Mengli? Will he kill Dingshan? I don't know, I really don't know. When human nature is pushed to its limits, everything is unknown. The reporter read a report that said a woman and 32 men from a certain country were trapped on a volcanic island. At first, they lived in peace, but as time went by, people's conscience was gradually eroded. The collapsed men fought for the only woman like beasts. The winner was not able to get a hug, and the loser would only die. When I read this report before, I thought it was about the death of Xiangyan. It was not until I was there in person that I felt their state of mind. Maybe if there is no rescue after a while, we will be in the same situation. I've made up my mind that if there is no rescue within another week, I will kill Gao Qiang first. While I was daydreaming, suddenly a hand was placed on my shoulder. I turned around alertly, pointing the pistol behind me, and let out a low cry. Mengli looked at me with panic on her face. I put down the gun and asked, "Aren't you asleep?" Mengli came back to her senses and whispered, "I can't sleep." "What's wrong?" Mengli glanced in Dingshan's direction and asked, "Did you tell him about what happened today?" I shook my head no. Mengli breathed a sigh of relief and said apologetically, "I was bewildered at that time." I looked at him calmly, not knowing whether what he said was true or not. He didn't say anything either, just looked at me with a burning light in his eyes. I could see that he was teasing me again. I figured it out. He was an actor and could act out any expression. I couldn't take him seriously, so I looked away and didn't want to do anything stupid anymore. He leaned his body against my shoulder and whispered, "Don't be afraid, it's me who wants it now. I'm too nervous and want to relax." My heart was pounding, but I didn't dare to. I was really afraid that he had some bad intentions. I slowly pushed his body away. I didn't want to hurt his self-esteem, so I talked about other things and asked him where the acceptance period was. "I want to take a long break." Mengli was shocked and asked, "Can you repair it?" "I don't know how to fix it, I just suddenly wanted to try it." "How to try it?" "You will know when you take it." Mengli climbed to the box and took out the receiver. I grabbed a piece of clothing, rushed to the campfire, took out my military knife, and carefully tightened the screws on the receiver with a combination screwdriver. The receiver was unscrewed and filled with circuit boards. I didn't understand at all and just blew a few breaths pretending to do so. "What's wrong?" Mengli really thought I found the problem. I said nothing and fiddled with the power button a few times with a screwdriver. With a light press, the screen flashed. Mengli widened her eyes, covered her mouth and shouted, "It's on." I am also very excited. Let's go to the mountains again when it gets light. Mengli suddenly kissed me on the face and said, HMPH, you are so awesome. Here is a reward for you. I feel very happy. After reassembling the receiver, I said to Mengli, take a nap. You are not allowed to tell Dingshan about Mengli pouting and acting coquettishly with me. I told him sincerely that I wouldn't tell anyone, but he should stop having such random thoughts in the future and that we should just depend on each other. He nodded and returned to his seat and lay down. I was very excited, not because of him, but because I found hope of being rescued again. But after I calmed down and thought about it, I felt that building a shelter was the most critical issue now, because I was not sure whether there was a signal on the mountain. If there was no signal, we would have to lie on the ground for another night. Not to mention wild beasts, even Gao Qiang makes me feel uneasy. After dawn, I told Dingshan and Sha Jiyu the news that the receiver could be turned on, and they were both very happy. Dingshan couldn't wait any longer. Let's go up the mountain. I explained that we should set up shelter first. Even if there was a signal on the mountain, rescue would not be that fast. Let's solve the accommodation problem first. They thought what I said made sense and expressed their agreement. I looked towards Gao Qiang and said to Shigu in a very serious tone, Shigu, you have to be obedient and don't contact her anymore. Shigu looked confused, as if she didn't understand why I said that. Dingshan hugged her and patiently explained to her, silly girl, we have no food now and we have nothing to give her. If he gets desperate, we will be unsafe. Sha Jiyu blinked and nodded slightly. I smiled. As long as he listened to me, I would have one less thing to worry about. I said to Dingshan, you guys whip the rope, I'll go chop the trees. He turned around and reminded Aunt Silly, watch the gun for you. There is only one bullet in our food. Don't use it unless it's a critical moment. I instructed. Shigu's look was silly, and I was really worried that he didn't listen. 16 found a new space. After a busy morning, we cut down a lot of small trees. I cut off the branches and left only the trunk and said to Mengli, after I burn the livestock, you and Dingshan will help me lift it up. Mengli calls Dingshan, Zhongyu calls you. Dingshan came over. What's the matter? I said it again and Dingshan readily agreed. I took an axe and chiseled some climbing grass on the trunk of the big tree, then climbed up the tree using my hands and feet. Since the tree grows along with the octopus, there is a lot of space in the middle. I placed the trunk of the small tree across the branches of the big tree and tied it up with ropes to create a flat surface. After 2 hours of hard work, I finally had a prototype. Eat something quickly. Mengli handed me a cake and I chewed it in big mouthfuls. I was so hungry that I couldn't stand it anymore. Sha Jiyu returned the gun to me, picked up a rope and walked towards the beach in silence. I know he is going to be quarantined again. I said to Mengli, you go and help him. Mengli glanced at Dingshan in the distance and asked, why don't you let him go? Wasn't he bitten by a snake? The wound cannot come into contact with sea water. Mengli murmured, look, she's taking a bath in the creek and it's okay. I don't want to anymore, is that the same thing? Just go if you are asked to go, you just feel bad for him. Mengli had a sour face and walked away squeakily. Dingshan came over. Why was he unhappy again? It's okay, Zhongyu, he's been acting like this every day, I think we should just give up on him. I was stunned. I didn't expect Dingshan to say such a thing. He didn't look like he was just saying it casually. Zhongyu, don't blame me for being cruel. We will soon be out of supplies. If one more person comes along, we will have less hope of survival. What Ding Jin said is true. Then where do you let him go? I think Gao Qiang has always been thinking about him, so why not let Gao Qiang take him away? If Gao Qiang takes him away, he may not be our enemy anymore. I'm testing him. What if Gao Qiang falls in love with you? Dingshan smiled frankly and said, I don't have the same charm as Meng Li. If I am considered pretty, then Meng Li is a beauty of her class. Besides, she will not die if she leaves us. Gao Qiang will definitely find food for her. I remained silent and didn't want to express my attitude. He continued to say to me, Zhongyu, I don't think this is a noble time for us now. Tell me the truth. Yesterday you took an axe to chop me. Was it him who made Wanzi shudder? Top. Dingshan is really smart. He pretends to be stupid and says, are you going to be chopped by me? When did I cut you? Dingshan looked into my eyes, are you really sleepwalking? I can't admit this. If I admit it, I won't be sleepwalking anymore, so I continue to play dumb. What is sleepwalking? Dingshan sighed softly and said, okay, I believe you, but you'd better consider my proposal. I stood up with the axe in my hand and said to him, come with me. Dingshan was puzzled as to where he was going. I didn't say anything and walked towards the high wall with the axe in hand. Dingshan was very nervous and quickly followed. I whispered, can it be just the two of us? Should we wait for them a little longer? I didn't answer, but raised the axe and went straight towards Gao Qiang. When Gao Qiang saw me looking at him with a fierce look in my eyes, he quickly got up and ran away, shouting, Zhang Yu, what are you doing? I didn't provoke you. I really didn't provoke you. I ignored it and walked to the broken arm of the cabin, swung the axe and started chopping at the cabin wall. Dingshan looked at me in confusion and carefully persuaded Zhang Yu not to be angry. He had already run far away. I didn't say anything and just focused on chopping the warehouse wall. The bulkhead was very soft, made of aluminum alloy, and an axe could easily cut off a layer of the skin. Move back. I said to Dingshan. What do you want this for? Chisel it flat and put it on the tree to use as a bedboard. Dingshan said, oh, breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Humph, I thought you were angry because you couldn't chop Gao Qiang. I laughed too, but I have to admit that those few axes really helped me relieve my anger. After chopping for half an hour, I had removed a large piece of the warehouse wall. Sha Jiyu and Meng Li also came back at this time and helped Ding Qing transport the aluminum plates. As the dismantling area became larger and larger, a hole appeared in the flattened luggage compartment. The luggage compartment was dark. I took the torch and shone it inside, then shouted happily, come and see, there's something here. The girls went crazy and ran over chattering. I was no longer afraid in the dream and just went in. Then Sha Jiyu and Dingshan also wanted to get in, so I grabbed them and asked them to throw them out, and we went back. Because the fuselage was tilted, all the stuff in the luggage compartment was piled up underneath. In my dream, Sha Jiyu and I kept throwing the things out, and we hurriedly carried them back, and we picked them up in no time. With more than 20 suitcases to clean and organize, we ignored our fatigue and started counting the luggage. After counting all the 20-plus boxes, we were terribly disappointed to find that apart from daily necessities, there was not a single bite to eat. We were all very low. Meng Li cried softly. Why me? Stop crying, are you annoyed? Dingshan cursed at him. What does it have to do with you if I want to cry? Even if you want to cry, I don't want to listen. If you want to cry, get out of here. Who are you asking to go away? I told you to get out. Dingshan screamed. Bang! Meng Li slapped Dingshan in the face, which ignited the tension. Dingshan grabbed Meng Li's hair and the two of them started fighting. I quickly tried to stop them from fighting, but no one listened. They were all fighting to the death. I knew they were all filled with rage and really wanted the other to die. Sha Jiyu also came over to pull us, one person pulling one person. As soon as the two were pulled apart a little bit, they immediately grabbed each other's clothes again. Fights between women are very interesting. Their purpose is to destroy each other's self-esteem. Scratching faces, and tearing clothes are the three necessary steps. The two men grabbed each other's collars and tore them hard. With the sound of a few buttons snapping, the two people spoke frankly to each other. I took a glance at it twice, but I was in no mood to appreciate it at that moment. I kept persuading everyone to let go, that was enough. Perhaps the two men were really tired of fighting and let go of each other dejectedly. I gently put Meng Li down to the ground. Meng Li panted and said to Dingshan, just wait, I will kill you sooner or later. Dingshan's face was pale and his lips were trembling. Okay, I'm going to kill you now. I congratulate. Okay, everyone is in a bad mood, so let's say less. The two men straightened their clothes and combed their hair. I sat between them to prevent them from having another conflict. Seeing that they had calmed down, Sha Jiyu walked to the woods and brought back a few large stones. I looked at him in confusion as he placed a few stones and placed the aluminum plate on top. It suddenly dawned on me who said the fool was stupid, he is actually extremely smart. Fool! Crush the charcoal and put it under the aluminum plate, then put the isolate on the aluminum plate and roast it. The delicious smell of the isolate will soon fill the air, which is much more fragrant than roasting with a spoon. The delicious smell of seafood tempted us. Meng Li came over and sat with Ding Jin without any leisure, digging into their hot seafood with a spoon and eating greedily. I thought it was ridiculous, and suddenly I thought of monkeys. In the animal world, a group of monkeys fight and show their teeth, but in the end they are just fighting for a bite to eat. As for us, it seems that this is the case. Our hearts are even darker than those of monkeys. For the sake of a bite to eat, we would rather kill each other. After everyone devoured their meal, the sun was already setting. I quickly knocked the aluminum plate flat, knocked off the burrs, and locked it with a rope. I climbed up the tree, hung another rope down, shouted, "Calm down," and tied the 2 ropes tightly. Dingshan tied a dead knot clumsily, walked over to it, untied it with force, wrapped several pieces flexibly with his hands, and tied a cable-passing knot. This method is called the king of knots. I have learned it before, but I don't have to forget it. I wrapped the rope in my hand around the branch of a big tree and threw it down, preparing to use the branch as the axis of the fixed pulley. I shouted to Mengli, who was lying motionless on the ground, "Mengli, stop holding on. You 3 kick from below and I'll catch it from above." Mengli lazily got up, walked to Dingshan's side, stood next to Dingshan reluctantly, and pulled the rope with them. The rope was wrapped around Jia, pulling the aluminum plate out little by little. I used the force of rising to pull towards the wooden frame, and the aluminum plate turned sideways and fell onto the wooden frame. After several rounds of this, all the aluminum plates were transported up and a simple bed was quickly built. I made a ladder with ropes and sticks and pulled them up. Everyone was very happy. Mengli happily hugged my arms and looked at me, Zhang Yu, in admiration. "You are so awesome. I am about to fall in love with you." Hearing the goddess say this to me, my heart was pounding and my excitement was beyond words. "As long as you like it, really, you are amazing. I finally don't have to worry so much down there." Shugwa was also very happy and took out an apple as a reward for me. I smiled happily, cut the apple into 4 pieces, gave 1 to each person, and said that today was our housewarming party, and since conditions were limited, we could use apples as champagne. Yes, champagne, cheers. Cheers. Bingshan responded enthusiastically. Mengli clinked the apple with mine and said with smile, "Zhuyang, you will be my boss from now on. I respect you as a star of your life. It is your duty to clink the apple with mine. You are also my boss and I respect you too." I was full of confidence, having a feeling that only with lofty ambitions can I dare to change the world. I proudly say that this is just the beginning for us, and I will let you live a better life in the future. Difference between us was almost the same. The way his beautiful eyes looked around made it difficult for me to control myself. I had no choice but to turn sideways and face outwards. Mengli was surprised and experienced, and reacted very quickly. She leaned close to my ear and whispered in a naughty way, "If you don't want it when I give it to you, why bother?" I cursed myself in my heart, but did I dare to ask for it? You 2 fight and kill each other every day. If I want him, I will have to kill him. Dingshan didn't understand what was going on, so he sat up and asked Zhang Yu, "What's wrong with you?" "I'm just demonstrating. It's okay. I'm a little tired during the day. Oh, by the way, have you brought the food up?" Dingshan's voice came up and I was hung on the tree. "What else is left?" 5 pieces of cake, a box of instant noodles, and 2 kilograms of fruit. Alas, Mengli's sigh was silent in the night. No one was in the mood to chat and there was dead silence all around. Suddenly, Mengli sat up and pointed at the sky and shouted, "Plane!" We were all refreshed, sat up and looked up to the sky. For a long time, I didn't see anything, but I knew Mengli had good eyesight, so I asked where the plane was. Mengli widened her eyes, looked for a long time, and said dejectedly, "No, maybe it was Liuxing. I'm so anxious. Can you call for it to be on time? Is it a plane?" Mengli stopped talking, lay down dejectedly, and stared blankly at the sky. I am also discouraged and feel empty inside. What people fear most is hope, and the subsequent disappointment is simply too torturous. You guys go to sleep, I'll go downstairs and add some fire. I feel very depressed and want to go downstairs to get some fresh air. I'll go. Shigu got up. Just lie down. I'll go. Shigu is very stubborn. I'll go. I looked down at the cabin and saw that the bonfire on Gao Qiang's side was out, which meant that I was so scared by him that he didn't dare to come back, so I didn't stop Shajiu. Shigu put down the rope ladder and climbed down. After a long time, Shajiu still didn't come back, and I was a little worried about Shajiu and her aunt. I shouted loudly towards the tree. The bonfire was burning brightly, but there was no one around and no one answered. I became nervous and took out my gun, and told Meng Li and Dingshan that it was too dark and no matter what happened down there, they should not go down. The two nodded in horror. I climbed down quietly, hid behind the tree and observed carefully. But there was no sign of Shigu around. Where did she go? I walked to the fire, took out a torch, and quietly walked towards the warehouse. Suddenly, I saw a shadow walking towards me not far away. The moonlight was dim and only the outline could be seen. The shape of that outline was very strange, like two matchsticks walking with a square box supported on top. Who? I lay prone on the ground, the pistol pointed that way. My silly aunt's voice. I was very confused. Why did Shigu have such a shape? While I was wondering, Shigu had already walked over. I looked carefully and found that it was Shajiyu who was holding a large pile of life jackets, which made her upper body look square. I took over and complained, I just called you, why didn't you answer? I didn't hear you. I understood now. The place where the life jackets were buried was close to the sea, and the rising tide must have drowned out my voice. What are you doing with these life jackets? Make the bed. I am speechless. Compared with Shigu, I am a moron. We carried the life jackets up the big tree, and Mingli hugged the fool and kissed him crazily. Baby, you are so good. I am almost starving. Bingshan also kissed the fool on the face a few times and said, you understand me. How can you be so cute? I coughed twice to remind him that I also contributed to this, so can you give me some reward or something? Go to hell. After waking up, it was already bright in the sky. We got down from the tree and started to prepare breakfast. Today we were going to the top of the mountain, so we had to prepare lunch as well. Mingli accompanied Shigu to fish out the isolation. Dingshan and I put the life jackets back on the beach. Dingshan asked me, have you made up your mind? What have you thought about? Give up on him? I know he is talking about Mingli, how can you give up? Just throw him in the woods and let him die. Absolutely not. I am very determined. He grabbed me. Zhang, don't think I don't know what you want. Now that you are out of money and food, you still want to covet his beauty. I deny that this is not the whole reason. He pulled his clothes open suddenly and said, Zhang, look at me, I have it too, and I can give it to you too. I was stunned, and I suddenly felt that this Dingshan was not the Dingshan I knew. Zhang, it's the 6th day. You don't want to die, and I don't want to die either. But you are the only person I can trust. Please, don't let me die. I looked at Dingshan's pleading face, and my heart was deeply saddened. All the blame just now disappeared without a trace. Zhang, I can do it, really. I keep my word. As long as you don't mind, I can do it now. As Dingshan spoke, she exposed her perfect body in front of me. I was shocked. What kind of pressure could make such a reserved girl become so unrestrained? I picked up the t-shirt and put it in front of her and said, don't do this. Let's go up the mountain today. If there is a signal, we will be saved. I know, but what if? I just want to tell you that whether I can be saved or not, I am yours as long as you are willing. I understood. He was trying to show his loyalty. Perhaps he had guessed that I chopped him that day because of Mingli. He was competing with Mingli for favor and didn't want to die at Mingli's hands. I didn't want to make her feel uneasy, so I said vaguely, I understand. If he can't be rescued, we'll talk about it later, okay? Real. Half an hour later, Shigu and Mingli came back carrying 2 warehouses worth of things. Mingli said happily that we were lucky today as we caught 4 geoducks. We had food on the way. After breakfast, we took all the food and drinks and set off. This was the first time that silly girl entered the woods, but he did not seem afraid. Instead, he liked to look around and seemed curious about everything. I'm sure he has experience in surviving in the wild, and his observations might be helpful to us. Looking at Shajiyu looking around, Mingli asked her, did Shajiyu become stupid when she was hit on the plane, or was she stupid from the beginning? I replied that now it seems that I was stupid from the beginning. Dingshan disagreed with my point of view and refuted that Shigu was definitely not stupid from birth, but became stupid due to some accident later. Actually, that's what I meant. As she was talking, Shajiyu stopped 5 meters away from me and kept waving at us. We squatted down and looked at him alertly. His lips moved and I understood his lip language. I took out my saber, walked over and handed it to him. He tiptoed forward, went around a tree, and beckoned at me. I followed him. 10 meters away, there was a gurgling sound coming from the bushes. Xiaojiu motioned for me to go around from the side, and he pounced from the other side. I nodded to show that I understood his idea. We used the woods as cover on both sides and moved towards that side quietly. When I was about 5 meters away, I saw 2 pheasants in the grass, one male and one female. The rooster is very beautiful, with colorful feathers, a long tail, and a pair of big eyes staring at you as you look around in the grass. Behind the big tree opposite me, Shigu showed half of her pretty face and gave the order to attack. I rushed out without hesitation, pounced forward and grabbed the rooster's neck. The rooster was frightened and flapped its wings. Its head hit the back of my hand. I dodged while holding back the pain and flew away with my wings spread. At the same time, Xiaojiu also rushed towards the attack. We were both caught off guard and our heads collided suddenly. I felt a buzzing sound and the world was spinning. I lay on the ground, covering my head with my hands, my face full of pain. Aunt, I didn't care about the dizziness and got up to check on the injuries of silly aunt. Mengli and Dingshan also rushed over, held Shigu's shoulders and asked Shigu, "Are you okay?" Xiaojiu was silent for a few seconds, covering her head and said, "Well, it's okay." Mengli felt so distressed. Oh my god, why did the 2 pheasants run away? Shigu sat up and told us to look around to see if there were any chicken coops. The 3 of us spread out and looked around, and suddenly we heard Dingshan shouting, "There are eggs here." I ran over and took a look, and was overjoyed to see 4 eggs in the chicken coop. Although they were not big, at least we found something to eat. While we were happy, we were also troubled. We don't have a container, so we can't boil the eggs, and we can't roast the eggs over fire. Dingshan is very optimistic. If it doesn't work, we can just eat it raw. Mengli said, "Let's eat it now, this thing is not easy to eat, it would be a pity if it breaks." Everyone's eyes turned to me, waiting for my decision. I felt like they really treated me as their boss and the center of their support. I nodded and said, "Let's eat now." After cracking the egg, I turned it upside down and took a few sips. To be honest, the fishy smell of raw eggs made it really hard for me to swallow, but I still gritted my teeth and swallowed it with a frown. We move on. There were a lot of wild fruits on the road, and with the help of the fool, we collected some. Mengli was a little nervous. "Zhangyu, do you think there will be signal on the mountain?" "I think so. I'm not sure. What if not? I'm giving everyone some peace of mind, it will work." 2 hours later, we passed through the woods. Shigu was very happy to see the grass. She seemed to have some spiritual power. She picked a lot of wild flowers, made them into small wreaths, and put them on our heads and necks. 18 Gypsy. Mengli was also very happy. She unbuttoned all the buttons of her shirt, tied the collar half under her chest, swayed her waist, and danced belly dance for us. Mengli looks very beautiful when she dances, with her upper body straight and upright and her arms spread out like a swallow, showing off her delicate and slender body to the fullest. We were encouraged and applauded. Mengli turned her body and shook her arms suddenly, causing her shirt to fall off, revealing a hint of lace. Good. My blood boiled and I clapped my hands in admiration. Mengli's father wiped the sweat from his head and panted. He hadn't been so happy in a long time. "Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel like we are like gypsies now." "Yeah? What does a quaint person look like?" "Gypsies are wandering dancers who are poor but optimistic." I smiled bitterly. "If you put it that way, we really are alike." Dingshan put her wreath on my head and said with a smile, "Chief, let's hurry and get on the road." "I'm smug, okay, Kaluimus." After walking for a while, we came to the river. The fool was so happy that he took off his clothes in no time and jumped into the river. I was a little confused. When did Shigu start wearing a swimsuit? In the dream, Dingshan and I also looked a little silly. We looked at each other and asked, "Am I stupid?" I didn't know whether to shake my head or nod. We only told him once that there was water absorption here, and he wore a swimsuit this time. Seeing their silly and happy looks, I told them to go wash themselves too and I promised not to look. Mengli shrugged her shoulders and looked sad. "I'm afraid of lions." "Don't worry, there is no smell of blood today and the lion will not come." I said this to comfort him, even though it sounded a bit forced. Yesterday's wind and sun had made their skin rough. It was a rare opportunity to wash in fresh water. I didn't want them to worry too much. I guess they really didn't want to miss such an opportunity. They took off their clothes after hesitating for a moment. I took the initiative to turn around. If I still had covetous feelings before, I really can't afford to offend these two women now, because if I sleep with either of them, they will kill the other. I used to think having more women was a good thing, but now it seems, what the hell kind of life is this? After taking a bath in the stream, we started climbing the mountain. On the way, Minli asked me, "Zhang Yu, do you think there will be signal on the mountain?" I have to cheer myself up. After about an hour, we finally reached the top of the mountain. Minli excitedly took out a radio receiver from her backpack and handed it to me. "Today you turn on the phone." I took the receiver, knelt down, and said to the sky devoutly that I, Zhang Yu, was in trouble and hoped that the heavens would bless me and save me from the dire straits. Minli then knelt down, clasped her hands together, and said solemnly, "Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, please bless me." Dingxin and Sha Jiyu also knelt down one after another, speaking with great confidence. After worshipping all the gods, I looked at a few people and said that it was now up to our fate. The three of them stared at me. "Turn it on." I pressed the power button and the screen suddenly lit up. My heart rose to my throat and I stared at the screen motionlessly. After 5 seconds, I entered the operation interface. A small communication signal suddenly appeared on the operation interface. We screamed loudly and were almost crying with excitement. "Shout out quickly." "Quick!" Minli urged in a trembling voice. I pressed the call button and excitedly shouted hello. "Can you hear me?" There was a hissing noise coming from the receiver. "Change your angle." Ding jumped up and down anxiously. I changed the angle and position, but the signal was still 1 bar. I continued to shout hey hey hey. "Can you hear me?" Still no response. I tried it a few times, and suddenly thought of Shigu, so I turned around and asked, "Do you know how to use it?" Silly girl shook her head. Meng Li got anxious and snatched it away, saying, "Let me try." He took it in his hand and saw the FM knob. He turned it while shouting, "Is there anyone there?" Still no response. Dingxin saw him fiddling with the receiver and asked, "Do you know how to use it?" "Don't tinker with it." Zhang Li was also in a very anxious mood, and she put the ball in Dingxin's hand angrily and said, "You can use it, here you go." Dingxin never expected that Meng Li would give him one. Caught off guard, the receiver fell to the ground. The receiver fell on a rock, the screen relaxed for a moment, and then went out. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Meng Li knew that he had made a huge mistake and explained to me in panic that he really did not mean it. I did not have time to blame him, so I quickly picked up the receiver and pressed the start button again, but after pressing it several times, the receiver did not respond at all. I looked at him angrily, and he avoided my gaze and shirked responsibility. This can't be entirely blamed on me. He didn't catch it. Dingxin's eyes were filled with anger. "Say it again." Sha Jiyu came over and touched Dingxin's face, meaning to help him calm down. Shigu's actions calmed me down. Now we have to find a way to survive instead of getting into a conflict. After calming down, I tried to speak calmly and said that everyone should calm down and maybe the computer could still be repaired. Minli looked at me timidly. "Can I still take a break?" Maybe a few people stopped talking because they all knew I wouldn't take a break. Sitting on the top of the mountain, looking at the mountains and thinking about my worries. After a long time, Dingxin murmured to himself, "It's so beautiful here. If I can't go back, I'll just be a savage here." I smiled to ease the atmosphere. "Okay, then I will treat you all as my concubines," Meng Li said in a calm tone. "Then you need to have a village first." I thought about it and said seriously that if that day really comes, I will let you live in the village. Dingxin stood up and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Can we still go back?" Surrounded by mountains, with the sound lingering, I suddenly remembered the woman's voice, stood up and shouted, "Is there anyone there?" The voice traveled far, but this time there was no response. Dingxin stood there staring into the distance, tears falling like rain. I put my arm around her shoulders and told her not to be like this, we would be back. Yes, definitely. A woman's tears can infect Mingli and Shigu, who also started sobbing. This was the first time I saw Shigu cry. My heart ached, so I squatted down, hugged her shoulders, and whispered that everything would be fine. They cried for a while, and Mingli said with tears in her eyes, "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it." I tried my best to calm everyone down. It's okay, we still have a chance. On their way back to the city, everyone was depressed and worried. As the sun set, each of us carried a bundle of knotweed and returned to the camp exhausted. After counting the food, we found that we were out of food except for the wild fruits we brought back. I really don't know how to live on from now on. Gao Qiang's bonfire burned brightly under the chicken soup. It seemed that Gao Qiang had returned, but he was not there. I was in no mood to pay attention to his whereabouts and started to arrange my own affairs. I gave everyone a chocolate. From today on, each of us will only have one chocolate a day, and the rest will be up to us. Mengli agreed that we could eat clams. I replied that it is best not to eat that thing every day as it is too cold and can easily lead to toxins. Then we can eat fish. Who among us will catch? The stupid witch probably wouldn't know that either. If he did, we would have had fish to eat long ago. Dingshan asked Shigu, "Can you do it?" Shigu shook her head and said no. Mengli suggested that we try spearing fish. I know this is a hopeless solution, but I have to try it. I chopped off a few straight branches, sharpened them into points, gave one to each person, and then we walked towards the beach together. After walking around the cabin, I suddenly saw Gao Qiang. Gao Qiang was standing on the beach, grinning at us and glaring at us, cursing us in the face. It was so disgusting. We walked to the beach, 10 meters away from a high wall, and went into the sea. But the seashore was full of shellfish, and there were no fish at all. I swam into the deep sea for a while and saw several big black fish. I tried my best to keep my balance and poked the water with the stick, but the resistance in the water was too great and I had no roots, so I couldn't exert any strength at all. "Come and support me," I yelled. 3 girls swam over, dived into the water, some holding their waists, some hugging their legs. With a foothold, I aimed at the fish and stabbed it with all my strength. The fish was very agile and dodged quickly. After a few attempts, Mengli asked them to hold her and let her try. He tried several times but it didn't work, so he changed to Sha Jiu. In the end, the 4 of us were exhausted and out of breath, but we didn't catch a single fish. We gave up swimming to the shore, lay on the beach for a while, fished out some isolate, and returned to the big tree. While eating, everyone was worried, as if they had just had their last dinner. I took the receiver apart and fiddled with it for an hour but couldn't get it to work. For a moment, despair was written all over everyone's face. I forced a smile and told them that we were free anyway so we could just sit on the mattress. No one spoke. They all picked up the knotweed and started weaving, thinking about their own thoughts. It was from this day that I used a knife to carve a horizontal line on the tree, plus the character. We lived a very depressed life during those days, looking at the sky and the sea every day, hoping that a rescue target would appear. Only when we are really hungry will we get some food to fill our stomachs. It was very cold during the quarantine period, and Dingshan developed diarrhea and had a high fever for 2 consecutive days. In such an environment, diarrhea is absolutely fatal. If you want him to survive, you have to find a way to treat him. I suddenly realized that there has never been any savior, and we all rely on ourselves. Yes, rely on yourself, save yourself. I gave him a few anti-inflammatory pills to slow down his symptoms. Because my father is a village doctor, I know a little bit of medical knowledge and I know that this anti-inflammatory drug is not suitable for his condition and only the right medicine can cure his illness. I walked into the woods with an axe, looking for a trough that could treat diarrhea. Although we cannot use it as the main medicine now, it will have a certain effect if chewed raw. After stepping on a few Coptis chinensis, I walked out of the woods and suddenly found Mengli standing outside the woods. 19 conflicts escalate. "What's up?" I asked him. "Zhang Yu, just give up, he will drag us down to death." "Why give up?" "I will bring him back to life, so what if I put out the fire? We have nothing to eat now, and we can only take Ge Li. He gets diarrhea after taking Ge Li, and is in this condition. I can't just stand by and watch him die. I don't have the right to decide someone's life or death." Mengli stared into my eyes and said, "Zhang Yu, how about this, if you can't bear to see him die, I will throw him over the high wall." I remained silent, wondering if this approach was feasible. Because I saw Gao Qiang eating fish every day these days. He thought I agreed, and said happily, "Then I'll do it." "No, I made the final decision and you have no right to decide his life or death." Meng Li's face changed and she became angry. She stomped her feet and said, "If you do this, you will kill us sooner or later." I ignored him and walked to the big tree. I crushed the Coptis chinensis with pebbles and stuffed it into Dingshan's mouth bit by bit. Coptis chinensis is very bitter, and Dingshan frowned slightly. I comforted him and said it was okay and he would be fine after eating. Shigu came over and handed me a bottle of water. I slowly moistened the corners of Dingshan's mouth, and the juice of Coptis chinensis stained his lips yellow. I turned to Shigu and said, "You should find a way to get some fish. He can't eat in isolation anymore." At noon, Shogwa came back with a big fish. I was so excited and praised him, saying, "Silly boy, you are so awesome. Where did you get such a big fish?" Shigu pointed towards Takahashi and said, "Yes, he gave it to me." I was slightly stunned and asked him if he was so kind. The fool said slowly, "I'm going to switch with him." Changed? What did you exchange it for? He pointed to his mouth. I suddenly went crazy here and rushed towards the high wall with an axe. Gao Qiang picked up a stick and confronted me. I said madly, "Zhang Yun, I tell you, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have an axe. You definitely don't have as much strength as I do now. I don't have the heart to waste talking to him. I'm going to kill him today." I swung the axe at him, but my feet had no roots and felt light and floating. Gao Qiang blocked it twice and suddenly lifted it up. The root of the tree pierced the tip of the axe and knocked my axe out. The axe slipped out of my hand, but I still didn't dodge or evade. Instead, I jumped forward, wrestled with him, and shouted with gritted teeth, "I scare you to death." Gao Qiang was a little frightened by my aura, and said to me during the struggle, "I just kissed him, is that a big deal?" As for? With red eyes, I confronted him and held his throat. We fought for about a minute, and I was out of strength. Gao Qiang turned over and sat on my stomach, grinning sinisterly, "Go to death with peace of mind. From now on, I will not only kiss his mouth, but also kiss him all over again." I struggled desperately, cursing angrily. Gao Qiang grabbed my neck and said in a cold voice, "Now you can choose a way to die, and I will grant your wish." At this moment, the muzzle of a gun was pointed at Gao Qiang's head. "Let go. Fool." There was a muffled sound, and Gao Qiang suddenly let go of his hand. I pushed Gao Qiang away, stood up and took Shogu's gun, but I didn't expect Shogu to hold it tightly and refuse to give it to me. "I'm in a hurry, give it to me." Gao Qiang took advantage of this opportunity to run away. I dropped my gun and started chasing him madly with my axe, but he ran faster than a rabbit. I ran for a distance and felt like my lungs were going to vomit, so I squatted on the ground and gasped for breath. Shogu ran over and rubbed my back gently. I gasped for a while and was angry. "Why didn't you give me a gun? I don't want any more deaths." Shogu said this very clearly. "I'm anxious." "Are you stupid? He was the one who bullied you. If I didn't do that, Dingshan would have died." My eyes brightened up, and I put my hands on his shoulders and asked, "You idiot, tell me the truth, are you awake?" She stared with her beautiful eyes and spoke slowly. "I'm not stupid, I'm just slow." I asked in surprise, "How old are you? What's your name?" Silly girl scratched her head and said, "I can't remember this." I sighed inwardly. It seems that Shogu has some intellectual problems. Returning to the high wall pillar, I unloaded the fish that was roasting on the fire. Although it was a little burnt, it was basically edible. Mengli came over with a plate and said, "I'm so greedy. Give me some first." I refused outright. "No, until we get diarrhea, Dingshan can only eat it." "Why?" Mengli looked sour for no reason, because there were too few fish and they couldn't eat them all. "Isolate Zhang Yu." Mengli screamed like crazy. "You will regret being so biased." "Mengli," I stared into his eyes and said solemnly, "I would do the same to you if you had diarrhea." Mengli yelled in disapproval. "Don't talk so nicely, I don't believe you just like Dingshan." I was too lazy to argue with him, so I took the fish back to the big tree and stuffed the grilled fish into Dingshan's mouth bit by bit. In the afternoon, Dingshan's fever subsided, so I went to pick some mint and asked Shogu to wipe his body. 2 days later, with our careful care, Dingshan was finally able to stand up and his body temperature returned to normal, but he was still a little weak. At noon, when I came back from cutting down trees, I found that Dingshan was the only one lying under the tree. I asked them when to take a bath in the sea. I secretly blamed myself. How could I leave Dingshan here alone? I threw the trunk under the big tree and sat down against it. Dingshan slowly sat down next to me and said sincerely, "Zhang Yu, thank you. This time it's all thanks to you for not being polite. Shugwa also contributed a lot. I didn't tell him that Shugwa was humiliated. Dingshan held my hand tightly and begged Zhang Yu, please don't leave me. I smiled and comforted him, but where did this come from? Don't worry, it won't happen. But I'm afraid. I patted her hand gently and said, don't be afraid, as long as I'm alive, I will not abandon any of you. Bingshan whispered, Zhang Yu, let me tell you something. When I went to the toilet in the woods this morning, I heard Meng Li and Gao Qiang talking. My scalp tightened. Was it Gao Qiang in my dream? When did Gao Qiang come back? Dingshan went on to say, I vaguely heard Gao Qiang asked Meng Li to cooperate with him to kill you. I became nervous. What did he say? He agreed immediately and said he wanted you to die too, really. Zhang Yu, run away, I will give you everything, right now. Dingshan grabbed me as if he were a life-saving straw, and my heart softened. Don't be like this, really, I won't abandon you. No, I have to give it to you now, otherwise I will feel uneasy. Dingshan said this, and suddenly pushed me down on the beach and kissed me flatteringly. I resisted and didn't want to take advantage of Dingshan, but Dingshan didn't care at all. I couldn't control myself anymore. I turned back to greet him, and suddenly I heard a sneer. I trembled and looked in the direction of their voice. It turned out that Meng Li and Shigu had returned from taking a shower. Meng Li's expression was very ugly, and she said in a sarcastic tone, HMPH, okay. I climbed up alertly, blocked Dingshan behind me, and looked around vigilantly, fearing that Gao Qiang would suddenly appear. Zhang Yu is really something. You always say that you treat us equally, so why would you do such a thing secretly? Meng Li asked righteously. I find it funny that a traitor was so hypocritical and pretentious to me. I didn't give Meng Li any face and directly retorted, I am a man. Don't forget that you and I have done similar things. If this is considered sneaking around, then what about you and me? Meng Li's face turned red with frustration. You will pay the price for your actions. I was aggressive and ate lunch casually. I sat under a big tree and looked at the sky, thinking about how to deal with Meng Li's matter. Unexpectedly, Meng Li came to my side unexpectedly, and said with a gloomy face, go to the woods, I have something to talk to you about. What's up? I asked cautiously, wondering if it was a trap planned by Gao Qiang and him. It's not convenient to tell you here, I'll tell you when I get there. My intuition told me that I should agree to him. If this was really their conspiracy, I could take advantage of it. So I answered happily that I would go see Dingshan first. His face soured. Do you know Dingshan? I didn't say anything, walked to Dingshan's side, and secretly put the pistol hidden under his body into my pocket. Dingshan looked at me worriedly. I blinked at him. Ding Qian whispered to me to be careful. I strode into the woods, looked around carefully, and leaned against a thick tree trunk to guard against any sneak attacks from behind. After a while, Meng Li walked in, looked at me straight, and said after a while, I met Gao Qiang today, and Gao Qiang asked me to cooperate with him to kill you. I felt relieved, but still asked you why you told me. Meng Li is very straightforward because I never intended to betray you. Didn't you agree to cooperate with him? Meng Li was suspicious, how do you know? Snort. If you don't want people to know, don't do it yourself. Meng Li said unhappily. Humph, Zhang Yu, you don't have to look at me with such a mocking look. I did agree to him, but it's not what you think. How is that? This afternoon when I went out to relieve myself, Gao Qiang strangled me from behind. Do you think I could have refused him at that time? You mean a delaying tactic? What do you think? Will it be any good if I follow him? I was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. I believe you. How did he make the agreement with you? He said he would choose Seagull Cellar next time he comes and asked me to bring the axe to him. I wanted to kill him. He is seeking death. Meng Li came closer to me gently, and said in a soft voice, Jing Yu, is Dingshan so good? I understand what he means. Is he trying to seduce me again? He entangled me suspiciously like a snake, his tone was enchanting, I have no objection to you sleeping with him, but you need to compare, you can experience how I feel first. As he said this, his slender fingers stroked across my chest, moved to my waist, and lifted the cuff of my pants. I hurriedly pulled him back and said, don't do this, really. Meng Li looked at me tenderly, Zhang Yu, we can't go back. I'm in good health and I can satisfy you. Dingshan is really not your best choice. 20 When it rains, it pours. I said to Mingli from the bottom of my heart, I want more than just these, I want you all to live well, but this is unrealistic. I know, we just have to hold on. He moved his lips closer to mine and licked the corner of my mouth. I gently pushed him away. Go back, the gun is with me and I'm afraid something might happen to them. He sighed softly, stopped forcing himself, and walked out of the woods right after me. The moonlight is dim tonight, the clouds are low, and it's very depressing. The four of us squeezed onto the cot, all wet. It's so hot, is it going to rain? Mingli muttered. I was worried that it would rain because it would put out the bonfire. Mengli sighed. It really is like when it rains it pours. I smiled bitterly, it's true. In the middle of the night, I dreamed that someone urinated on my face. I was awakened, wiped my face, and realized it was raining. It's about to rain. To protect the fire, I pushed Mingli awake, and Mingli pushed Shigu awake. I climbed down the rope ladder and found the fire still burning brightly. Mengli followed and asked what to do now. I listened to the rumbling thunder and said that this fish was not going to be small and we couldn't take any chances. At this time, Xiaogua and Dingshan also gathered together. I thought about it for a moment, took everything, and went under the fuselage. We dragged large and small bags of fruit to the bottom of the fuselage and lit the bonfire that remained on the high wall. After a while, there were bursts of thunder, strong winds, and heavy rain came with the strong winds. The flames of the bonfire were blown around, and it looked like they would go out at any time. This won't work. I tell you not to move. I'll go to the cabin to see if there's any place to hide. As he spoke, he took out an unknown cell phone from the box, used it as a flashlight, and ran towards the cabin with his back hunched. After climbing into the warehouse and taking a look around, I rejected this idea. The seats in the warehouse are too densely packed together, making it unsuitable for storing fire. If we're not careful, we'll burn ourselves to death. Suddenly, I thought of a place, which was where I found the luggage compartment by cutting the compartment arm. Although I have never been in there, it should be no problem as it protects against wind and rain. After jumping out of the cabin, I came to the luggage compartment. When I walked in, I was delighted. This is really a great place to shelter from the wind and rain. I ran back to the bottom of the machine, and Mengli asked me with concern how it was. I didn't say anything and ran out again with the axe. In the heavy rain, I cut off a piece of aluminum plate, pulled it back and said, "The three of you carry it flat and follow me." Each of them held the aluminum plate flat on one foot, hid the torch under the plate, and moved quickly to the luggage compartment. After several trips back and forth, we carried all the suitcases and wood in. After adding firewood and fuel, the cabin suddenly became bright and warm. We changed into dry clothes and sat on the floor. I looked around and saw that the luggage compartment was tilted upward, much like a tilted chimney. The place where we rested is about 70 square meters in area. Mengli lay on the ground, stretched her limbs and said, "I shouldn't have climbed the tree earlier. It's more comfortable here." I shook my head. This place is not suitable for living. It is too sunny during the day and too stuffy at night. Yes, the fire is getting stronger and stronger, and the visibility is getting higher and higher. I looked up and suddenly found a string of things hanging on the warehouse floor more than 3 meters high. What is that? I pointed and said. Mengli has sharp eyes. She stared at it for a while and thought it should be reinforcement. I was delighted, as this securing net was used to secure luggage in the luggage compartment. It was very strong and might be useful for fishing. I stood up and looked at the bulkhead, wondering how I could climb up. There are many channel steels and angle steels on the bulkhead, which can be used as climbing steps. I used my tree climbing skills and climbed up using my hands and feet. In less than a minute, I grabbed the reinforced net. I bit the saber, cut off a section of the reinforcement net, jumped down and handed it to the stupid consultant. "Can I fish with this?" Shigu pulled it in her hand and said, "Yes, it's okay." We were all smiling and felt that life was full of hope again. Even Dingshan, who had been very weak, laughed out loud. "Zhang, you are so awesome, I love you so much." Mengli hugged me and kissed me in an exaggerated manner. I knew she was doing it for Dingshan to see. The rain was very persistent and lasted for a whole day and night, and finally stopped in the evening of the next day. We walked out of the cabin, smelled the fresh air, and felt refreshed. I called Mengli aside and asked her very seriously, "Can I completely trust you?" "Of course, any doubts?" "Then you just take care of the baby, I and Shigu are going to go fishing." Mengli looked at me reluctantly. Why me? Because I have no other choice. Mengli pouted and said, then I would rather go fishing with Shigu. Do you have the strength? Can you hold the fishing net? Mengli was speechless and said worriedly, but I'm afraid Gao Qiang is coming. I can give you the gun. If he comes, you can shoot. But I dare not kill anyone. It's okay if you don't kill him. Then let him kill you and I will scare him. Actually, I have no idea, but this is the current situation. Dingshin is very weak and someone must take care of him. I can't split myself, so I can only gamble with Meng Li. To be on the safe side, I didn't let them step back. Under the tree, the four of us came to the beach and helped Dingshin lie down on the beach. I handed the pistol to Meng Li and told her not to be afraid, and that I would swim back immediately if she fired. Well, I'll call you then. I'm laughing like a fool, but I can't hear you in the ocean. Don't worry, I believe you will be fine. Guli, Meng Li and I, Shigu, each pulled one end of the reinforced net and slowly walked into the sea. Soon, the sea water was above their heads. Shigu and I dived into the water, communicating with each other through hand gestures. A school of sea fish swam over and hit the reinforced net we had already spread out. In tacit understanding, we shook the reinforced net and caught the gills of several sea fish. The stupid fish struggled desperately with great strength. With the experience of catching fish last time, my sister and I moved closer to each other at the same time, concentrating our strength on one point, and the crocodiles fought each other like flying kites. Shigu is a good swimmer. She dances beside me like a mermaid, and her long hair floats in the sea like a jellyfish. I had an illusion in a trance that it was no longer Shigu, but an elf under the sea, looking so gorgeous and mysterious. Sha Jiyu came around me and brushed past me. The feeling of our skin rubbing against each other made my heart tremble involuntarily. I subconsciously avoided him. Some lines were drawn on the bottom and top edges, and Shigu gestured to me unhappily. I suddenly understood that the brush with Shigu just now was meaningful. I used the same movements as him to wrap around him and close the reinforcement net. He then wrapped around me and gradually tightened the reinforcement net. After a few times, the fish could no longer swim and were completely trapped. At this time, I really couldn't hold my breath anymore, so I kicked my feet, jumped out of the sea, and subconsciously looked towards the beach. There were two people fighting on the beach. I thought it was Mengli and Dingshin fighting, so I shouted to stop fighting. But when I looked closely, I saw a bald head. I was anxious. It was Gao Qiang, but what about Meng Li? Without having time to think, I threw down the reinforced net and swam towards the beach, shouting, Gao Qiang, I'm going to kill you. I don't know if Gao Qiang heard it or not. I only saw him beat Dingshin a few times, then pulled Dingshin up and ran away. I swam desperately to the shore, dug out the saber from the pile of clothes, and chased after him. There was an extra person on the top of the high wall. He was not running very fast and kept a distance of more than 10 meters from me. I had used up so much energy in the sea that I felt like I was out of breath. But I couldn't just stand by and watch Dingshin being kidnapped by him. If Dingshin fell into his hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Gao Qiang passed by our base, he picked up a torch and turned back to give me a sinister smile. Zhang Yu, stop chasing me, woman, I'll give it back to you after playing with you for a few days. If you force me, I'll kill you. I roared, and my throat felt sweet. Gao Qiang ran into the woods and I followed him in. Suddenly, I realized that I had made a mistake. The sun was setting and the woods were very dark. I actually forgot to bring a torch with me. After a pause, I decided to go with the flow. In such a dim place, as long as Gao Qiang held a torch, I would be able to see him. Sure enough, I saw a flash of fire in front of me, and I followed the light. Not long after I ran away, I saw Dingshin Ren lying unconscious on the ground with the torch beside him. I knew I had been tricked. Just as I was stunned, there was a strong sound of wind behind my head. I lowered my head subconsciously, and a stick whizzed past my scalp. I turned around quickly and saw the stick swinging back. I blocked it with my right arm, and my arm hurt and the saber fell to the ground. Go to hell! Gao Qiang swung the stick towards my head viciously. I couldn't dodge in time and blocked it with my right arm again. With a snap, the stick broke in two. I shuddered in pain, and Gao Qiang kicked me to the ground and I died. Gao Qiang picked up the saber on the ground and sat on me. I struggled desperately and tried to pry his arms apart. Gao Qiang sneered, "Hey, boy, you get scared sometimes. You chased me like this, and I thought you were not afraid of death. My right arm was hit twice and I couldn't use any strength at all. Gao Qiang was teasing me like a cat and mouse. When the tip of the knife was 1 centimeter away from my throat, he suddenly released the force and then slowly pressed me down, so that the tip of the knife was only 1 centimeter away from my throat. After repeating this several times, I became furious and said, "Give me a quick death. If I blink, I will be your child and you can kill me but not humiliate me." I let go and stopped resisting. Gao Qiang laughed out loud, "Har har 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 har, okay, then I'll help you." As he spoke, he raised the knife and stabbed it towards my throat. At this moment, I saw a stick being swung at Gao Qiang's head. Gao Qiang let out a scream and fell beside me. It turned out that it was Shigu who came. I quickly picked up the saber and stabbed it into Gao Qiang's heart. "Go to hell." Silly girl grabbed my wrist and shouted, "No more deaths." I struggled several times but failed to break free. I was furious and shouted at him, "Stupid pot, he will never let us go if I don't kill him." That won't work either because Shigu is very stubborn. 21. Sun-dried salt. I suddenly shook off his hand and swung the knife again. But I didn't expect that Shigu was faster than me and kicked me in the ribs. I coughed violently in pain and lost strength in my hands. Sha Jiyu carried the knife over and said to Gao Qiang slowly, "Go away and don't come back." Gao Qiang escaped death, with a sneer on his face, looking at my unscrupulous sister-in-law. "What can you do to me?" Seeing how rampant he was, I gnashed my teeth in hatred, strangled him hard, and shouted, "I can strangle you to death." Gao Qiang held my wrist, motionless, and looked at me provocatively. My right arm was swollen and I couldn't strangle him with one hand. The high wall, in desperation, shouted at the silly girl, "Give me the knife." Shigu looked at me straight, unmoved. Gao Qiang looked at me with disdain and said, "If you don't kill me soon, I will get up." I went crazy and slapped Gao Qiang's mouth hard. Gao Qiang flipped me to the ground and slapped me on the mouth as well. At this time, Shigu spoke up and said, "You are not allowed to kill him." Gao Qiang and I looked at Sha Jiyu together, wondering who he was talking to. Shigu squatted down and slowly handed the knife to me. I understood, took the saber and stabbed the high wall. The high wall screamed loudly and dodged desperately, no longer having the arrogance they had just now. I pushed him to the ground, pierced his butt like a sieve, and warned him, "I swear, if I see you again, I will kill you." Gao Qiang was really scared and was shaking all over. "Okay, okay." I ran to Dingshin, pinched his philtrum and shouted, "Please wake up." After a while, Dingshin woke up slowly, saw me holding my hand, and burst into tears. I comforted her and said, "It's okay, it's okay." He wiped his tears, so that my right arm was swollen, and asked what was wrong. I said calmly that it was nothing, just a minor injury. As I spoke, I lifted him onto my shoulders and dragged him out of the woods by the straps. Under the big tree, Mengli saw us coming back and asked in panic where we had been. "How so?" I stared into his eyes and asked sternly, "Where have you been?" Mengli quickly explained that I also had diarrhea, so I went to the bathroom, and I would not see you when I came back. I stared at him and his face turned red. "Really, I swear to God, I don't believe him. I think he hid away on purpose. I'm warning you with a vicious look, remember this, if something like this happens again, I'll be the first one to throw you away." He trembled slightly, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. "I don't want to delve into it." "Yes, silly consultant, where are the fish?" "On the beach." "Okay, you guys throw the wet mattress down from the tree and I'll go clean up the fish." The fishing trip was quite lucrative, with several big, fat fish caught on the oracle net. The fight just now had completely exhausted my strength. I cut off a large piece of fish meat with a knife, not caring about the scales on it, and swallowed it like a cormorant. After lying on the beach to rest for a while, I felt that my strength had been restored a lot. I stood up, pressed the fish into the water, and slowly cleaned it up. The sea water was very turbulent, and the blood on Gao Qiang's body was so heavy that even though I didn't kill him, he would have died on his own due to his injuries. Suddenly, a figure elongated by the setting sun appeared beside me. My nerves trembled and I turned around reflexively. I saw Meng Li walking towards me with a bottle of fresh water with a flattering smile on her face. "You look tired, drink some water." "Don't drink. I am still very angry with him. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I really didn't mean it." Meng Li held the bottle and acted coquettishly with an embarrassed look on her face. To be honest, I couldn't hate him. He didn't betray me at such a critical moment. What made me angry was his attitude towards Dingshin. Okay, Zhang Yu, I was wrong. He shook my shoulders, and I softened my heart and sighed softly, you. Mengli smiled, and her smile was so cute. She quickly drank a sip and let me clean the fish. I took a sip of water, thought about it, and said, Mengli, you can't do this. If he treated you like this, how would you feel? Okay, stop wasting time, let's go. Mengli pouted mischievously. I didn't dare to kiss her because I didn't know what would happen if I kissed her. I really fucking hate myself. I used to think about her day and night, but now I don't even dare to touch her even when she's right at my doorstep. What a miserable life. After cleaning up Yu, we put her on the reinforced net and carried her back. At this time, Yu had already built the bonfire, so this time we each roasted our own food. Mengli was filled with emotion. Oh my god, after eating fish for so many years, this was the first time I felt that grilled fish was so delicious. I smiled because you haven't eaten fish for a long time. That's right. Eating clams every day makes me feel like vomiting. You would also vomit if you eat grilled fish every day. Mengli smacked her lips. It would be better if there was some salt. It wouldn't be so tasteless. Do you want some cumin and chili powder? I chuckled. Mengli is here and looks in good spirits. Boss, 2 more bottles of beer and 3 more kidneys. Okay. I responded pretentiously and couldn't help swallowing. Maybe it was because I hadn't eaten meat for a long time, but today's grilled fish was really delicious. The fish I ate weighed more than 3 kilograms. I lay on my back on the beach, touching its round belly, feeling very satisfied. Oh, I haven't eaten so full in a long time. Mengli said while lying on her side. Me too. I'm calling you to come over here, Yu. Silly girl came over and looked at me, and I asked her if she knew how to sunbathe. Silly girl shook her head and said, what else can you do? The fool was stunned for a long time and I didn't know anything. Mengli said, well, don't ask him, his thinking is random. I think so too, idiot, can't you remember anything about the past? Silly Pot shook his head. After resting for a while, I went to pay my respects, took out a plastic suitcase, and walked towards the beach. Mengli chased after you and asked, what do you want to do? I'll help you. Okay, then take another one. Okay. The 2 of us came to the beach carrying plastic boxes. I lowered the box into the sea, filled it with water, and then pulled the box back into the open land. Mengli asked me what I wanted to do. I want to dry salt, is that possible? How will you know if you don't try? We put away the 2 boxes of sea water and walked back side by side. We saw Yu also coming over with 2 boxes. I shouted, no, that's enough, just try it first. The fool ignored me and passed us by. Mengli pulled me and whispered, don't worry about it. He just has that kind of temper. I didn't move, just stood there looking at Shigu. Shigu walked to the beach, but did not fill the box with water. She just left the box there and walked straight towards the woods. I don't understand what he wants to do, God knows what he is thinking. Seungri was just as confused as I was. The fool stood at the edge of the woods, found a pebble, brought it back with great effort, and put it in the box. Mengli looked at me blankly. What is he doing? Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind. I walked away in ecstasy and helped him move the stones. Mengli didn't understand what was going on. He wanted to weigh down the box with stones, and when the tide came in, let the sea water seep into it. When the tide went out, there would be fish in the box. Mengli was overjoyed. Oh my god, this silly girl is not silly after all. She is playing with high-tech things. I agree. Although this is not considered high-tech, it is impossible to think of it without a high IQ. Mengli was very happy. I told you that Shigu's thinking was random. Yes, you are smart too, go and move the stone quickly. Seeing that we were very busy, Dingshin also came over with a box to help. We lack everything now, except boxes. Dozens of broken boxes placed on the beach are also a magical scenery. Okay, I brushed the sand off my hands, and everyone got ready for bed. We should have fish to eat tomorrow morning. We climbed up the tree and looked at the gloomy sky. Mengli asked if it would rain again. No, I'm not bored today, so you can sleep well. As soon as I said this, I fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept, but I suddenly felt the urge to pee, so I turned over and got up, only to find that Meng Li was gone. I was shocked. Where is the person? He climbed down the tree with his gun in hand and saw Meng Li leaning against a big tree, thinking about something. He felt relieved and hid in a secluded place to relieve himself. After the face-to-face meeting, I sat down next to Meng Li and asked what was wrong. It's okay, I just miss home. This brought back my thoughts and melancholy. I also miss home. Who else is there in your family? Are your parents, brother and sister married? Married, are you married? I don't have a girlfriend yet. We looked at the sky and talked indifferently. Meng Li suddenly said, Zhang Yu, can I trust you? I looked at him and asked, don't you trust me yet? That's not what I meant. I wanted to tell you my privacy. Would you tell it to others? I understand that some private matters should not be disclosed, but I am too tired. I want to talk about you, just like listening to a book. Okay, go ahead and tell me. I won't say anything nonsense. Meng Li turned around, opened her suitcase, took out a photo from the compartment and handed it to me. Uncle Chi, does it look good? I took a look and saw that the photo was of a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, with 2 pigtails and looking very pretty. Looks good, does it look like me? I looked at it carefully and nodded. Meng Li sighed deeply and said, my daughter is 6 years old. I was stunned. Your daughter got married so early? Actually, I am from the countryside, so I am not surprised when he said that. In my hometown, many girls also get married very early. My dad is a gambler, and he basically sold me out. My husband is an alcoholic. His first 2 pregnancies were stillborn, and he drank himself to death right after the birth of our third. My heart ached for no reason. I didn't expect Meng Li to have such a tragic experience. 22 gun lost. He looked up at the dim sky and said quietly, my mood at that time was just like that day, foggy all day. No one wanted our daughter when she was 1 month old. My husband's family said we were unlucky and sent us back to my parents' home. The day I returned to my mother's house, my father found a buyer to buy my child. I took my child and ran to the county town overnight. As Meng Li spoke, tears fell down her cheeks. I patted his hand and said, if you feel sad, don't say anything. Meng Li leaned over, rested her head on my shoulder, and murmured, let me talk, I miss my child. Well, you say. When I arrived in the county town, I went to live with a junior high school classmate who was working as a hostess in a nightclub in the county town at that time. I have no income, but I have to support my children. For my children, I feel there is nothing I can't do. I nodded, feeling very heavy-hearted. I worked as a hostess in the nightclub for a whole year. My reputation was ruined and I couldn't go home. Later, my sister and I moved to the city because we could earn more there. Later, I met Mr. Qin. I asked curiously who Mr. Qin was. My second man. Meng Li smiled, and it was a very self-deprecating smile. Zhang Yu didn't expect it, did he? I have been a lady for so long, but I have never taken a step forward. This is really beyond my expectation. In my heart, ladies are not clean no matter what the occasion. He is an entrepreneur and likes me very much. He not only supports me but also paves the way for me. He invested in my first movie. He said I was born with a talent for acting. I honestly say that you acted really well. He sighed and said, I never thought I could act. Maybe this is my fate. I feel deeply touched. In fact, I didn't go abroad to die this time. I was traveling with him. When I asked him, what about him? Fly out. When the plane crashed, I saw his seatbelt break and fly backwards from my sight. He probably didn't survive. Isn't he among the corpses? No, I checked, it must have fallen into the sea. Meng Li spoke lightly, without much emotion in her tone. That's impossible to survive. He left my shoulder, sat up straight, looked at me and asked Zhang Yu, do you know why I told you this? I shook my head and said I didn't know, because I couldn't die. My child had no relatives and I had to live. I understood everything in an instant. Zhang Yu, sometimes I hate myself for being mean and cruel, but I can't help it. Really, I don't want to be like this. I asked with concern who was taking care of the child now. My mother is with you. My father died last year, so I have to go back. My mother will also die one day, and I don't want my child to become an orphan. I patted his hand to comfort him and said that I would find a way to keep you all alive. Thank you. After talking to you, I feel much better. Zhang Yu, you support me now, and I will support you when we get back, really. After saying that, he burst out laughing. I smiled and said, go to sleep. I still need to gather my energy to talk to you guys. Okay, don't be partial. Mengli raised the corner of her mouth mischievously and returned to her usual crazy nature. The next morning, the tide rose and the rolling waves roared in, smashing the boxes on the shore into pieces. I looked at it from the tree and said with heartache, it's over, it's over. Mengli asked if it was still possible to fight the fish like this. I'm not sure if that's enough. After watching the waves raging for more than an hour, the sea finally returned to calm. We ran over and looked through the boxes that were not lost, and we couldn't help feeling very happy. The box is full of fish. The big fish have all run away, but there are still a lot of small fish left. We threaded the small fish into skewers and roasted them over the fire. In the dream, I was eating and saying, it would be nice to have a pot so I can have a delicious bowl of fish soup. I laughed at him and said, you're just daydreaming about beautiful things every day. What's wrong with Xiaomai? Being able to think means there is hope, don't you think? I nodded. Life really has to have some meaning, otherwise it would be meaningless. Dingshan leaned against the tree and asked me, Zhang Yu, can you carve a pot out of aluminum plate? I thought about it and said, well, it probably won't work. I'm always in your dreams. You try it, you try it. After dinner, I pressed a piece of aluminum plate onto the warehouse and started to plan it slowly. But the tools were not handy and the aluminum plate cracked after just a few strokes. After trying several times, it still happened and everyone was disappointed. I sighed in my dream, oh my god, how am I going to live my life from now on? I was sitting cross-legged and contented, muttering to myself, a big gold chain, a small gold watch, and 3 barbecue meals a day. Mengli was helpless, the jokes on the internet became reality for us. After lying down for a while, I suddenly thought of an idea and asked, do you dislike toilets? What do you need a toilet for? Cooking. Is it okay for Dingshan to be the first to understand? No matter whether it works or not, let's give it a try first. As I spoke, I climbed into the cabin with an axe in my hand. After a while, I smashed down the stainless steel toilet in the bathroom. Before returning to the base, he was thinking about it while facing the toilet. The toilet drain outlet was thicker than I thought. After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't figure out how to block the drain outlet. Meng Li suggested smashing the bottom of the cup. I shook my head no, the sundries also leaked out. What should I do then? I'm red hot, let's try it. I put the toilet on the fire to make it red, placed a handful of pebbles under the drain, and called over, saying, hold on to it, don't shake. Shigu nodded and clamped 2 wooden sticks into the upper edge of the toilet. I put another pebble inside the toilet and hit it hard with the axe. Unexpectedly, the toilet suddenly tilted and rolled towards Shigu's feet with sparks. Creak! I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat and kicked the toilet. The toilet bowl made a bang and I kicked it out of shape, and it rolled to the side. I breathed a sigh of relief. This wouldn't work. Why not? The toilet is too deep, my axe can't get in there. What should I do then? Mengli looked pitiful, and her last bit of hope turned into nothing. Don't worry, we can also try the wash basin. I consoled her and climbed back into the cabin to retrieve the wash basin. The wash basin is shallow and has a large opening, making it very convenient for hammering and chiseling. But this time I didn't dare to act rashly. I pondered over the wash basin for a long time. Help, I thought of a plan, let the silly girl help me hold the toilet that had just been flattened. I banged on the toilet, bent it, and removed a piece of stainless steel. Jasmine, go find a pebble. The closer the curvature is to that of the wash basin, the better. Do you understand? Mengli made an okay gesture. No problem. I put the wash basin and stainless steel sheets into the fire and burned them red. After a while, Mengli came back with a pebble. The oval-shaped lake is really similar to a wash basin. I used a wooden stick to pull the wash basin out of the fire, turned it upside down on the pebbles, then took out a piece of stainless steel and placed it on the drain of the wash basin. The pot held it down steadily, and I hit it lightly with the axe. The stainless steel sheet stuck to the basin like a band-aid. I looked at the location and knocked hard twice, and the steel sheet completely and thoroughly blocked the drain. Oh my god, Mengli rushed over like crazy. Zhang, you are so strong. This is also possible. I feel a sense of accomplishment. Xu Chang said. Of course not, I have to kiss her. I have to encourage Mengli to hug me and kiss me, but I dodged. Stop it, Mengli, you're laughing, are you afraid that Dingxin will be jealous? Come on, Dingxin, kiss her together. This was the first time I took the initiative to talk to Dingxin in my dream after our relationship became strained, and I was very happy. Dingxin came over to join in the fun out of courtesy. Yes, kiss him. Mengli kissed me on this side and Dingxin kissed me on that side, making my face covered with saliva. None of us expected that this fool actually kissed me on the forehead. We were all stunned at the same time, but seeing Shigu's silly look, we couldn't help but burst into laughter. In such a living environment, people are too easily satisfied. A broken washbasin can make us so happy. At noon, we made a pot of fish soup. Oh my god, it was so delicious. Mengli drank it with gusto. It was the first time we had hot water in all those days, and we felt as if we had eaten a big meal. We were very happy that day. We finally had a pot and a method to catch fish. The fire of hope that had been extinguished long ago was rekindled. The next morning, I woke up very early, stretched my limbs, and sat up lazily. I glanced at it and was startled to find that the pistol I had placed next to my head was gone. I pushed Mengli, who was sleeping beside me, and Mengli looked at me in a daze. What's wrong? Did you look at the gun? Hasn't he woken up yet? What gun? Pistol, my pistol. Mengli jumped up. I don't know. Xiaoguo and Dingxin also woke up and asked. What's wrong? The pistol is lost. Did you see it? No, look for it quickly. We searched the knotweed grass thoroughly but didn't see anything. I broke out in a cold sweat. Did someone come up here last night? No way, Mengli is scared. Didn't you hear any sound? No, several people said in unison. I'm stunned. This is too weird. After a moment of silence, Mengli looked at me and stammered, Did you touch me last night? I was stunned. Touch you? No way. In the middle of the night, I felt someone touching my calf, and I thought it was you. I'm lying next to you, and I can't touch your calf even if I want to. After saying this, we all got nervous. We stared at each other for a long time. I said I had to go down and see if he had fallen under the tree. 23 millionaire. After lowering the rope ladder, I climbed down quickly and walked around the tree but didn't find the pistol. Dingxin walked up to me and asked if it was a high wall. That shouldn't be the case. If he had such an opportunity, he would kill me on the spot. Besides, he made me stab so many people, he probably can't climb the tree. I guessed based on my feeling, yes, who could it be? Gao Qiang. After thinking for a long time, an idea suddenly came to my mind. Could it be that there is a traitor here, and the thief is crying stop thief? I was shocked by my own thoughts, but if I didn't think so, how could I give a reasonable explanation for losing the gun? While Xiaoguo and Mengli went fishing, I opened Mengli's box. Although she said so many things to me, one of her words left a deep impression on me, which was that he was too despicable and cruel in order to survive, so at this time I had to doubt him first. There wasn't much in his box, and I looked through it briefly but didn't find the pistol. To be on the safe side, I searched Xiaoguo's box again with a sneaky attitude, but found nothing unexpected. Dingxin was very proactive and opened her box for me to see. I smiled and waved my hands. I believed him. He had just recovered from his illness and it was impossible for him to have any ill intentions towards me. I looked around the surrounding beaches again and found no signs of new excavations. But where was the gun? After breakfast, I took my backpack, stuffed the drink bottle into it, and told them I would go get some water. They should take the mattress apart and dry it here as it was too noisy. Mengli volunteered, let me go with you. There's no need. Gao Qiang probably won't be here for the time being, so you don't have to be afraid. Mengli chuckled and said, I'm not fat, I just want the two of us to get more water. I thought so too. Now that we have a pot, we will use more water, so I agreed. Okay, you carry the other bottles. Mengli found a backpack, stuffed all the empty bottles into it, and set off with me, carrying the backpack. After walking in the woods for a while, Mengli stopped, looked at me, and said seriously, Zhang, I didn't take the gun. Real. What are you nervous about? I didn't say you took it, but you went through my box. I was stunned. How do you know I put things neatly? I'm embarrassed to apologize honestly. I'm sorry, I'm doing this for everyone. Yes, it's for everyone. I have to say, I suspect the gun was taken by Dingshan. Meng Li said it so seriously that I was a little surprised. Tell me your reasons. Meng Li looked at me seriously. I felt that Dingshan was creating panic among us and wanted us to suspect and kill each other. I smiled softly. Meng Li, don't be so sensitive. This is impossible and it will not do her any good. How come there is no benefit? Of course, it is beneficial for him to make you doubt me and alienate our relationship. I smiled and comforted Jasmine. I didn't doubt you, I was just following the routine. To tell you the truth, I also rummaged through silly girl's box. So have you searched Dingshan's box? I paused and told the truth, no. Look at you, aren't you trusting him and doubting me? I didn't want to cause unnecessary speculation, so I quickly explained that he was there and asked me to check the box. If I had replaced him with you, I would have done the same. Meng Li smiled, but her smile was helpless. Zhang Yu, don't you think I'm right? He wanted the two of us to argue here, he just wanted us to be unable to explain ourselves. I really felt that this matter was a bit unclear, so I immediately pressed the pause button. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Zhang Yu, what can I do to make you truly believe me? Meng Li slowly moved closer to me. I knew what she wanted to do, so I gave it my all. Don't you just want to contribute? Isn't it that you can only feel at ease after paying the price? Come on, I'll help you. I'm not Liu Xiaohui, so why should I endure it? I held him in my arms and kissed him passionately, which made me burn with desire. Just when I was planning to do something bad, I suddenly felt someone touching the top of my head. I was scared to death and looked up suddenly. I saw a golden monkey hanging on a tree, grinning at me with a mocking look on its face. Meng Li looked as I did, and was so scared that she screamed, "Oh my god!" She hid directly under my armpit and shot the monkey with an arrow. I felt a lot more at ease, but I was a little puzzled. How could there be a golden monkey on a deserted island? Aren't golden monkeys found only in a few countries in East Asia? I waved my hand and said impatiently. Go away, I'm doing something, don't make trouble. The golden monkey seemed to understand what I said, scratching its ears and cheeks and squeaking at me. I pretended to find a stone to hit him, but he jumped up the tree, picked a fruit and threw it down, hitting Meng Li on the head. The fruit juice hit Meng Li's face. Meng Li grinned and cursed at him, "You dead monkey." It hurt so much. I couldn't help laughing. Along the way, the monkey kept following us, as if it was trying to fight with us. Whenever I mentioned that I was blindfolded, he would touch my head. Whenever I undressed Meng Li, he would jump around me, making me hate him to the point of gnashing my teeth. I hit him, but couldn't hit him. I kicked him, but couldn't kick him. In the end, I had no choice but to give him homework again and again. Big brother, I have been holding it in for a long time. Can you please be kind and give me a chance? He was unmoved, so I must have done it first. Make trouble. I got anxious, picked up the axe and shouted, "Grandpa will fight you." Meng Li squatted on the ground, holding her stomach, and was almost laughing crazy. Eventually, I lost interest and he disappeared. 2 days later, Dingshan's condition was completely cured. In the past 2 days, we have remade a new mattress and the food source is basically stable, so no one has brought up the topic of rescue. The more this happened, the more I realized we were all desperate. Zhang Yu Dingshan called me from afar at the beach, "Come here." I ran over. "What's up?" "Look, even this severe sun exposure doesn't work." Dingshan pointed at the layer of frost that had dried on the surface of the box. I touched it with my fingers. The optimistic book has hair, but it is not bald. It is better than having no hair at all. Rinse it with clean water and you can make soup with it. But how can I expose more of them? I have thought it through. We can dry a few more boxes, and when they are almost dried, we can pour them together. The concentration will be higher, and there will be more crystals. Dingshi slapped his head excitedly and said, "Why didn't I think of this? Isn't this just junior high school physics? Humph, you science students are still smart." I laughed. "Tianxian, what's your major? Finance? No wonder he works in insurance. By the way, what is the reason for you to go abroad this time?" "Me, guess what?" The corners of Jinshan's mouth curved up, revealing 2 big dimples, and he returned to his original mischievous look. "I couldn't guess it." I looked at him and smiled. Dingshan, your dimples can hold fish. He winked mischievously, didn't he? My sincere compliment. Actually, you are quite pretty, but I guess I am not your type. You and Minli are the real good match. I got a headache when I heard this. How could these two people talk about each other? I quickly interrupted him and said, oh, by the way, you haven't told me why you went abroad. As for me, we are a multinational company, and I went to attend the Senior Managers Awards ceremony. Wow, you're so awesome. I heard that senior managers in insurance companies earn millions a year. Dingshan raised his head proudly and said, you heard about this domestic company, right? My eyes widened and said, you have tens of millions. Dingshan giggled and said, now you know why I am not interested in Meng Li, right? I have also seen money. I was amazed. Oh my god, it turns out you are all rich ladies, and I am just a poor programmer. Dingshan smiled lightly and said, your annual salary should be quite high, right? I joke that I sleep a lot, but I still write 100,000 words a year. Dingshan didn't care. It's okay. You support me now, and I will support you when I go back. Really? When I heard this, I was like, oh my god, did these two people have this discussed beforehand? Why are the lines still the same? While chatting, we washed the salt frost in the box with fresh water and added new sea water into the box. Dingshan took the pot and returned to the big tree with the hard-earned salt water. Mengli came over hurriedly and carefully reminded him to slow down and stop spilling the food. Shogwa cleaned the fish and put it gently into the pot, fearing that even a little bit of salt water would splash out. We took extra care of it and cooked a pot of fish. After taking a sip of the fish soup, I cried out in my dream, oh my god, this is so delicious. After half a month, we finally got to eat salt. We ate the dried fish in the sun-dried pot with great satisfaction and cried. We started to miss home again. I watched them cry for a while, and in order to divert their emotions, I said to my silly aunt, come with me to the woods to hunt for some game tomorrow. Fight the wild guard. Everyone was happy about this. Yes, now that we have salt and a pot, it's time for us to stew some game. Mengli asked how to fight if the gun was lost. Using the difference in numbers, is that okay? Meng Li questioned. Of course you can, aren't you stupid? Actually, I don't know if it will work, I just want to give them some hope. Shigu took a while to react. Maybe. We all laughed. Said Shigu. Maybe? That's very likely. The next morning, Shigu and I walked into the woods. This time, I didn't follow the previous route. Since I was going to live on this island, I had to get more familiar with it. I took an axe and held a torch, clearing the way ahead. Sha Jiyu took the saber, put the reinforcing net on her shoulders, and followed for a while, but saw nothing. Silly girl poked me, pointed at my torch and signaled me to put out the torch. I was a little hesitant. This is our life-saving device, but if I don't put out the torch, the bright fire will really scare away a lot of animals. I waited for a while and decided to listen to Shigu, otherwise this trip would be in vain. After putting out the fire and calming down in the woods, we tiptoed along, listening to the sounds around us. Soon, the view ahead opened up and huge, towering trees appeared before our eyes. There are large gaps between the pillars, with abundant sunlight and a clear scent, making it a natural oxygen bar. I breathed in greedily and felt refreshed. In a large mine, there is a particularly lush tree with branches thicker than the one where we live. There are many curved vines hanging from the branches. Most of them are dry and stiff, but some are green and very tender. 24 Are there any special species of kings, princes, generals or ministers? I walked over and touched it, wondering if these vines might be useful to us. Silly girl came over and put a wreath made of wild flowers on my head. I laughed and remembered Minli saying that we looked like people from the gypsies. The silly girl was very happy, looking at me with a silly smile. I thought she was very beautiful and couldn't help asking her again, Xiaogua, think carefully about your past. Can't you really remember it? The fool scratched his head, pretending to think, then shook his head for a while and said, well, I can't remember. I suddenly had an idea. Why don't we recall? What's your last name? The fool looks confused. I know all the surnames by heart: Zhao, Xian, Sun, Li, Zhu, Wu, Zhen, and Wang. Is there one? The fool shook his head to prevent dust from being collected. Han Yang cried foolishly while being interrogated, and still shook his head. I could not recite many of the 100 family names, only more than 30. Until I finished reciting them, the silly girl kept shaking her head. I gave up and pointed to a soft vine and said, "Come up and I'll push you on the swing." Shagoo was very happy and sat on it slowly. To ensure its safety, I pulled the vine and hit it with a heavy weight. Feeling that the vine was very strong, I pushed Shagoo's waist and swung her up. Shagoo screamed, but she sounded very happy, as if she was on a roller coaster. This surprised me. Given his personality, he wouldn't be like this when it comes to a small swing. An idea suddenly flashed through my mind and I quickly asked Xiaoyu, "Do you remember when was the last time you swung on a swing?" "I don't remember." "Have you ever fallen while swinging?" "I have fallen." I was happy that my method was successful. As a programmer, browsing the web every day has become a habit of mine. I remember a post saying that if you want to help an amnesiac recover his memory, it is best to put him in an environment that makes him remember the same things he has done before. "How old were you when you fell?" I guided him. "How old were you when you were a child?" "About 5 or 6 years old." "Who took you out to play at that time?" The fool stopped talking and seemed to be trying hard to recall something. After a while he said, "Well, it seems to be my mother." "What does my mother look like?" Mom was stunned for a while and said she couldn't remember. "Great, I'll help you recall it slowly later, okay?" "Okay." Shagoo answered in a very childish way, as if she had returned to her childhood. I didn't dare stimulate her too much for fear of backfire. After helping her hang out for a while, we hit the road again and walked to a big tree. The silly girl suddenly squatted down and stared at a pile of leaves in a daze. I also squatted down and followed him to observe. The silly girl picked up a leaf, smelled it, and handed it to me. When I heard it, I almost lost my breath. "What is this? It's so fucking sexy. What is this?" I asked him. "Dober dog what?" "A kind of wild dog endemic to tropical rainforests, known for its peeing." The fool explained clearly that he was not stupid at all at this time. "You mean?" Shagoo placed the reinforcement net on her shoulders on the ground and said that this kind of dog's habit is to like to walk within the range of its own urination area. "If we are lucky, we can find a way back." Bodashi asked what to do now. Sha Jiyu didn't say anything. She took out a few ropes we had braided ourselves from her backpack, tied them to the oracle bone net in 8 corners, tied a stone to the end of the rope, and threw it over a tree branch. "We hide here, and if any dogs come back, we will close the net." I understood, so I found some leaves and covered the oracle bone net with them to camouflage it. Looking at Shagoo's proficiency, I firmly believe that she has hunted before. Some skills, once learned, are never forgotten, like riding a bicycle. Following Shagoo's instructions, we hid in the grass nearby. The grass is fragrant, with a special scent. I picked a fruit, smelled it, and handed it to the silly consultant. "Guess what it is?" The fool sniffed it and shook his head. I said with a smile that this is a great barbecue product, self-developed, also called fennel, Mingli's favorite. The fool took a bite out of curiosity and grinned. It tasted a little bitter. I couldn't help but laugh. The silly look of the kid looked so cute. After waiting for about an hour, the Dober dog that the fool mentioned did not come. I lost my patience and said, "Let's go, don't wait any longer." Shagoo didn't move and looked around stubbornly. I had no choice but to listen. I was bored at the cognitive gathering, so I asked my silly aunt, "Do you know who took the gun?" I know even a fool is shaking his head, so it's pointless to ask him. But I have been thinking about it for 2 days, and I still can't figure out where the gun went. After a while, I noticed that Shagoo's eyes lit up. Just as I was about to ask something, Sha Jiyu immediately made a gesture to silence me. I became nervous and pricked up my ears to listen carefully. Following the rustling sound of fallen leaves being trampled, I looked in the direction of the sound. Just one look and my pores opened up. My goodness, this is not a dog, this is a donkey. In the jungle more than 10 meters away from us, a giant dog was strolling leisurely, sniffing the ground from time to time, lifting its feet and dripping a few drops of urine. This giant dog is very strong, weighing at least 100 kilograms. I was a little nervous and held the axe tightly. "Silly boy, I told you in a very low voice not to move and listen to my commands." At the same time, the Doberman suddenly stopped and barked a few times for unknown reasons. I was sweating on my forehead. Did he discover us? After barking a few times, he relaxed again, wagged his tail a few times, and walked under the tree. Just as he was peeing on the tree, Xiaojiyu shouted loudly. I pulled hard, and the rope-reinforced net suddenly tightened, trapping the Doberman tightly in the net. The fool jumped up and used a heavy weight to steady the rope. I pulled the rope hard, and in an instant the Doberman was hanging in the air. Well done! I shouted. Before he finished speaking, a roar was heard, and a dark figure suddenly flashed behind the big tree. I turned my head and looked, and was horrified. It was even bigger than the previous one. He walked out with a Dober fist, maintaining an offensive posture and looking at us. Oh my god! I didn't have time to think. I raised the axe and blocked Shigu behind me. Zhu Chuan was panting, the string flowed down from his lips, emitting a foul smell. My legs were a little weak, but there was no way to retreat, so I had to bite the bullet, fight with my bloody fists, and arch my back. I knew he was going to attack. I held the axe in my hand, ready for battle. Suddenly, a huge fist flew into the air and pounced towards me with its bloody mouth wide open. I slightly turned sideways and chopped him on the head with the axe. He twisted his waist flexibly in the air and nimbly passed over my head. I turned around in a hurry, swung the axe, and with a loud bang, I hit his butt. This angered him even more, and he landed and lunged at me again. There was Xiaojiyu next to me, and there was no space for me to swing the axe. I had to use the axe as a gun and thrust it upwards. The tip of the axe hit Zhu Qian's nose. He bared his teeth, but still threw me under him. I felt something was wrong, so I held his chin with my hands holding the Buddha handle. However, the giant dog was very strong, and its huge head slowly pressed down my Buddha handle, and its smelly saliva dripped onto my face. I was completely desperate, but at this moment, I saw a flash of cold light, and saw the silly girl insert the military knife into the throat of the giant dog. The blood of the giant dog spurted out and covered my face. The giant dog let out a scream and bit towards Shigu viciously. I was quick and hit the giant dog's chin with the axe. The giant dog raised its head in pain, and Xiaojiyu took the opportunity to stab the giant dog's neck with another knife. The giant dog let out a cruel howl, suddenly lost its fighting spirit, and ran away. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, I heard a plop and the Doberman dog hanging in the air broke free from its restraints and fell down. I was shocked. Damn, is this going to kill us? The Tober dog looked at me and I looked at the Tober dog. To play anymore? Xiaojiyu said anxiously, let's chase it quickly. The dog is dying and can't run far. I felt relieved when I heard that. It turned out to be just chasing a dead dog, which was quite no problem. We removed the reinforced net whose ropes were bitten off by Dobarquan and put it in the backpack. We followed the blood trail for a while and saw that the giant fist was lying dead under the tree. We didn't dare stay for long because we were afraid that the smell of blood would attract other wild animals. We tied a rope around the dog's neck and dragged the giant dog back to the camp. Mengli hugged me excitedly and kissed me. My little baby, I love you so much, Muir. Dingshan couldn't stand it anymore, and said, okay, it's not dirty. Mengli grinned and said, I enjoy it. I just like to lick the blood on his face. What's it to you? I was afraid they would start arguing, so I took out a handful of fruit from my pocket to interrupt them. Can you guess what this is? Mengli and Dingshan each took a little, looked at it for a long time, and said, well, I don't know. This thing will be natural when it is dried in the sun. Mengli jumped up with joy and hugged me and kissed me. Dingshan competed with her and hugged me and kissed me on the other side, as if I didn't know how to kiss. I was favored by two beauties, and I was so beautiful that I was like flying in the clouds. Kings, princes, generals and ministers are all equal, and this is probably the case. After they had had enough of each other, I started to shave dog skins and told them that in my hometown, if a family had dog skin pants or a dog skin coat, it was considered a good thing. Now that we are wealthy, this thing is not popular anymore. Mengli agreed. Yes, it's the same in my hometown. Dingshan curiously asked Mengli, where is your hometown? Mengli knew it and covered it up by pursing her lips. TSK, what do you care? We had just had 2 days of good times, and I was really afraid that they would start arguing again, so I quickly interrupted them. 25 Well done. When I get a dog later, I will make a dogskin coat for each of you and dress you up like my own daughter-in-law. Dingshan was shy and said, go away. Who is your wife? When I heard that, I was like, damn it. I recovered from the illness but it's expired again. Why do I always carry expired products? Mengli teased Dingshin, saying, "They're talking about the new daughter-in-law, not his wife, so why are you deliberately trying to get close to her?" Dingshin, choked and said, "Did I hear it wrong? You smile sweetly in your dream, but even if you say it unwillingly, it may not mean you are that sweet in your heart, right? Go away, stop talking nonsense." Mengli looked at her Dingshin with a naughty look. "Tell me the truth, are you a grown-up girl?" Dingshin's face is red. "What do you care?" Mengli looks very amiable. "Oh, don't be shy. I plan to live in peace with you in the future. I will be the boss and you will be the younger. Isn't this my concern for you as your elder sister? I just want to laugh when I hear this. Is Mengli having milk or going crazy today?" Dingshin is no match for Mengli when it comes to such topics. "You are so tongue-tied. You are the little one. Okay, then I don't mind you expanding it, but be honest with me, don't you have any experience in this area?" Ding Xinxiu felt ashamed. "Humph, I won't pay attention to you." When I saw Dingshin being bullied, I quickly tried to stop her from making a fuss and talk about something else. Zhongli was very happy after talking so much, and then asked me, "Zhang Yu, you shouldn't be that person, right? Tell me about your love experience." I curled my lips. Why is this coming towards me again? Just talk about it, I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Then let me tell you, I can honestly say that my first love was when I was 20 years old, and my college classmate. Mengli smiled with her lips pursed. I asked her if she had anything good to say. Mengli giggled and said, "Are you wondering how you managed to survive before you were 20? I laughed out loud without hiding anything. What a waste of my ancestral craft." Mengli turned her head suddenly and asked Dingshin, "What about you? What's so great about Dingshin? Don't play dumb, I'm asking you how good your ancestral craft is." Dingshin blushed immediately and said, "I didn't do that, you bastard." Mengli laughed heartily, and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. I laughed a few times and asked if it was really that funny. Ancestral craft. Zhang Yu, it's a good thing that your ancestors' craftsmanship was not that good, otherwise you might not be here. Hanran, what kind of logic is this? Mengli had laughed enough and urged you to continue speaking. I hadn't finished yet. I went on to say that my experience was actually quite simple. After graduating from university, we all went our separate ways. Isn't there a saying that single boys and single girls on campus are as sweet as a couple at ordinary times and can get a room with justification, but graduation is the breakup season? Mengli laughed so hard that her body shook. Your university is so interesting, and it's so complete. I shrugged. Although it sounded a bit extreme, when I thought about it carefully, it was really true. Mengli asked Dingshin if it was like this in your school. It's about the same. We are majoring in liberal arts and there are more girls, so it's relatively better. Huh? Have you ever checked into a hotel with a boy? Go. 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 Mengli gave a few evil smiles and asked me what happened next. Later, when I started working, I met a colleague and lived with him for half a year. He talked about marriage, but his family asked for too much dowry and I really couldn't afford it, so we broke up. Yes. Mengli laughed out loud. "Qiang, you have really had a hard life. Is your family's condition so bad?" I explained with a bitter face that my brother was an extra child and my family was extremely poor due to the punishment. Xinli laughed unscrupulously. No wonder, I laughed with him. In fact, I was already used to it. After laughing for a while, Dingshin asked, "Your income is pretty good among the working class now, so why don't you have a girlfriend?" As for me, I rely on myself for everything. I have a lot of car loans and mortgages to pay for, so how can I have the money to get married? Anyway, I'm not in a hurry, let's wait a few years. Mengli looked at me with ill intent. Zhang Yu, you are a handsome guy of 1.8 meters tall with a great figure, why don't you find a temporary girlfriend? Is it interesting? What am I asking? Do you mean the doll? Are you playing dumb with me, just one night stand or something? I curled my lips and thought, forget it, I can't enjoy it. Dingshin seized the opportunity to ask Mengli. By the way, you feel so lonely when filming a movie. Do you play anything with the leading actor? Yes, actors are human beings too, and they have needs too. Mengli spoke very frankly. How many times have you had that? My Mengli was stunned for a moment and said, Dingshin, what do you mean? Are you trying to trick me? I tell you, I really haven't had that experience. Dingshin sneered. TSK, who would believe that? Believe it or not, it's up to you if you don't want to. Dingshin followed up promptly. Do you also rely on your ancestral craft? My Mingli blushed and didn't know how to answer. Explain. R. Dingshin pressed the question. No way. Mingli refused to admit it and started to act like a spoiled brat. Well done. I am impressed by Dingshin's mechanism, which is completely based on the pen and the stone. Dingshin and I looked at each other and laughed knowingly. Everyone was chatting and laughing, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, I had already peeled off the dog's skin. Tianxin kindly helped me spread the dog's skin on the beach, but I warned her not to expose it to the sun and to dry it in the shade. Shigu came over, climbed up the tree with the dog's skin and hung it on the branches. I asked Meng Li and Dingshin to help me carry the giant dog to the beach, and cut open its belly with a knife. Its internal organs fell out, and I picked them up with a wooden stick and threw them into the sea, pinching my nose and saying, "You're so disgusting." Meng Li sighed on the side and said that so many dogs had diarrhea. It was such a shame to just throw them away. Dingshin looked disgusted and said, "We don't eat these things at home. They look too dirty." That's right, you are not wrong, the dog offal soup is delicious, really, I agree with eating it, fried dog offal is also delicious, I love it very much. It's a crime worth committing. I waved my hands and begged, please stop talking, please stop talking. I can't bear to think about it. After a while, I cleaned up the dog meat. Under the big tree, Shigu had already divided the bonfire into 2 piles and prepared them. I saw a rack already set up next to a bonfire and realized that it was ready for barbecue. I cut off a dog leg and handed it to Mengli. Mengli sat cross-legged, put the dog leg on her own legs, and threaded it with a sharpened branch. Seeing that he was unable to do anything, Dingshin hurried over to help. While I was at it, I removed a section of the dog tag and put it in the pot. The stupid pot was filled with water and the dog chops were stewed with a bubbling sound. Meng Li pursed her lips and acted as if she was drooling. Oh my god, it smells so good. What a pity, there is no salt. Dingshin stood up and said, let me go see if Yang has come out. I smiled and said, why are you in such a hurry? It can't be that fast. Dingshin said unwillingly, no, I have to go and take a look too, just in case. After a while, Dingshin came back with a frown on his face. It seems I can only cook it in water. Mengli looked up and asked me, what about self-research? Where did you put it? It's drying in the sun over there. Hey, Dingshin, please help me get it. Dingshin refused to listen to him and wanted to take it himself. Meng Li rolled her eyes and asked, don't you want to eat? If you don't want to eat it, just forget it. It's not dried yet, so don't eat it yet. Meng Li said confidently, aren't drying in the sun and baking the same thing? I just made it dry faster. I smiled helplessly. This sounds reasonable, but it is 2 completely different things. Instigated, Dingshin walked over consciously and took the fruits of his self-research into his hands. Menglin used pebbles to smash the fruit into pulp and rubbed it onto the dog's legs. It's said that Wuchang Yikao is actually inclined to develop its own product. What do you think? Mengli was complacent, while Dingshin was licking his lips beside her. It smells so good. The dog chops were stewed first, and I used a knife to give each of them a piece. The 3 girls didn't care about their table manners and ate voraciously. Mengli's nose was running. He wiped her nose and praised it endlessly, saying, oh my god, it's so delicious, it's so authentic. Dingshin's mouth was sizzling with burning sensation, and he mumbled, isn't this just hand-pulled mutton? You're so stupid, it's dog meat, okay, that's what I mean. Don't I know it's dog meat? The 2 of them started arguing with each other, and I quickly persuaded them to eat quickly. If they didn't want to eat, I would eat it. The 2 men immediately stopped talking and buried their heads in their work. It was a whole pot of dog chops, but I didn't even have a chance to eat a single bite before they finished it all. Jianshin smacked her lips and said apologetically, Zhang Yu, I'm sorry, I'm magnanimous. Guoxiao, there are not many left. I will eat the roasted ones later. Mengli refused on the spot. I warned you not to even think about it. If you want to eat it, just bake it yourself. The meal took 2 hours and we were finally full. Looking at the remaining few pounds of meat, we became worried again. What a pity. It would have been better if it had been covered with salt. I feel sorry. Can I use seawater? Seawater is also salty. Mengli asked. I deny. That's absolutely not possible. Dingshan raised his eyes and said, I have thought of an idea, but I wonder if it will work. I looked at him, what can I do? I watched my mother make pressed duck. She used stones to press the moisture out of the duck and then dried it over a fire. I don't know if this method will work, but after thinking about it, I decided to give it a try. In fact, the principle is very simple, which is to remove moisture from the meat and slow down the rate of decay. When Mengli heard this, she was happy and said, then I'll go find stones too. Dingshan echoed that on the general principle of survival, they can still work together. After a while, they found some relatively flat pebbles. 26. The sword under the dead leaves. I used a military knife to cut the dog meat into slices, and they spread the dog meat on a stone and pressed it on top with another stone. After being pressed for 4 hours, I took the dog meat out from under the stone and saw that it had been flattened. Following Dingshan's method, a few of us used branches to lift the dog meat high up and roasted the fat out of it. The dog meat sizzled and the fat fell into the fire, making a crackling sound. Bake until half done and press down again with a large stone. After all their hard work, the moisture in the dog meat has been almost roasted away and it should be able to be stored for a few days. We were busy until late at night and we were all tired, but tonight was particularly hot and stuffy, we were soaked and couldn't sleep at all. Mengli looked at the sky and asked, is it going to rain? Dingshan responded by saying, don't do it if it rains. This mattress has just been made and it will be difficult to dry it if it rains. A sudden thought occurred to me, why don't we build a shed on it? How big a shed would it take for Mengli to cheat? It's so tiring. After eating, I'm just sitting there doing nothing. It's better to have something to do than to do nothing. At least I still have something to think about. No. Dingshan agrees. Yes, we can't be decadent, we have to find something to do. Mengli agreed reluctantly. Oh well. The next morning, everyone started to work. I was responsible for cutting trees and they were responsible for weaving ropes. Since I had cut down almost all the small trees on the edge of the woods, I had to go deeper into the woods. I had just cut down a small tree when I heard a slight sound behind me. I was alert, but looked back and saw nothing. It was quiet all around, nothing unusual. I smiled bitterly to myself, wondering if I was too neurotic. After walking a few steps, I found another small tree and started chopping it. Suddenly, I heard the sound of grass rustling behind me. I turned around quickly, but still saw nothing. I became nervous. Knowing that Mengli and Dingshan couldn't possibly come to the woods, I tentatively asked my aunt, is it you? No one answered. I felt my hair stand on end and leaned against a tree with the axe in hand. Who is coming out? I shouted in a timid manner, but still no one answered. I walked cautiously towards the bushes where the sound came from, and suddenly I felt someone touching my head. I was so scared that I took 2 steps back, looked up, and couldn't help but shout, hi. Damn it. A golden figure quickly passed over my head. It was that damn monkey again. Fuck you, I'm crazy. The monkey swung onto the big tree opposite me, scratched its head playfully, and looked at me with its big eyes rolling around. I ran towards him with an axe in my hand, but he nimbly jumped onto another big tree. I was so angry that I jumped up and spit at him. He quickly fought back, spitting down at me and making me look bloody. I wiped my face, furious. He seemed to know that I was scolding him and imitated me by squeaking. I continued to curse, feeling unsatisfied, broken monkey, dead monkey, bastard stupid monkey. He glared at me and shouted a few times, looking angry. I laughed out loud. I can't spit at you, but can I beat you in an argument? After scolding the monkey for a while, I felt much more relaxed and picked up the sword to continue chopping trees. But the monkey seemed to have not had enough fun and was always making trouble for me. I picked up some wood chips and threw them at him, and he threw them back at me. We chased each other for a while, and then I realized that I had left my original position. I got lost in the past. This made me nervous, because I was just out to cut down trees and didn't bring a torch or a compass. I calmed myself down and estimated the distance I had walked. Based on the time I had spent playing with the monkey, it should have taken me no more than 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, I walked at most 500 meters. As long as I choose the right direction, I can definitely find my way back. Thinking of this, I calmed down and cut a thick waistline on a big tree next to me. I decided to take this tree as the center and walk in one direction for 15 minutes. If I was wrong, I would turn back immediately. By this calculation, it will take me at most 2 hours to find my way back. The monkey was still making trouble with me, but I ignored him. He spit on me, but I still ignored him, so he decided not to leave. I chose a direction and walked for 15 minutes. The woods became denser and denser. I felt something was wrong, so I quickly returned following the marks. Under the big tree, I chose a new direction and walked forward. After walking for 15 minutes, I still didn't find the right direction. Just then, I heard a series of light sounds beside me. I became nervous and looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out to be a hopping hare running towards me. This reminded me of the story of waiting for the rabbit to come to you by the tree. I didn't expect it to become a reality today. The hare was unaware of the danger and came towards me hopping and skipping. I seized the opportunity and pounced on it. The hare was frightened and wanted to run away, but his ears betrayed him. I grabbed its big ears and twisted them hard. The hare felt pain and raised its head high. The hare was very big and heavy, and it struggled desperately with its legs. I was afraid that it would bite me, so I hit it on the head with an axe, and the hare collapsed. I walked back carrying the hare and returned to the big tree with a waistline carved on it. I don't know when the monkey had been squatting there. When he saw me come back, he pointed in a direction. I glared at him and cursed, "It's because of you that I'm lost." The monkey squeaked and pointed in that direction, warning me to listen to you once and not play tricks on me. The monkey turned up his lips and grinned. After resting for a while, I walked in the direction the monkey pointed. Unexpectedly, I actually walked out in less than 15 minutes. The monkey has been behind me, following me like a shadow. I waved to the monkey and said, "Savanara, thank you." The monkey squeaked and ran away. I put the cut tree trunk on my shoulder and carried the rabbit towards the camp. As soon as I reached the edge of the woods, I saw Dingshan standing there looking around. He looked at me anxiously, wondering why I had been gone for so long. "Where did you go?" I didn't say I was lost. I held up the rabbit and said I was going to hunt rabbits. He didn't look happy at all and kept complaining, "Look, you're not even that active. Are you trying to squeeze me to death?" My heart warmed and I naturally hugged her waist, smiling and saying, "I'm sorry for making you worry. I apologize, and can I give you a kiss?" Staring at the arm pushing me, "No, must be relatives." I pushed my face forward. Dingshan tried her best to hide, "No, you stink." I smiled mischievously because I liked seeing Dingshan being shy. At this time, a voice came, "Hi, people are making out here. You can tell it's Minli without even looking." Dingshan twisted his body and slid out like a slippery loach. I smiled and said to Minli, "You came just when the critical moment came." Minli laughed and said, "Sorry, you guys continue, Yarn Shushu, will take a look." I caught a rabbit. Minli smiled happily and said, "Oh my god, we can eat roasted rabbit tonight." When we got back to the base, I handed the rabbit to Shigu. Shigu took the rabbit and went to the beach to clean it up. Minli and Dingshan helped me put the trunk up the tree. We tied the trunk to the branches of the big tree, and the roof took shape. After finishing their work, Minli lay on the beach and said to John Yu, "Look at my hands, they are covered with blisters." When I looked, it was true. Not only him, but Dingshan also had hands full of blisters. I used the tip of a knife to pry them open and applied some anti-inflammatory medicine. The sound of the waves was so loud tonight that I couldn't sleep. A small hand came over and drew on my chest. I knew with my eyes closed that it was Minli teasing me. Her hands were very gentle, massaging my body bit by bit. I knew she was doing something bad on purpose. There was nothing we could do in this environment. I secretly pushed his hand away, but he kept touching me like a shadow. I was so angry that I pinched his arm hard. He groaned but didn't dare to scream out. I want to laugh, it feels like I'm having an affair. He leaned over and whispered, "If I don't go over today, will you fall asleep?" "Where is Dingshan?" I shook my head. "Really?" I nodded. He relaxed, turned over and fell asleep. I didn't sleep well that night, and before I knew it, it was dawn. I ate the last bit of rabbit meat for breakfast. Dingshan said, "I don't want to work today. I guess he is tired." I looked at Minli again, and she also seemed lazy, so I had to agree with the two aunts. "We will have a day off today." I came to the beach and looked at the boxes of salt. The seawater in the box evaporated quickly, and only 1/3 remained. I poured the sea water from several boxes together. Once it is dried, a lot of salt should be crystallized. At this time, Mengli came over and asked if he wanted to go for a walk. Where are you going? Take a look along the coastline, perhaps you will find something new. I became interested, and this is what I've been thinking about recently. There has always been a question in my mind: how big is this island? I asked Dingshan and Xiaojiyu, and they both don't like to move. I carried the axe and set off with Mengli. The coastline within sight is very long, forming a round lake that bends outwards. We walked along the coastline and could see that the woods in front of our base stretched very far. After walking for an hour, the view opened up. The tall trees disappeared, and what came into view were rows of lush green banana trees. The banana tree is not tall, no more than 3 meters, and its broad leaves spread out like a palm leaf fan, emitting a faint fragrance. Mengli was happy to see the bananas, and I was very happy too. I picked up the ripe bananas on the ground, smelled them, tasted them carefully, and said they were edible. Of course they were edible. Mengli said with a smile as she peeled a banana and started chewing it. Suddenly, a green banana fell heavily from the tree, which scared us. I looked up and saw it was that naughty monkey again. The golden monkey seemed to have recognized me a long time ago, scratching its ears and smiling at me. I was very happy, as if I met an old friend. I spat into the sky and he responded with saliva. In my dream, I lowered my head and wiped my face to protest. "You are so disgusting." I laughed out loud, and the monkey seemed no longer afraid of us and jumped down from the tree. I touched his head and he blinked at me cutely. 27. Build a defensive position. Mengli didn't dare to touch her and fed her a bite of banana. The monkey seemed very human-like. He climbed up the tree a few steps, picked a very good banana, jumped down, and handed it to Mengli to eat. Jasmine smiled happily. "Zhang Yu, this monkey is so cute. How come there are golden monkeys here?" I wondered too, and there was only one. "Zhang Yu, do you think he was brought to the island by an outsider? You're saying it's domesticated, don't you think? You mean there are not only us, the survivors of the plane crash, but also other people on this island?" I was shocked and excited by Menli's idea. Of course, the fact that there is no airplane makes me very happy with my monkey. If it were true, we would have a lot of people to keep us company. Mengli shook her head and said that having more people is not necessarily a good thing. In this place without any law, the law of the jungle is very dangerous. I admit that it is, but we can also cooperate with each other. After all, there are only a few of us, and some of us are weak on our own. Mengli disagreed with the argument. It is because we are weak that we need to be more careful. I understand her. From a woman's perspective, she is right. As a man, I prefer to work together. We squatted on the ground, picking up the fallen bananas, preparing to take them back to Dingshan and Xiaojiyu. Suddenly someone called Zhang Yu in my dream. "Look what that is." I followed Meng Li's gaze and saw something that looked like a knife handle exposed under a withered yellow banana leaf. I took 2 quick steps and lifted the banana leaf. I saw that it was a rusty Japanese sword, more than 1 meter long and wide. I looked at Mengli and Mengli looked at me, and we were both shocked. "Zhang Yu, I think this knife definitely didn't fall here recently." I nodded, agreeing with his idea, because the rope wrapped around the handle of the knife had rotted away, leaving only a bare handle. It would not have taken just 1 or 2 years for the Zen rope to rot to this extent in broad daylight. I slowly picked up the sword, took off my shirt, and wiped the blade. Although the blade is mottled, it is still sharp. It seems to be a good steel knife. The monkey came over to join in the fun and squeaked at me. I raised the knife at the monkey in a mischievous manner and shouted, "Give it to Yalu, you have no conscience." The monkey was terrified, and Shuzi jumped onto a tree and ran away. Mengli smiled and tears came out. "You two are so funny." We cut some bananas and brought them back to their base. Dingshan looked at the bananas with delight. Where did you get it?" When I told Dingshan about this, he was also very surprised. He wondered if the person who responded to us in the valley that time might be the owner of this knife. I deny that. Just think about it, if you want to survive here, would you really throw away the knife? Yeah, that's right. After lunch, a bold idea suddenly came to my mind. I wanted to ask you, is there a dead body in that banana grove? Corpse? Mengli looked at me and said, "Yes, let's go and take a look." I pulled myself together and stood up. Mengli shook her head vigorously and said, "I'm not going." Dingshan is full of curiosity. Come on, come on. If he doesn't go, I'll go with you. Silly boy, take your time, I'm going too. When Mengli heard this, she became anxious and said, you all went, what should I do? I told Dingshan not to go, and that Shaojiyu and I would go instead. If there was any danger, Shaojiyu and I could handle it. Dingshan glared at me and asked, do you think I'm a burden? I will not hide the fact that this matter is a bit risky and really not suitable for you. Dingshan pouted and felt deflated. Okay, I wrapped a simple grip around the handle with clothes, and sharpened the sword with the grindstone I usually use to sharpen axes. The sword was off, and the axe stone was as good as new. I handed the sword to Shigu. Shaojiyu holds a knife in her hand, looking heroic and in high spirits. Mengli exclaimed, wow, so handsome. Shigu and I returned to their banana grove, keeping a certain distance and walking inside cautiously. The pepper forest was open and sunny, and one could see far away clearly, so there was nothing suspicious. Not far away, I found a collapsed shack, indicating that someone once lived here. I searched the shed with an axe but found nothing. Shaojiyu whistled at me softly, and I walked towards her and asked what she had found. The fool pointed at the white bones under the dead leaves with his sword. I squatted down and slowly used a branch to cut away the dead leaves on the bones, and so that it was the head of a corpse. I cleared the dead leaves along with the skull, and a complete human skeleton gradually became clear. The skeleton had an obvious fracture in its shoulder and a deep cut on its head. Considering the injuries and the shack, we can basically conclude that this man ran here after being chopped, and the sword should be his. We searched around the area again but found nothing that could prove this person's identity. I asked Shigu, have you and Gao Qiang been to this banana grove? He rolled his eyes and thought for a long time. I am extremely lucky. They should have been destroyed before they got here. Fortunately, Gao Qiang did not come here. If he had got the sword, the ending would have been unimaginable. After returning to the base, I told Mengli and Dingshan about the situation. Mengli was very nervous. Zhang Yu, someone can kill him, which means there are other people on this island, and they have weapons. I agree. Yes, on their way I thought about it and decided that we should build a defensive position for ourselves to be prepared just in case. Defensive position? Mengli asked doubtfully. To the defensive position. Mengli asked. What kind of defensive position? Humph, have you ever played with Sister Hong? Dingshan raised his hand in red alert. I have played it. Mengli suddenly realized. Oh, I've seen other people play it, but I have no interest in the game. I said solemnly. Now it concerns our survival, so we have to be interested even if we are not interested. Bingshan asked you what you wanted to do. We won't build the roof for now. We will now build a fence with the big tree as the center and 10 meters as the radius to separate our living area from the outside world. Is it useful? Mengli expressed doubt. At least people won't rush in directly, and I can also do some shooting. How to do it? Find a straight trunk gun and wrap the gun tip with stainless steel. Whoever dares to invade us will be stabbed to death. These 2 words make my blood boil. Kill that grandson. I questioned. It sounds simple, but do you 2 dare to kill anyone? The 2 of them were too scared to do anything. My policy is that before we return to civilized society, we should live like primitive society. From now on, whether you kill fish or chickens, you 2 will be the ones to do it, and you must see blood. The 2 of them looked at each other and agreed firmly. After completing the mobilization work, I drew a circle with a radius of 10 meters with the big tree as the center, and told Shigu to take the 2 of them to dig a 1-meter deep trench along the circle. Mengli didn't understand why they had to dig. Wouldn't it be enough to just smash the pile of books in there? I explained that it was not buried deep enough, so it had to be buried, otherwise it would fall down easily if pushed. After assigning the tasks, we each went about our business. By the time the sun was setting, a fence 1 meter high, 3 meters wide, with the tips facing upwards was already erected there. Oh, my God, I'm so tired. We lay here and there under the big tree, looking at the densely packed fences, feeling full of satisfaction. Meng Lezha said in a panic, I had only seen this room before when I was filming, but now it seems that I'm really going to be the wife of a gang leader. I'm teasing him, but you have to do the job first before you can become his wife. Meng Li rolled her eyes at me and said, we support Shaojiyu as the creditor, right? Dingshan? Dingshan responded that Shigu was the creditor, the 2 of us were the wives of the bandit leader, and you were just a cleaner. I smiled bitterly. When did the two of them become harmonious and united? After resting for a while, I got up and walked towards the beach. Meng Li shouted behind her, "Where are you going?" I waved back and said, "Take a shower." "Wait a minute, I'll go too." Meng Li shouted, and Dingshan also stood up and followed. I have a hi-yo in my heart. Oh my god, what's the rhythm? Over the past half month, Meng Li and Dingshan have become accustomed to this kind of life and have become less shy. They can just put on their swimsuits and take a bath in the sea together. I went into the sea first, and the two of them changed into their swimsuits and swam over. Zhang Yu, please judge from a man's perspective, who has a better figure, me or Dingshan? Meng Li was dissatisfied and asked angrily. I chuckled and thought that such a suicidal question should not be answered casually. What are you laughing at? Tell me. I looked left and right, pushed off with my feet, waved my arms, and slipped away. After washing for a while, Meng Li swam over again and asked what you meant. Why are you running? What's wrong with you? Meng Li said angrily. It's so infuriating. When I first started working in the entertainment industry, Dingshan called me Xiaoping. Zhang Yu, please tell me, am I Xiaoping? I glanced at it and joked that this was just like time, it would happen every now and then. Meng Li glared at me and said, "Go to hell. I won't let you touch me anymore." Dingshan couldn't help laughing at the side. R. At this moment, Meng Li screamed, "What's going on?" and her face changed color. I was shocked. What happened? Something is biting my foot. As she spoke, Meng Li sank. Seeing this, Dingshan quickly hugged her to the chest. I flipped over and dived into the sea. I looked at Meng Li's feet and saw a huge crab. The crab was as big as a steering wheel, and one of its thick claws was tightly clamped around Meng Li's ankle. I tried to pry it open with my hand, but the crab's other claw reached out and pinched my arm. I quickly dodged and grabbed its shell from behind. After pulling several times, I failed to break free and floated to the surface. Don't be afraid, it's a crab. Meng Li screamed, "Oh my god, it hurts so much." I told Dingshan that he should swim towards the shore and I would drag him from below. If we couldn't pull him in the water, we could just break it open when we got ashore. 28 Falling into a trap. Dingshan nodded and kicked a few times, then I dived into the sea again, pushing the crab's back shell and swimming towards the shore. After several ups and downs, we finally arrived at the beach. During the war, Meng Li was in as much pain as if a pig was being slaughtered. Oh my god. I let Dingshan sit on the crab shell to prevent him from running away. She found a pebble and smashed the crab's claws with 2 bangs. Meng Li's ankle was purple and there were 2 deep pits on the part that was clamped. Meng Li rubbed it herself and hummed to herself. I smashed all the crab claws and told Ding Jin to carry them back. As I was talking, I carried Meng Li on my back, but we were both wet and couldn't carry her at all. After slipping a few times, I hugged him around the waist. He hugged my neck and cried, "Do you think I will have a broken bone? I comfort you that it won't happen." Then am I Xiaoping? I almost vomited blood. It's already this time, why are you still thinking about this? When we carried her back to the base, I saw that Sha Jiyu was already preparing to cook. I put Meng Li on the ground, turned to Sha Jiyu and said, "Let's eat crabs in the evening." Meng Li screamed and cried, "Oh my god, I only care about eating and no one cares about me." Stop shouting, I'll go pick some herbs for you. Then please come back quickly, it hurts so much. I took my axe and went for a walk in the woods, and brought back some herbs that were suitable for the condition. Before reaching the base, I saw Meng Li holding a crab claw and wolfing it down. I walked over with a smile and asked my aunt, "Are you not in pain?" Meng Li said seriously, "I am taking revenge. Besides, you can't not eat just because it hurts, right?" I laughed out loud, "Humph, you foodie, stop making excuses for yourself." Dingshan handed me a spoon and said, "Just scoop it out and eat it. This crab is so fat, it's all raw." I waved my hand and told you guys to eat first while I applied the herbs on him. Look at me carefully and cunningly. Let me tell you, you are really good to Meng Li. I couldn't respond to this and could only pretend I didn't hear it. I found a stone, crushed the herbs, and applied them on Meng Li's wound. Meng Li took a breath of cool air, how good, how good. After applying the herbal medicine, I scooped out a few mouthfuls of crab paste with a spoon and exclaimed, "It's really delicious." Meng Li stopped me and said, "Oh my god, you are too greedy. Leave some for me. I paid with my life for this." Dingshan stood up for me. If he hadn't saved you, you would be done for. He is still your savior. Minli pretends to be your savior. Do you want to marry her? I answered yes. She blinked her beautiful big eyes with such affection that the other person would feel embarrassed. Dingshan couldn't help but curse. Depend on. After dinner, it was dark. I was bored, so I stood up to check the stability of the fence. I shook it a few times and felt it was good. I told the silly girl next to me to do it and not to leave any gaps, otherwise all my work would be in vain. Shigu nodded, and I had another idea to guide him and asked him if he had made a fence before. He shook his head. Have you ever played the game Red Alert? He still shook his head. I thought about it and didn't know what to ask, so I just casually asked, have you ever been to college? I can't remember. I was discouraged and sat down against a big tree. Dingshan came over and said, Zhang, are you science students all very good at logical thinking? Well, it should be said that boys have particularly good logical thinking. People like you who study programming are particularly good at math. I smiled and said, my math is just average, but I am very good at chemistry. Wipe your head and cover your head. Don't mention chemistry. It gives me a headache. I can't even memorize the first 20 elements on the periodic table. I boasted that I could be perfect. Do you believe me? Stop bragging, there are more than 100 elements in the periodic table. I'm not bragging, I'll recite it to you. I just say this out of the blue. Shinhai aluminum skin pen charcoal egg skin care cleansing milk Nami aluminum zero flow methylene blue cover. I was just about to take a breath when Shogwa suddenly interrupted me and said that my last name was Lin, the Lin in Lu Guilin. We were dumbfounded. What did you say, idiot? I grabbed Shigu's hand excitedly. My surname is Lin. Shigu explained it very clearly. Then what is your name? The fool recalled in a strange way. Dingshan whispered to comfort me, saying my name is Lin, don't be anxious, just think about it slowly. Shigu hesitated for a long time and said she couldn't remember. Alas, we were all discouraged. Mengli crawled over and said to Shigu, hey, it's good that you know my last name is Lin. Let's take it slow. It was getting dark, so I told everyone to go to bed because we had to work tomorrow. Mengli protested, you black-hearted boss, my feet are already in this condition, do you still want to exploit me? You can only make the hook with one hand, and you don't need to drag it with your feet, so your legs have to do it too. Mengli looked up to the sky and sighed, looking in pain. Oh, God, oh, Earth, please come and save me, a disabled person. Dingshan glanced at him from the side and said, you are attracting trouble. Mengli's face immediately turned sour. What happened to the diarrhea? Can you act? Snort. As soon as I saw they were about to fight again, I quickly stepped in to stop them. Go to sleep. If you quarrel again, I won't provide food tomorrow. This trick seemed to work well, and the two of them immediately stopped arguing. I was very tired today and fell asleep quickly. I don't know how long I slept when I heard an extremely terrifying scream in my ears. I jumped up and looked around in a daze, and saw Dingshan's face full of horror. I asked what happened. Dingshan raised his finger and pointed to the sky, but did not dare to look up. I looked up and subconsciously shuddered, and saw a dark shadow of fish lined up on the beam. I picked up the axe and subconsciously asked, who? The black shadow squeaked and spat out saliva. Damn it. I understand, that naughty monkey is here again. I stood up suddenly and swung the axe to scare him. The monkey was very agile and jumped onto the branch in a flash. I looked back at Dingshan, he was crying out of fear. The fool looked dazed and it was obvious that he was also very frightened. Meng Li behaved better than them. She pointed at her chest and said to me, oh my God, I'm so scared. I yelled at the monkey, go back to your mother's arms. Meng Li giggled, as if he could understand. Is this the one we encountered? I nodded, which one is it? Can you recognize it? Meng Li's emotional palm. We are both stranded in this world, so why should we know each other when we meet? I was amused by him. You are the one who has fallen into poverty. The monkey's noise made us all feel refreshed. The monkeys were very cute and kept making noises around us. Gradually, Dingshan was no longer afraid of him. Before I knew it, it was daybreak. After breakfast, Meng Li started to act like a spoiled brat. My feet really hurt. I really can't do any work. Dingshan persuaded Zhang Yu, why don't we take a day off? I want to get some bananas, I haven't been to the banana grove yet. I thought about it. And it made sense. Bananas can replace a small amount of water for us. The river is too far away and it is not easy to fetch water. I picked up the axe and started to cook at the silly girl. You should also take a day off and stop working stupidly alone. Dingshan poked me. Alas, it's useless to talk to him. I know it's useless, but if I don't say a few words, I always feel that I'm wronging him. Following the coastline, we came to the banana grove. Dingshan took a look around and was very disappointed. I thought the banana grove would be so beautiful, but it turns out to be uninteresting. Then what else do you want to do? Okay, go back. I picked up the axe and chopped down a few plates of bananas and prepared to go back. Dingshan resisted, saying, I don't want to go back so soon. I haven't had enough fun yet. Then I'll walk forward with you. Dingshan was happy. Okay, we continued along the coastline and walked for a while, but didn't see any special scenery. I stopped